What's up, guys? Hello, guys. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope everything is great. Hope everything is fine. Hope everything is cool. Hope everything is that. Hope everything in this. All right, guys. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I haven't watched Overwatch professional play in probably close to
as he did with Chase, is having to split
3-4 years. No, more. 4 years at least.
With these teams that do have a secondary tank player, right? If they don't have one tank that can show the flexibility they need, they have to split playtime. And Vistola with
Awkward. Do you manually level up the account used from rank to GM to unlock rank or not? Of course I do. Of course I do.
Yeah, I mean, this is an odd situation.
Hey, what's up, Gruff?
You have a player who we haven't really seen it on.
Hey, Awkward, how much is Rank Up Academy now? It's $75 a month.
And Styles actually played really well. Like, you talked about, like, some of the damage numbers on the Kiri, and it completely, like, changes the series. And it's
Why not watch OWCA, some Face It app? You can choose your own POV if you wanted. First of all, I didn't know you could do that. And two, let's just watch the official broadcast. I think that's how everyone does it, right?
I don't know if either of them had the goal or the ability to like take on a Alcatia or a TM, right? So you're essentially just playing for that qualification spot.
If I play only tank in quick play to unlock rank, how do I not have Elo internally for other roles? I don't know. I actually have no idea. Hello, Awkward for Hope. Hello, Bella for Hope. Can I pay for RU even though I'm on console and hog one trick currently in Diamond? Yes. Wait, who's playing here? The Ultimates. It's Kev's. Wait, Kev's Trakai? You know, I checked the standings before I looked at it. These team with Kev's Trakai were like they're really good players. Apparently, they're not doing so well, right?
Europe are definitely looking much improved, especially with a couple of these teams, VP and the Ultimates, especially building in a little bit more diversity to some of their offerings.
Is the volume good, by the way, or is the volume too low?
But I'm looking at Silent here on the brig. The Ultimates going to
they destroyed VP last match? I was looking at the scoreboard. Apparently, they got 3-0'd by VP last time they played. Mike too low?
If it's just on their map picks,
too low?
Good map, that's not going to be enough because they lost control.
Is the mic too low now?
This will be a much different look for.
Turn up the little. Turn up the volume of the or my mic. What turn up what? You guys are saying turn up what? Doing any coaching today now?
Jaywu off of a hero like Tracer, where he's like so impactful in putting on Sim, which.
Why do people even play? Oh, they just walk, collect W with Symmetra. I guess that's what they're playing.
I mean, you could say the same. Virtus Pro did double. Ultimates rather did double with the Sim for Kevster for a
that was
This is ridiculously bad. we cannot take Kevster off.
That was just insta win. I was looking at my mic settings for a second. Just lost the fight. Collect W with Symmetra. So they're playing Pap, Lucio, Kasim. I mean, they're just playing kind of a rushy brawl.
However.
And they play Anna Brig, Ramatra, Freya, Tracer. What am I missing here?
Shockwave there catching on the sail, no escape for him. Gala's immortality field already dealt with as he's here on the back.
I don't exactly understand why Anna Brig here.
And this is right out of Alcatia's like playbook and Twisted Minds, right? Playing the diva with the Sim, kind of moving the diva all around and it becoming very difficult to deal with. So for TU, they'll
don't the screen is cut off
over here to the BAP, so that'll be the main change.
Man,
I'm curious why they consistently play like so
my
much
bad.
Of the Freya,
There you go. Thanks for letting me know, bro.
Kind of, like, go away from it. Like right here,
it's full screen.
This is like a perfect range for like a solo.
See, nobody pays attention to the little details besides Xeno in here.
The diva can always be a little frustrating. How much crown are the Ultimates gonna have to give up here? Deadeye for Shockwave gives him a staging ground. You notice
But
that
maybe I'm not getting this. Okay, now they swapped to Bab Brig, but I don't understand the Bab Brig Freya against full rush.
Soundberry here for Virtus Pro. They know they want to keep going here, and then Immortality buys them enough time to deal with Heesung. Oh, it's a disaster for the defenders. Sky's out of the picture already, and Fixer is hunting in that backline. Virtus Pro put it together yet.
I guess peel from the Diva? I guess.
I mean, poor Heesung, right? They kind of get this flip, right, where they give up some of the high ground, drop down to play on the card. He's got the Annihilation to work with, and they drop
Analyzing complay.
Sound barrier and an animate.
I mean, they're just kind of pushing into them. I mean, they just like they play super full dive with Symmetra. They just TP in and they just go in, and it's very easy to play this against Bad Brig.
On Gala from Kev, but Gala able to drop that immortality field, keep himself up.
More here for Jabu. Look at this placement. It is so good to allow Virtus Pro to dance this.
I unironically think Ana was better than... I know he's playing against Diva, but I unironically think that Ana would be better than Bab.
He is so far ahead of the ultimates. Just gets ahead of himself, maybe thinking that post-rally the ultimate...
Do you also watch Rivals Pro League? I don't watch pro play in general. I decided because, like, why not, you know? Usually on Saturdays I do random stuff, so why not? I might as well just watch also, like, the Marvel Rivals stuff.
Just a roll over VP that looked dangerous.
I mean, although you do lose Sile,
the Bab Brig overall is not a bad comp. It's not a bad comp. But it becomes really problematic when you play against Rush and a SimTP. But you see, now they swapped. They swapped the Brig to Lucio, and now he swapped the Lucio to Illari. I think swapping the Brig overall is good. I think Illari is like Brig was kind of. I don't know what you do with Brig there. The only thing you do is click shift on a Diva, but doesn't matter if they sim TP. I mean,
Shockwave now has to be sort of pretty careful of where he plays. You see the railgun whistle over his head there. You know he's going to be under some deal of pressure. Heesung with an annihilation. It feels like it was a bit more aggressive maybe to force Virtus Pro back, but they're going to come.
And also he now swaps the Diva.
Surely this is the time for Virtus Pro.
So let's say Sky uses window. Who uses window? I mean, they play three together. Play Soj, Bap Illari, but Bap Illari don't really play together. They just kind of create angles.
They don't have an annihilation. It just kind of like tick constantly on some of that
damage. You have Tracer. Yeah, I need to create off angles. You play together, it's not very good.
With their sound barrier, not be afraid of anything returning.
Can you pull the cams down slightly? Sure, I got you, man.
Kindness wants to get early access to this angle. You can see he can be pretty of a nuisance here now with that healing pylon thrown down by Sile.
This, like this, bro.
Ready, so he can definitely assert himself in that side angle. Bastola wants to play up pretty close on the left there, not be subject to these shots in from Kai, but Shockwave does not have that option. Outrange, outgunned, outdamaged. The Cassidy's off the table already for Virtus Pro.
There you go.
And they're in a bit of a compromising spot, tucked in on the left side. Need to find a way to extract themselves, otherwise this stagger gets a little bit.
Is it cut off? What is cut off, guys? Is the stream looking okay?
Save there from the pulse bomb that comes in from Jaewoo, so you're not going to be able to keep Bastola up. I thought, like, okay, if you keep Bastola up, could you kind of, like, heal a little bit and kind of get around that corner?
I don't know who Heesung is, but apparently it should be good if he's playing here.
Most certainly not going to do so. Now, Kevster finds Gallus and everybody hightailing it here.
Oh, they got the rainbow confetti on the floor.
Kevster is already pressuring Bastola, who was low after that first fight. He just sticks around and says, if we get the Ramatra here, they cannot do anything with that pick on the Sojourn. So ultimately, the pulse bomb for Jaewoo doesn't mean anything. They're negated, of course, by trading out the tank. Here comes VP yet again, an annihilation to work with, of course, and Shockwave once again can use this Deadeye at least to get him into some slightly better.
I mean, VP is playing a fairly versatile comp. They can play. So Lucio can play with a Ramatra and Cass to play together, right? And rush into people that are in danger. It doesn't really do much in long sightlines. So what he can do, especially when these long sightlines, what he can do, you can play Lucio Tracer. Lucio Tracer plays together and like Cass off angling. That's something you could do at long sightlines. But playing the speed here in these long sightlines is really pain in the ass.
it could mean that they're making it, of course, to our mid-season tournament.
Do you think average players can learn a lot from watching the pros, or just too different like the regular rank play? It's not too different fundamentally, but the game is way more organized. So like matchmaking solo queue would never look like this. So.
VP will end up Ant Matrix here up on that high ground.
Am I hearing barking noises or what?
Oh, Shockwave just a little too low. Kevster able to bring him down.
Am I like on Discord somewhere? What is going on?
Gala realizes there's no path forward. Pistola knocking heads together in the back line, but now DC not bothered to be staggered. Yeah, I mean, look, he was very deep. I thought he was done. I'm surprised he even got out with a kill, but it was much with the fight reset here.
Cass, BAP, and Ram would be the core for VP. So no, it's not that a Cass is a core. A Cass can act as a core with BAP and Ram, but and also Lucio. But if they play long sight lanes, you can't really rush on them. So what you can do is force a tank fight, and when the enemies push forward because they're trying to focus tank fights, you can take Lucio and Tracer to do some soft dives, and Cass goes to an off and go off of them.
Ultimate's trying to group up here, stick together. They got an Ant Matrix.
Because running out the tank is out of the question.
Look at the pressure coming his way, though. Sound barrier. He's trying to hide inside the
Well, he now swapped to Diva. The match made it a lot easier to dive. Yeah, that was a little better. Oh no! When you win the fight, but the card just ain't there.
One of those.
It's the loss of the BAP. All four remaining players from VP.
Hey, Awkward already thoughts about Jay Woo. He looks very promising. I don't know. I just tune in. I have no idea who Jay Woo is. Is he like Korean?
Very, very clever. I think Heesung it was on the cart, realizing if he just kills the BAP, VP are too far away.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, I think the Diva swap was good because it allows them to actually get to the backline. But they still need to do a setup beforehand. What they should do is they kind of shoot a tank a bit, so they get close, shoot a tank a bit, force him a bit back, they take a little bit of space, and now they use the speed to get into the backline. They can't just go from court to backline, it's too much distance to cover. So what they have to do is that they have to get close initially, cut the space by half by walking forward regularly, and then speed him to the backline. So you use the first rotation of the cooldowns to force the tank back, take the space, and then click cooldowns to go in. Who's your favorite pro? I don't know, I don't watch pro. But I think they're all good.
We saw this match not too long ago, right? Previous patch, but back in week 6, it was like June 15th.
But yeah, where's my water here?
We saw this, and it was a 3-0. It was a
that C9 could cost them the whole series. I mean, what they did was smart. You first have to win the fight and then worry about the objective. It's just that they miscalculated time. If somebody went back half a second beforehand, they would have done it. It would have been fine. Is any nostalgia hitting Awkward? Not really.
Push main, okay?
Yeah, push main?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. 2, 1.
I'm sure he knows Vistol. Oh, yeah. Of course I know half these people, but I don't know Koreans. I never really watched Korean gameplay that much. Outside of people who, when I used to be pro, I used to look at really good players who were in my role. Random shield. What was that random ram shield?
3, 2, 1, go.
Heesung put a random ram shield. Good disengage, was very smart. That was good kill by Gala, I'm not gonna lie. Kevster was smart to not engage. There would have been a suicide attempt. Oh no, yeah. How is he not dead? What? So random. But you see, he teabagged him. But he should have, like, when they lost Kevster, Sky should have actually played more aggressive off of that nade. He missed the sleep, whatever. But he threw a nade, he hit a couple shots, and fucking commit to the 1v1. You either win it, and then you can continue winning the fight, or you disengage and just, like, you lose the fight. You're already -1, just take the fucking fight.
At the end of the stage after a shocking group stage again. This feels like a repeat of that, Matt. But they've got to figure out this VP hyper-defensive comp with the Torb in the middle.
Why you're on coach?
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to do so, right?
What do you mean?
VP playing that
Coach pro
flank
teams?
support. I know with the Torb, a lot of crossfire action here.
Okay, what is Kevster doing here?
Maneuver around the map pretty fast as he's going to try and get back to the rest of the team quite low. Oh, I was going to say maybe there's a
Well, how did Kevster even die there?
He ends up falling at the hands of Jwoo, so an early pick.
If you do a Rivals, what first you do it for Hydron's team? What is Hydron's team?
It's like with how your offense is kind of going, right? You're going to be below a minute. Like, really
On a
quick.
scale 1 to 10, how much do you enjoy being pro?
You would want to see the ultimate
I don't know.
That speed, well, you have a Genji, so you're full committing.
Or sleep.
Oh, nice buy out of the back line there as well. Gala with a captive stun, though. Everybody's caught under the underpass. Shockwave's turret taken care of now that Annihilation is a problem for Virtus.pro. They've got to keep clear of Hisung.
Okay.
Skyler was taken down. Hisung won't have a ton to keep him topped up outside of Sile. And Shockwave is already defensively
Don't think they
rolling
needed
out
Torb
red
ulti there.
carpet, so
It was
to
a good
speak.
play by Gala as
Getting
well.
that Molten Core in play. And Sile got picked off. The lack of mobility on the Juno has been a bit of a hindrance now for the ultimates. And again, there's another
Wait, they use Pulse, they use Sun, they use Torb ulti, and now they have Window Bomb. Bomb we don't count as an ultimate because it's actually useless, but now they only have Window. And they're coming with Nano Blade and Juno ulti. It's literally, if you don't really fuck up badly, Ultimates cannot lose this fight. Because Window does nothing against Nano Blade.
You know who else's name had 3 letters, Matt?
Ah, too early. Too early. Ah, yeah, early Nano.
Good guy. Blade here for Kempster now, going to try and make use of it. Waited out the immortality field and cuts
Okay,
Shockwave
good
to
blades.
Kaido's been taken down. Kempster gets
Nano was way too early.
long-awaited Dragon Blade. Gala and Shockwave both accounted for by the dynamic Swede.
Window here was pretty okay. I mean, there's not much he can do with that window.
Trying to get topped up, can get
He
back
just
into the
doesn't
fight.
have,
So,
he already lost 2.
Virtus.pro need to get their ducks in a row pretty quickly.
Only buys time. Pistola touches with bomb. They can maybe buy time. Do they come back with ultimates? No. Oh, they have pulse bomb. If it hits a big pulse, might work. Pistola is not using the bomb pretty good.
You're just gonna basically have this Kai overclock if he can get it.
Damn, he almost killed Kai.
He's done well to stay alive as long as he has, but I think just the pick on Sky is not going to be enough here for Virtus.pro.
Okay.
An admirable attempt
Well, winnable.
here on defense, but Jay was
No,
still
no,
looks to
no
be a
winnable.
threat. Pistola eventually desuited and taken out of the game. And
I mean, it was nice try. It was nice try. Considering they only have one ultimate, they almost managed to run a team fight. Almost. But I think Ultimates played really poorly with the Ultimates. I think Nano was way too early. Blade was kind of iffy. I think that if they peeled Torb slightly better, or Shockwave would have used his E beforehand, he would probably not die.
Same fashion as the Lucio, but I do think the orbital ray, like the Ramatra inside of the orbital ray, is like filthy though. I mean, it makes it very difficult to do anything.
Yeah,
It's just that they're early Nano.
Happy to have the mobility on Diva that means he doesn't have to stay within that vicinity for too long. He can back out. There's always an eject button should it be required. You know, Hisung wants to establish some stairs control now. That's the only way the Ultimates have to take control of this high ground.
Then the match after this will be between 2 teams that 3-0 those. You're talking about the Arab team, the Arab org. Twisted Mind and Owcs, I think that's the name, right? Hey, what's up, guys?
Just flying right over the top of that high ground.
I think that Virtus.pro overall just looking like the better team. I think they use their ultis way better. I think that the way they set up and like the way they play is better.
For the start of the next that would be huge. Is this solo just kind of like poke him
I don't want to
there,
use
see,
vague terms,
he can get
but
close to a new mech.
it seems to me when the ultimates are trying to take angles, their engagements are very rarely at the same time. You have Kempster going in, and only then you have Kai following up. You see, like, look where Kempster is, and where, like, the space that he created, and nobody is even there to capitalize in the space. No one is going in, no one's following up. It's like people are not prepared to follow. Pressure.
Someone has to answer Kempster. He'll be forced back. Kai with an overclock now keeps VP's head straight on down, and Fixer couldn't make use of the immortality field for
That's
long enough.
unfortunate.
Kai picked it off there with a rail. But Silent Kai are both missing, and now Hisung getting a little bit light on that healing architecture to keep him in the game.
And also what VP is doing very well is that they understand that I don't know if you're noticing this, but do you notice that every time Kempster is literally just forcing the blade to go in, he's just dashing in, and it's so obvious that he's going to blade, and what VP are essentially doing, they're very prepared for it. They kite back, wait until he blades, they use all their cooldowns, like not some of the cooldowns to defend against it, and then re-engage their cooldowns after ultimates used all their cooldowns. That's how they win the fight.
No way to stop that from being devastating. That's half the reason Kempster got off the Tracer. Virtus.pro eventually slow ultimates down to a screeching halt.
Kempster is telegraphing his blades. It's a big problem. In order for Kempster not to telegraph his blades, his team needs to start applying pressure. He can't be the one going in, dashing into 5 people. Like, oh man, your Genji is dashing into my team. Like, I wonder what he's gonna do.
just lacked the kill threat that they needed to keep up with that time bank.
Yeah, and I think that double flex support backline there for VP was great. And then also the Juno on the other side. I like the Juno with the orbital array, but with the way that they were just attacking style, they're just not able to keep.
Maybe Kester should have played a little slower. They should have went Diva to get him faster. I mean, they could have went Diva, but it's not even about the character. It's that Kester is going in by himself. And the problem with that is that even if he manages to force cooldowns with his Nano Blade, and he brings people to low HP, nobody's able to capitalize because he's going solo. And also, it's very obvious, like very telling. Oh, Genji's dashing into my team. What is he gonna do? Blade, okay, kites. Kites, use cooldowns to get him get away. So Gallic correct shift with Ilari, Tracer blinks, Vistola flies or whatever. Who can you really kill with the blade? Nobody. It's very difficult to get kills, especially when it's telegraphed. But if you have your team engaging with you, forces some cooldowns in like the default fight, and then you go your blade, it's you know, it's something that definitely works.
See him go over towards that pick. He's been doing that for a long time now. Virtus.pro come up with the answers here.
The ultimates are not really trying. They're getting rid of tank after this tournament. What do you mean? Getting rid of tank? What do you mean not really trying? They're trying. They're trying to win.
Have like another one of those like Kiri type bans, right? For VP, they've already gotten rid of the Ana. They've gotten rid of
What I think is the ultimate's main problem is that essentially, like the problem is there's no setup to anything and there's no follow up to anything. But there's no follow up to anything because there's no setup for anything. What I mean by that is that people just go solo with their ultimates. And VP know they're gonna go with the ultimates and they just save cooldowns to kite the ultimates and then re-engage with their aggressive cooldown after they used up all the ultimates.
And then they can't go for one of those supports.
Look, I think, you know,
crazy how the best of us make the same mistakes as us. Yeah, they do make the same mistakes, but these mistakes are easily capitalized on by pro teams. It's like 5 people communicating, playing together. You know, there's a very, very big difference between that and solo queue in terms of just how you're able to capitalize on advantages and capitalize on disadvantages.
Who can't hang around too long against Symmetra, so I'm very curious to see what these hero bands look like.
They will not play with their tank anymore. Well, doesn't really matter about trying to win or not win, right?
Mid-season championship, it's all on the line, and VP are 1 map away, so don't go anywhere.
Nobody wants to lose officials. It's so sloppy. I kind of feel bad. It's their placement for EWC. I'm sure they're trying. You get placed. Wait. So I'm assuming top 4 receive invitations automatically, right? Top 4 receive invitations to the next event. Do you prefer watching OWC or Marvel Rivals Tournament? To be honest, I don't watch both. It's my first time watching Pro Overwatch in like 4 years. I haven't watched Pro Marvel Rivals ever, so we can try that as well. Top 3? Anyone can go through the LCQ? Yeah, but like having a guaranteed invitation just makes it easier for you because you can actually start preparing. You have more time to prepare if you receive an invitation. Is there drops? I mean, I always have drops. I'm assuming I have drops. Right? Should have. Be safe. Still, Iran is still attacking Israel? No. I'm good. No bombs. He sang Champ 2. I have no idea who he sang is. Genuinely, I have no idea. First time I see that nickname. Do you think more rivals for casuals? Everyone there expect to be shot, the whole team, and survive? I would say it's a more casual game than Overwatch, sure. Or rather, less competitive. Wow. Okay, let's pause this. I don't care. Give me 1 second. The AC is making a loud sound. One second, chat. 1 second. Are you going to watch the NA games too? Depends on how late they are. But I've heard that the next game is gonna be very good. You change your PC place? No. Zen and Kiri are on Stadium now. Do you think you will ever be interested in trying it? Maybe in the future. I really don't care about the Stadium at the moment. Awkward, how are you doing considering the whole situation? Doing alright. I think TM Quad can beat Team Falcon. Team Falcon bench proper because he got too toxic and ego stuff. Wait, Falcons? Who is like the best team in the world right now? Undisputed. Like, who wins the tournaments all the time? Is it Falcons? Or who is it? Crazy Raccoon? Who's on Crazy Raccoon?
The Ramatra ban is quite interesting because, like, that's one we saw both teams kind of go towards there, right? But maybe VP feels like they could do something with Vestola that's a little bit different, whether it be Orisa. Oh, they can bring out the Sigma here, right? No Lucio with those double flex supports. You could bring out the Sigma potentially. Okay. Or Diva in the mix, right? So a few different
Junbin, Max, Lee Pisan, Korong Chu. I honestly, the only person I know in the the only two people is Lip and Shu. I don't know who the rest are. I'm gonna be honest. But if they're winning, they probably are stuck as hell. Shu is really good. Shu is really good. Shu probably the best support that has been in the past few years. Do you guys trust commentator opinions? Are you talking about these casters?
And Sile has been really good on the Kiri, and now it's going to be available throughout the rest of the series. So Sky also has a little bit more flexibility than Twilight. I think
okay, what they play here? Sigma, Sigma cast, Tracer, Papillary, slow comp, very slow comp, a lot of damage. Kiri, okay, they play semi-dive. Kiri, Monkey, Tracer, these three work together, and Freya also is fairly mobile. What they need is so Ultimate's win con is basically create a lot of angles, don't stack up together, create a lot of angles. Try to kind of break force CD. So soft dive, break CDs, then capitalize. Soft dives, like soft shoot, force CDs, after forcing CDs, just full dive. That's what you should do if you're the Ultimates, if you want to win. Definitely don't stack up together. So that's what they're doing. Seems like they're doing, but the problem is now he can't do it. So the problem is Monkey did what he's supposed to do, but the problem is their Ana is stuck at the back and he cannot heal Monkey. So after the soft dive, he needs to get solo healed by Kiri, and that becomes a big problem. Tracer no sleep. This guy is gonna capitalize. Yeah. They need to help set up Diana, but Diana cannot set up anyways. So what they should do is they need to have a babysitter, and the babysitter is gonna be Freya. Freya needs to babysit Diana in order to take the space. But the problem is that if Vistola is half smart, which he is, what is he gonna do? Okay, they have no lamp. If Vistola is half smart, what he's gonna do is basically deny Diana Freya and let his team take a 4-3.
They use a Kitsune rush over the point, and they're able to flip it here when we get to 99. Curious VP, so they feel like maybe on a little bit of like a re-entry, right? It could be a little bit harder to get that segment position.
Both teams are owning double flex support. At this point in time, I think that the Overwatch has existed for so long that every support player should be able to play most heroes in the support role. Vestola swapping to Diva is a lot better. I mean, the reason why it's a lot better is because he can still do the job of denying Ana Freya when his team is taking 4 and 3, except that he's now way more mobile. He's less likely to die to a monkey if he decides to dive him and they make it like a 3-on-1 on the tank. It's more versatile. He can be in and out very quickly, and the likelihood of dying is very low. Because a monkey can self-dive the enemies, believe he's gonna dive the backline, and then just jump on Vistola with a bubble, and then Freya, Ana, and monkey can just kill Sigma. But D.Va, he cannot do that.
Primal Kevin not able to get the touch, has to use the recall. So they definitely thought about actually fighting that. You see a lot of the players here from the ultimates right around this corner, and they want to commit to this. So they end up losing Sky, and now they're going to try and fight.
Not what the ultimates want to work with. This doesn't.
Yeah. The ultimates need to do. The ultimates need to slowly engage, force Virtus Pro with their back against the wall, force some TDs, and then full dive when their backs are against the wall. Backs are against the wall. I'm talking about like Illari and Cass. You slowly creep up to the point that it cannot rotate anymore, force TDs, and then just full dive. Because the only people they can actually dive are Illari and Cass.
How much damage though Heesung just takes even just getting into that window? I mean, loses like half his HP, has to back out all the way.
All right, Captain Sun active once again for Gala.
Okay.
Has to deal with Siles, Suzu claims
Okay.
potentially. There's never a given that he
Oh
can
no.
get value off of it. Pistola gonna be DMAC though. Heesung dances that bubble very effectively and is able to avoid the self-destruct. Pistola never got back into mech either. That's a fantastic headshot for Siles.
Don't think he should have used bubble.
Continuing to be a factor in this fight. RVP.
He can't go for a pulse. He's gonna get Suzu. He has to wait cooldowns a bit. He has to force cooldowns. Monkey has to jump into backline. Okay, not good nano. Suzu forced. Now he can go for the pulse, but now he doesn't need the pulse because they probably win the fight. Good bubble. Cut off the healing. You know what? He didn't use the primal. Yeah, he should have not used the primal. It was actually pretty good to not use the primal. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they are very likely to win that fight. It was risky because they almost somehow managed to lose. They were very likely to win the fight, and now he has primal for next fight. He couldn't waste the only ultimate they have because that ultimate will allow his team to build up the ultimate. Or it's a win con. And if they win the next fight, they win the next round. If you use the primal, they have no ultimates, and they come into this ultimate fight with no ultimates. So they're swapping Illari to Juno. Not a bad pick. So now it's just gonna be perma-dive against Cassidy. That's what they're gonna do. Perma-dive Cassidy and yeah. Perma-dive Cassidy, save bubble to cut off healing, and you kill Cassidy 24/7. But you first have to force CDs. But as I said, did you notice what happened? Again, Kevstri goes in. Monkey super late for the jump, and you just go in 2v5. Where was Kiriko in that whole scenario? I have no idea. Where was Frey in the whole scenario? I have no idea. It's like the same mistakes from before, Pete. It's like this uncoordinated dives. It's like Kevstri goes solo, and then like 1 second later, Monkey follows up, and they go 2v5. I'm sorry, but they can't win a 2v5. No matter how good Kevstri is, no matter how good Heesung is. You first have to set up, force their back a bit against the wall, force some CDs, and then you commit to the dive. They're trying to force a dive 24/7. Every engagement that the ultimates have with the dive, it's always like a hard engage. There's no soft engagement. Who is the ultimates coach, out of curiosity? Not I'm saying that it's his fault by any means, but I'm just wondering. Chris? Okay. Chris is a good coach. I think Chris is good. I mean, when I knew him, he was a very smart player. I don't know if he's actually like a good coach. I haven't seen the man coach or talked to him in like many years, but when I heard him, he was pretty smart. But you see, like every time the ultimates do something, it's always a full commitment. Always a full commitment, super telegraph. It's like, if I'm Virtus Pro, my communication is like this. Guys, Kevster has pulse, or Monkey has primal. They're gonna full dive, save CDs, kites. Yeah, kites. Kite, and then re-engage. Here you go. Kite, use our ultimates after they use theirs. Boom. They can't win. Heesung goes solo. Tracer comes in like 2 seconds later because he was not ready. And now they just lose because they have no tank.
The tank player alive. It's been the story of
And you know, my genuine question is, where is Kiri in this entire dive?
tip of the spear, and
I wonder.
rest of their backline has been very glaring.
Kiri's... I think that Kiri could dive with them. I think you just leave Anna to die, and it is what it is. Like, when I say leave Anna to die, obviously not trying to feed her or something like that, but it's just like, yeah, you can leave her alone, and if they decide to dive Anna, it is what it is. You have to trade.
Low 80 HP, he's just gonna explode.
Gala does go down.
Kiri adds a lot of value into that, into the dive. One headshot, it's like a free kill.
Vasile down.
Ouch.
Gotta be the
That was a good
downfall of
pulse.
the ultimates. There's not much more to be said for this team right now. They will fall, suffering from the same issues that have plagued him all through stage 2. It's Virtus Pro takes a reverse.
Also, I think that Kai should not play Freya. I think that Kai should play Cass.
Yeah, we saw VP obviously at Champions Clash. They are with Alcatia representing EMEA. We will see VP yet again representing EMEA. Although right now we'll see how things shake out. Not as that #1 dominant with seed we
Because
saw them last time, but this team is definitely involved.
Yeah, it's a
Seems
3-1.
they
It
are
was
adding Ice
kind of...
Dome into the mix. Maybe not as
What was the map that the Ultimates won? I came in late. I came in like 1-1. What is the map that the Ultimates won, and what comes through their play?
So by adding an extra tank player, which obviously means that Vistola's going to fight for that playtime a little bit more, but it allows them here to be a bit more agnostic to any potential meta changes over the course of stage 2, but also between now and that mid-season championship.
Now we have our 3 teams that will go TM, CAD, and VP. These are the ones that are going to the Saudi tournament. Dorado. What did they play in Dorado? What did they play in Dorado? What comp?
I'm sure Desk have many words to add here, of course, as we eulogize for the Ultimates, but celebrate Virtus Pro, who advanced in this lower bracket. Let's head to our experts now and break it down.
Has Bab Kiri. And what DPS?
So much. Yeah, TU though, looking like a different team. Minus Oasis. They did make this rematch very competitive. We did see the changes in their backline, right? We talked about Twilight being out of the mix.
Tracer Freya.
SVP, of course,
Makes sense.
Is securing their invite to the mid-season championship. Not gonna lie, I can't scrap Oasis.
Don't you think that pro
completely
players' games are
completely.
significantly different from
Why do you
regular
think
end
it's the
games?
hazard mirror on Oasis?
No, I don't think. I remember hearing team coach talk about it. It's not really the same, and the strategy take the different. Remind me of the time when League player I got uncontrollably hit by Kefri. Do you think your judgment is correct? So, pro play is essentially a ranked game that would be played to the best of anybody's ability. Like it's basically peak ranked gameplay. It's that if everybody communicates, if everybody plays together, it's kind of it's just way more organized. Is that people actually play to strengths, people actually play to weaknesses, people actually communicate, they use this, they use that. It's like everybody playing together. It's not that it's different fundamentally, it's just that it's way more organized. And when I say way more organized, it's like understatement. It's significantly more organized. It's like if you stretch a ranked game to its peak experience, that's what pro play is. Which by the way is extremely more frustrating to play, because when you are organized, the problem is that the margin for error is so small that it's very difficult to capitalize on advantages, because people understand. So people would be fast to capitalize on advantages, but they don't leave a lot of openings because they play together. It's like not a lot of mistakes, is what I'm saying. Not a lot of mistakes, not a lot of mistakes that you can capitalize on. So you're forced to make a play in order for somebody to make a mistake. In ranked games, you don't need to force a play to make a mistake. People will naturally make mistakes. Because nobody's talking, nobody's like, you know.
And Vistola, like you mentioned on the Diva, when it wasn't banned, was just front line and center.
Right. We actually have
But on the other hand, there's like a very big minus, and that's what by the way is the big difference between really good pro players and like okay pro players. And I'm gonna explain this really briefly. Let me just kind of pause this for a second. So the thing about a ranked game, people will utilize their strength, their character strengths, right, in order to carry matches, right? Because they want to carry the match. So I'll give you a basic example. Kiriko will do the 4-step plan in a ranked match, Why? Because it's easy to capitalize on enemies' easier to capitalize on enemy mistakes, right? But in pro play, people will not go very often on solo plays because they're too afraid to make a mistake. And when they're too afraid to make a mistake, they naturally play more conservative. And when they play more conservative, yes, you're less likely to die, but on the other hand, you're less likely to get kills. So you'll have really, really good players playing very passive and not create advantages for their team because they're playing very passive because they're afraid to make a mistake, because if they make a mistake, the enemy team is guaranteed to capitalize. Sam's cousin, he kind of looks like Sam, that guy. Yeah, it's true. Is that Kappa? Wait, is that does that brand is that a Kappa brand? Does that brand still exist? Wait, actually, is that Kappa? You guys remember the brand Kappa? I remember like early 2000s brand. Which brand? Would you have went for a higher risk plays if you were a pro in Overwatch? It depends, but you can if you let your team know about it. Would it be easy for you to just fill in the role of support for any team? Easy? It's not easy. You just need to make an adjustment. It's just that you need to make an adjustment of I am not playing solo queue. Like, my team is actually competent. I don't want to be the carry. I want all of us to do our thing. But then, as I said, there's becomes this line that's a lot of people cross of from I don't want to be the only carry to I will let my team handle the rest and I'll support them. So you just become this like low heal bot sitting at the back and very rarely take these angles or very rarely take these duels or very rarely make these plays. So you just kind of have to be good at both. Does pro play coaching interest you? I would not mind. I mean, I could easily work with pro teams, but the way I would work would be fundamentally different. I would not look as like an overhead and say, when Monkey goes in, you need to do this. I will focus on people individually. And I'll tell them you need to do this. When you see Kevster dashing in, bro, Kevster, you have to let them know they're gonna dash in. Monkey, when you hear Kevster goes in, it means that you already need to be ready to set up. And if you're not ready to set up, you say, wait, pause, Kevster, I'm not ready. And then when you guys are ready, you need to jump together. Hey, Kai, when you know that they're gonna jump, you have to get a little closer. You have to follow up with damage because one of your right clicks with Freya could be the difference between Kevster getting a kill or Monkey getting a kill. But the problem is Kevster goes in 1 second after Monkey jumps. Kai's sitting at the back still. Anna is not ready. Nobody's fucking ready to do anything. What he means, it means that he is him. And if he's not him, he's a he. But it's not really he, it's he. He.
Jabu has been a player that stood out all stage long for VP, so we're gonna give him some roses for this one. Player of the match, Jabu. Rich, please glaze him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
What do you think of Kevin pro play? I think Kevster is a really good player. I think Kevster is a really good player. I mean, I don't think anybody argues that ever. But it's not always about being a good player. The problem is that at the end of the day, even when you're really good, you can't solo win a game because the enemies. So I'll just say an example. I mean, don't take it the specifics as gospel. It's just an example. Even if Kevster is better than Shockwave, he's not significantly better than Shockwave, right? And he can't overcompensate. The skill gap is so minor that it can't be overcompensated. It has. If his team, if the people that he play against are good, it won't matter.
I feel like Jawu has like a really high like amazement watt per minute. But what I mean by that is like I watch his gameplay so often. Like there were so many pulse bombs throughout the series, or like like he found that
Cloudy was heartbroken history for missing playoffs.
Point, he found that pulse bomb on Kevster to like enter of us as well. I'm just sitting here watching. I'm like, what?
I don't know what to say, man. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
It's just one of those highlight tracer players. They're just like, what did you just do? Like, that was crazy. So I love watching Jaywu. Just
Ah, your dates are right, Akash.
We'll change that acronym for you too. Instead of it
Dude,
being
this guy
minutes
looks
per
like
minute,
fucking
it's gonna be minutes
Samito.
per minute.
That's right. That's right.
But it's like confounding. I'm like, what just happened? Like, he just lost that dude. Like, that's crazy.
And that's why we love to check out faceit.com/watch, right? Because you can see that in their POV, they're chilling out and doing so good.
Tie that in, so it's great.
I know that was.
The
so
skill gap
smooth.
isn't big to a point where he can solo carry an OWCS game. Yeah, the only time you can carry an OWCS game, I think it's with characters that are literally one shots. So it's Widow, Hanzo, or sometimes Ashe. These are like characters that you can solo carry with because you can capitalize on mistakes instantly. You know, with Tracer, for example, you can have a Sojourn, yeah, Sojourn as well. You can capitalize on mistakes instantly. You know, somebody's out of position, boom, one shot. But Tracer, on the other hand, somebody's out of position, you need to hit the one clip, and if you don't, even if you can hit the one clip, it doesn't matter. Break, shield bash, people can react fast. But people cannot really react to Widow headshots if they make a mistake, you know? That's the problem. Speaking of Sam, do you generally agree with a lot of his takes about the games and heroes? I don't know what his takes are, but I think in the past I disagreed with him on some things, yeah. On some things I agree. What about Genji? No, Genji is probably one of the worst heroes to be like a carry in these type of games. In pro play, Genji doesn't have a lot of solo carry potential. Genji is good if you have follow-up. Unless you're proper, Genji's hard to carry with. Even if you're proper, doesn't matter. People say proper. Okay, when you say proper, can you imagine? So let's say you put proper, for example, at the worst. You put proper at the worst team in OWCS, and he picks Genji. Do you think he wins those games? No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. It doesn't matter how good proper is. He can't carry with it when. Yeah, it's easy for proper to carry when his team is probably one of the best in the world. You know. Put him on the worst team ever. He ain't doing jack shit. And it doesn't mean that he's a bad player. It just means that you know. On the other hand, on Widow, he could cause some trouble. Why are people interested in overall pro play again? Saturday is usually my chill stream time. And I decided, a lot of people sometimes like send me messages. Would you watch pro play? And I haven't watched pro play in 4 years, to be honest. Quite frankly, I'm not particularly interested in pro player. Doesn't excite me. I'm here to commentate. I'm here to give my touch. Who are you rooting for to win? Don't care. I have no personal stakes in these games. I don't know half these players anyways. Don't care who wins. But you know what I don't like? What I don't like is that people use pro play as an example of how you should play. And you should never use pro play as an example of how you should play, because that is pro play is that if every condition is right, is how you would play, you know?
Switch between the mainstream and up to 4-player POVs, or watch them all at once. Join the chat
and people here make decision based on the idea that people will follow up on them and people will do this and people will do that. Nobody plays to really solo carry, if that makes sense. So whatever you see in pro play, you don't want to try and replicate.
Control it, face it.
The best way in order for you to learn how to play like Frank, you don't want to watch pro play. You would rather watch pro player play comp. Have you ever tried fighting game? And if so, have you heard about their competitive play? I've heard about competitive play. I don't really play fighting games now.
patreon.com/watch, you get to pick the
Do you think
teams
Shu is one of the
that
best
you
Ana? Yes.
Now, really,
Shu,
that's
Shu.
you wanna
The
play
reason why
with
Shu is
Symmetra
so good is
as well.
because he
Don't
makes
worry
very
now,
low
because
mistakes.
our next match is between Alcatia and Twisted Minds, so there will be Symmetra action.
Do you have any fundamental guidelines for how to play
Then you
Symmetra? Of course.
obviously will not be playing it
Coach plenty of
whatsoever,
Symmetra
but
players.
We'll find out. So yeah, make sure to watch all the action over there. You can watch our broadcast there as well. Lots of cool features.
Is Shu the only Ana you would say is better than you,
This
Awkward?
match.
So look, I don't claim to be the best Ana because I don't play the game very often. I haven't played the game consistently in many years. Here and there, I was playing. I hit rank 1. I hit champ 3 on 2 accounts when I was not playing super consistently, you know? I'll take long breaks, come back, play for like a week, but even when I played throughout the week, it's not that I sit and play 10 hours a day. I'll play 2 hours, 3 hours, don't play for a day, play for another 3 hours. But yeah, like Shu is somebody who plays fairly consistently. He's always like playing against the best players. So yeah, he's naturally going to be better.
Because we've not seen a lot of weak points from them. They dropped 3 maps overall in stage 2.
Hey, Awkward, I really enjoy hearing your takes sometimes. They sound more like personal intuition, though. Would it be cool to hear a coach or pro back of it up? Just to get a deeper understanding, not doubting you at all? What do you mean, like, intuition?
They're just looking unbeatable.
They are such a well-oiled machine, and even
Can people with learning deficiency see champ? I don't know what do you mean by learning deficiency.
Symmetra is so significant. We don't get to see it as much from the 2 that we just had because the synergy and the level that you need to have compositionally and just understanding.
Have you ever played with against or Quartz in rank? Yeah, he's good. He's good. He's a good hit scan.
This Symmetra has been so dominant, and the backline I have to give some credit to. I know we talk about tank, I know we talk to DPS, but Landon and just both of them together have worked so strategically.
The guy called Simple on Twisted Minds team has hit champ 1. That's really sick. He's the first one to hit champ 1, right? Legitimately. That's really sick. Good for him. Must be a good player. I mean, it sounds like it comes from your own feeling. I don't do feelings, man. And experience. Yes, I say this with experience. Yeah.
2 of them against Twisted Minds, right? So we haven't seen them clash.
Just not something a coach or pro actually confirmed, you know, would be just interesting to know if they agree too. But what are you specifically talking about?
Holy, am I a fan of Simple? So deadly playing that Zenyatta. Yeah, I said what I said. Baptiste, like, he's sharpshooting in the backline. And obviously you have, like, a strong DPS duo in Quartz and Juby there as well. And Psycho in the mix, who's also been just so flexible. TVNT coming in and out with KSA. Like, they look very versatile.
Do you think Marvel Rivals dead? No.
Okay,
that's all there is to know right now. That's all there is to know. But I know people have been, you know, chatting a lot about.
Wait, Simple is Simple from Counter-Strike? No, bro, it's not Simple from Counter-Strike.
But the fact of the matter is that Alcatia have the upper seed, right? So we're not going to see Ilios for the first.
Well, let me put the chat here. Let me put the chat here.
That simple Zenyatta lighthouse strategy where he just goes crazy, levitating all.
I don't know if you guys can see the chat. It's on the left. It's tiny, but you know.
When they don't have the control map pick, of course. Now you mentioned all the right things, of course. They have played a lot more Symmetra recently with you.
Wait, Simple is European or is Korean? Who the fuck is Simple in Europe? I don't know that guy.
These 2 teams, they'll be jostling for high
ground, he's Korean, okay.
For positional advantage, and that will be like the big advantage really that determines some of these fights, right? But for a series like this, we have 2 amazing teams. They play fairly similar stuff. They're just like the 2 best teams in the region, clearly. I feel like for this match especially, it's like when you're watching a detective show.
You think Yeza didn't hit champ 1 legit? I didn't even know he hit champ 1.
Oh, I think it's that side character, like they look mean, like they're probably involved in the crime. So just like, if it's a good show, just sit back. Just enjoy the show. You don't need to figure it out. You need to overthink it, okay? So for this matchup, Twisted Minds Alcatia, yes, look out for the positioning with Symmetra. Yeah, look out for Psycho.
Like when you say proper cares because you got more big bingo, that's an interesting thing. I wasn't sure if your personal read or something coaches pro say. It's kind of thing I'd love to hear. Proper cares because he gets more to begin with. That's, I mean, good players can shine more when there's really good players next to them. Like dude, it's very easy to carry on Genji when your support line is literally following up with everything that you do and you have tanks that follow up with everything you do. But like, for example, if you're proper and you play on a team and you just go Blade and there's no follow-up and you just go 1v5, it doesn't matter how good you are, you just die.
Yeah, look, Look, I
You
could
just die.
prelude from our desk here. It doesn't get any better than this in EMEA. Your two very best teams.
Do you think a worse team can win over a better team if the worst team have better teamwork? Like one team doesn't have any star player, the other team. It can happen. It very rarely happens though, because skill gap does matter. It does happen very rarely though. But in pro play, people don't understand that players are not necessarily significantly better, and that's the problem.
My dog actually started to jump onto my desk as he was
Like, yes, the best team is way better individually than the worst team, and that's why the worst team, it's not even about teamwork. The worst team will not beat the best team, not because of teamwork. It's because the people on the best team are actually way better than the people on the worst team. They are significantly better.
In EMEA, Alcatia, I think, has been a step above, right? They have not really lost any maps at all.
The week Apply VOD reviewed the Genji code recently was cool to see how different people approach the hero. Yeah, I reviewed it. I think that Apply was wrong on some things, but he thinks I was wrong. But the difference is that I back it up with logic, and he says I made some highlights with a Genji blade, therefore I know what I'm talking about. But I think that Apply doesn't say that he's like a coach or something, or like an educational guy. I think he does content.
A little bit more, we think of the meta style coming out of
What makes them so much better individually? They're just better players. Better cooldown usage, better way to position, better at recognizing advantages and capitalizing on advantages. Generally speaking, they're more likely to like play aggressive.
Upper bracket final between Twisted Minds and Alcatia. First to three, strap in.
And it's something that we saw them do last week, Twisted Minds, is bring Yubi back in, right? They were playing Psycho a lot. Now they bring Yubi back into the mix. Is this a much different look, Mitch? A Sigma-based composition here with the Bap, Lucio, and the Sim. So
What the hell is happening here? Oh my, dude. Fighting at that part of the map when each team has a Lucio and your Lucio is Kelix and Funny Astro. Holy hell, bro. I feel that's an anxiety. Okay, well, what do they... Oh, they mirror comp. Oh, no, they actually have Bap over Kiri. Kiri Bap. Actually, I think that a Kiri here is way better. No, wait, they have Sigma and Diva. Interesting.
You saw them both try and TP into each other's backlines, but the Sigma composition doesn't
very interesting. I think that Kiri here plays way better.
Like to turn his back and deal with his backline. So Alcatia might have a slightly better suited composition for this kind of game.
Kind of very Bap. That's a very interesting pick.
You see, of course, that minor perk for Sim, as was mentioned by Shockwave in the interview, Matt, a 50% increase on
really good.
Range is
really good. Well, I mean, these teams are so much like just observing the first two fights. These teams play so much better.
And you see KSA gets shot out there early. I think the Sigma, it's a very interesting idea, right? You know, you obviously have the barrier to protect yourselves against like some of the damage that maybe comes on in from Lambda, right? But
please do a watch party for the final Marvel's Ignite. Yeah, I can do a watch party for Marvel Rivals.
But if you miss that, even if you're using like kinetic,
should do a Genji guide like your Ana one. I have one.
Right, so you're not really doing much there. Where that could be a very
TM's Symmetra comp. Yeah. Sim is good because it takes so many angles. What I don't understand is the Sim with the Bap and Sigma. That's what I don't understand. What am I missing? How do they play it? Let me check. Oh my goodness. How many ultimates they use? Holy shit. 4 ultimates each team.
Simple and Yubi already off the table, and this is looking like a bit of a one-sided round to kick us off. KSA finally hits that accretion. It's on a D-suited Diva though, and it's too late in the day.
Funny Astro's beat. We'll have to take a look at that.
I mean, I don't understand the Symmetra with Sig Bap. I just don't get it.
I know maybe what kind of happened with that beat potentially there, right? Is that Sim walls rolling? Maybe kind of like blocked some line of sight, but we'll have to see as KSA will switch over to the ball here, try and make a play to get back. Court's coming in here. With an overclock, could make it quite interesting. Is not just over yet.
I mean, there may be something obvious that I'm missing, but so I'll explain why I don't understand the Bap with a Symmetra. So Symmetra is very good at taking angles. When you pair it up with Soj, Diva, Lucio, and Kiri, you literally create angles 24/7. And you have characters like Sigma and Bap that are fairly stationary, therefore it will work against stationary character. You create so many angles. This entire comp that you see on Alcatia, this entire comp creates so many angles. So many angles. And when you play immobile composition, when I say immobile, yes, they do have speed, but you still have Sigma that can't really run away. You have Bap, can't really run away. It becomes really problematic. And when you have Twisted Mind playing Symmetra, they can't really take angles because they can't disengage from the angle. So when you create an angle with Kiri, you just TP out. But when you create an angle with a Bap and Diva chases you, you just die. You know? And like when you create an angle with Soj and Sigma chases you, just slide.
Very, very challenging. Man, it's tough.
Can you turn up the volume? Sure.
In terms of damage output, doesn't.
Why is Kiri better than Bap? I just explained. Easier. You can take angles way better because you can disengage easier.
Glean anything meaningful from those stats, right? As
I think TM wanted to put themselves on high ground with Bap, Soldier, and Sigma, TP up and down.
Rough start the entire game.
It's only viable if you win the first fight, and winning the first fight is definitely possible if you take a brawl. But after you win the first fight, retaking on that comp becomes so much difficult, so much more difficult.
Everybody just kind of gets dwindled down.
I just want to see what they're doing. I mean, maybe if they win like 2 fights in a row, I wonder. I just want to see.
Reinhardt action here. So this is like a London Spitfire SSG.
Ryan is interesting.
Unfortunately, against May, he's absolutely cooked.
Ryan means that.
Such a mismatch
Wait.
here. I think like bringing that May sim composition against what Twisted Minds have to work with could be quite problematic.
Nice try. Yeah, Ryan here is not the play.
You're out of options.
It's also a little bit of a rare change for Alcatia. One I can't remember them doing at any other time, where it's Lambda.
Ryan Cass helps you brawl better, but you have to take the brawl. But the question is, who the fuck do you brawl? Who? Like, who do you go for? Who do you go for if you're a Twisted Minds here? Who do you dive? Like, who do you rush on? Who do you attack? You have to do a self-engage, force CDs, but even then, how could you force a CD? How? With an ulti, maybe? But even if... One second, guys. Let me understand this.
KSA now has to try and find a way to bait the wall, but doesn't have the mobility to get back on the other side.
Wall is pointless. Okay, they kite the window. Perfect, right. And now they can re-engage with Kitsune. Kitsune was way too far away. Nah. They played it so poorly. They window, wait until the window is over. You can even let them have the point. Go with your Kitsune, and then they have nothing. They have to use beat, and they have to use beat, and then they use wall, but then you have more ultimates. They should have waited until the wall was over. They used the Kitsune from way too far away. The window was still up. That's why they lost the fight.
You could look for like a sneaky, or you trying to do like a TP blizzard.
What does he go Diva? I don't know. They probably practiced this. Let's see. I mean, okay, hear what they do. Ryan. He's gonna. Okay, they have to force CDs and then they have to May ulti. Good. Pretty good. Really good. Good beats. Good beats from Kellex. Yeah. You see why Diva is so much better? Because Diva would not be in that scenario. Diva cannot get walled, but they don't even have May.
There from Funny Astro, right? It connects with KSA. You actually got Simple to use that immortality field, trying to keep that Ryan alive. It's just all the damage focused down on the KSA. There's no amount of healing you're going to be able to do to keep him up. Shatter.
I'm so quiet because I'm trying to see. I'm trying to figure out what is the win con, but I think I'm missing something obvious. What is the win con for Twisted Mind with this comp? What is the win con? What does Reinhardt do here? KSA is such a good player, but I wonder. And he's also a smart player, so I'm trying to understand. What does Reinhardt do in this composition? you anchor point, and you can do that way better with literally anything that is not Reinhardt. You can brawl, but they are not taking brawls, and it's very difficult to take a brawl against a composition that can just run away with every character.
You sell them for a very rare opportunity, right? Put Lambda onto the sim, right? Lambda on the Sojourn up on the high ground in the first round. Checkmate being able to play some of the May.
Would LH Cloudy win his Rhine there? Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Recently, Psycho talked a lot of trash. Felt like this Twisted Minds team were unbeatable right now.
What are these sounds? Do you hear those sounds?
Pinned that on their sim play being so very good. And right now, though, that looks like a struggle. That was potentially one of the best looks that both these
Maybe they wanted the angles and stabilized in a drawn-out fight, but usually it's better to focus on one thing and not half-ass multiple things than just a noob. I don't know what it means to stabilize in a drawn-out fights and how you're supposed to do it with Rhine.
Yes. Honestly, because you can do it in the grand final if you make
the problem with Ryan as a tank as well is because you can self-sustain, so you also take a lot of resources compared to something like Diva or even Hazard.
Though than in a lower bracket game when you don't have a second chance. But look, I use the word experimental somewhat ironically. Clearly, that's the game plan, but it doesn't feel like it puts Twisted Minds on their strongest foot, and I don't think either of those. Sorry, both those tank picks.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe there's a strategy. There's maybe something obvious that I'm missing. They played Cass, damage. They played Ryan, damage, brawl. But in order to do that, you need to swing. But Ryan wasn't swinging at all in that because he couldn't. I mean, he could, but they played Bap.
Maga with like Venture has been used against Sim in a lot of
Lucio.
different situations, right? Like
no angles.
Those two heroes in combination.
Brawly. The only people.
Sim is pretty weak, right? You get a Maga stomp.
And I don't know. I don't know.
Favorable comp to brawl out in.
Twisted kind of rely on quartz to get kills, but he cannot get kills from main. He can only do it from an off angle. But the problem is with off angling with different quartz is that you just easily get contested by Diva Kiri. Diva Kiri.
Lessened in between shots. So these are tweaks, right? Very minor tweaks.
Maybe they were counting on Ryan duel, yeah, but after you lose the fight, you're like, you know what? Let me try to swap here.
It should just be less all the time. Just less everything with Maga when they tweak.
I mean, what they could do, is what they could do with Ryan comp there is TP, backline, don't use speed, 4 CDs. After CDs, you use your speed to capitalize. So you basically use one cooldown, which is TP into the backline, 4 CDs, create a little bit of chaos. After you use CDs, now use your speed and the other CDs. Do I hear a siren? Yeah, I'm hearing a siren. I was like, what the hell is that? I'm hearing the siren. I'm wondering, what the hell is that sound?
Like Ziad to play like a Ramatra, Sigma, or Risa type of game, right? Like that could be an opportunity, but no. What do you think they did with the ban? Don't cheat. Don't. No. I see you going for your mouse reduction. Spoiled it. They get rid of Farah here.
Okay.
This could be a DPS protect. Very well be because
ban Farah.
For Alcatia, right? I mean, Lambda tremendous.
Ben Farah in circuits
side of things, and then Alcatia will get rid of the Alari. I think it's probably more of like a DPS protect. Like, do you want to protect like Freya, right? We haven't seen Lambda play a ton of Freya. Do you want to protect the Freya here for Quartz? That would be an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Labs is preferred to go in that Sojourn direction, maybe sprinkle some Cassidy in here and there. I don't think it's a DPS protect. I definitely think it's going to be looked at. We know that
could you not play Junker Queen to the highly mobile comp? It doesn't matter if you play Junker Queen. All they have to do is kite properly without using cooldown. And also, it's very difficult to close distance against May because all it takes is one good wall in order for you to literally force your entire enemy team to use the cooldown to protect your tank. What kind of siren are you hearing? It's like a random from the casters or something.
The Sigma having a blizzard there obviously is the best thing to stop Ramatra in his tracks when he's made use of that annihilation, or just in general if he tries.
What do they play here? I wonder.
So I'd expect to see.
I don't think people are gonna be playing Sigma here right anymore. I don't think people play Sigma here.
She's definitely
Hazard. Ram, okay, yeah, makes sense.
Alcataya
Alcataya play Ram. Mort, he's really good at anchoring the corners. Really good at anchoring the corners.
They don't need the May because they probably feel like if they
just
they've got an advantage there. I'm definitely looking at TM.
Yeah, I mean they can roll and they can take angles. The problem is taking angles on this map is fairly difficult. You take short off angles
We've seen Moira these last
individually,
I know you
and you can also roll and play for the tank. My question is, Twisted Minds play with the Freya.
Okay.
Like I just can't do it anymore.
I respect
Moira.
it. I mean, so she gets a
Moira, that's interesting. Oh, Bap, never mind. I was like Moira. It's like Moira.
Something to bear in mind. Obviously not great. Obviously doesn't succeed in longer fights. So we will see.
You're talking about all of this is gold in this chat are going to understand. I think I'm making it fairly understandable. I know that you have to understand something. I am talking like everything in best case scenario because the teams are good and players are good.
Not necessarily a counter to Lambda, but can be a little bit frustrating, especially tough for Ziad to deal with this constant Freya pressure. But the frontline damage trades go pretty favorably for Alcatia early on, and Quartz also takes a glancing blow from God knows where and is forced to drop off that line of sight entirely. Remember now, the perk with the Vortex healing has been increased somewhat, giving Ramatra
For Slam,
staying power in some of those
we don't have Lamp, but we have Suzu.
Have extra sustain.
Can we play this early? Maybe. Probably not. Smart TP. Really good TP. Okay, that I was about to say the win. Dude, I was about to say that the way Twisted Mind should play this is separate 3 and 3. What they should do is play Lucio, Freya, Sim, TP off angles, and kind of and play 3 and 3. Because Ramatra doesn't really need the healing if he just anchors point. If KSA can anchor point, yeah, okay. What they should do is kind of straight off angle. They need to separate themselves to 3 and 3. They can't. Freya cannot play with a team here.
Quartz gets up high here.
Here they go. You have Lucio with Freya. Use beat, kite back, beat in, attack. Same wall, kite back. Ay, ay, ay. You see, checkmate with that TP was really, really good. The checkmate TP into the backline was really good. That's how you're supposed to play Symmetra. You need to create angles.
Checkmate is simply left unchecked for far too long in that fight. Quartz is forced off the line and
are you still going to the gym? Of course. You went to the gym today.
That is a valuable one, to be fair. And he himself will be
yeah, I mean,
yes and no, right? I mean, Checkmate will be able to get a little bit
I don't think that BAP needs, ironically, I think KSA needs to play sustain, not take a lot of damage, just play behind his cooldowns. Let BAP, Freya, Lucio TP, create pressure angles, and then work from there.
I can't see just back away behind it. They got great value out of theirs in the previous fight, and they want to set up a powerful annihilation situation. This is a Ramatra ultimate that won't be answered by Sound Barrier. Funny, Astro used his in the previous fight, whereas Kellex was able to answer the annihilation.
Kite back, Kitsune, TP back, pretty good TP. I'm surprised the KSA didn't take it. UB killed Kellex. How did he kill him? Okay, yeah, okay. Actually, not a bad Ramatra. Not a bad Ramatra ulti at all. They lost one, so he kind of had to trade. Almost saved him with a TP. No, actually, it's their TP. Really good window as well. Pretty good. Nice.
One of those cars, power block. Checkmate. Let's see.
UB's kill was important.
They get the TP in position. Yeah, they're going to be able to get a
good pick.
You're not going to be able to get that first checkpoint, but it's going to be Quartz there.
Ziad just anchor point. You lose one, sustain. You play 5 on 6. Wait for KSA. Save cooldowns.
Limping into position to try to stop this first checkpoint from being taken, but Twisted Minds now, they're so close. 35 seconds left in the round, and just one more success.
Just go, just speed in with fucking beat, bro. Thank you.
Everything's lining up for them, but KSA goes very, very low. Gets in an immortality field. There's the sound barrier to answer him, and Ziad and Kellex eventually fall. Twisted Minds waiting on that support architecture until the last moment. It pays off for them. The patience gets them into the second phase of Circuit Royal.
Why did I say speed in fucking bit and did it half a second later? Is because enemy Alcatia used a bunch of cooldowns. They were also are forced to dodge cores. They have no cooldowns. All you have to do is speed in with beat, and they have no cooldowns to protect themselves.
Serious contest coming through from Alcatia as Alcatia gets a TP across here, so gonna kind of break this close setup here by the door, but already some decent payload progress here by Twisted Minds.
But I do think that Twisted Minds can utilize their TP way better.
That's deadly. KSA has an annihilation. It's all well and good, but Lambda smashes Quartz from across the map.
Like KSA is doing a really good job at anchoring spaces and anchoring points. It's basically what he's doing is that, hey guys, shoot at me here, shoot at me. I'm gonna use my cool, shoot at me. But it allows his team to create angles and take advantageous fights, which well works. But they need to take more angles.
Yeah, I mean, they're desperate to try and win that fight, right? As the Amp Matrix used by Twisted Minds, they're able to get a few kills.
Does someone get picked as the payload princess before the game? No, really, no. It doesn't work like that. It's about what ultis you have, like how your DPS wants to set up. So your DPS can say something, hey, guys, I'm gonna set up, go take the payload, or something like that.
World of trouble there. Funny
Good TP and
nothing you can do. Each gets TP'd right on top of.
I don't. Yeah, it's a really bad position for them to be at. They TP'd to point. They should have kited back and took the fight after the initial kill. The problem is now they got sandwiched between two positions. Really bad. They have no actual cover. They can't hold the other side of the choke because then they can take 3 to the other side of the choke and 3 the regular choke. And on that side of the choke.
Feels like Alcacia's just playing,
after killing Funny Astro, they should have disengaged and take the fight on the others.
TPing straight in over and over again, and that's kind of the extent of their play.
I think the communication in that last fight, the one with both support ultimates.
Tim got buffed? No, Symmetra was always a really good pick.
Very much.
Forever. It's just people were really bad at her.
In that sort of fight. But they can bounce back from it. They get a pretty
top left, top right, top left, top right, top left, top right. Help the anchor point.
Not having an answer to the annihilation
4 CDs
could be an issue as Funny Astro has a sound barrier. So Twisted Minds will look to be favored in that fight.
Yeah, good TP top right, but the problem is, yeah, take it. Like for example, I'll give you an example, right? The problem with that fight is that if you take TP top right and you literally go 5 people there, you probably get booped down. But the basic question is, what is Ziad gonna do on point? You take the 5 and 4 and they have no one to touch point. If they're smart, you're gonna drop, but then you force them up the high ground and take the high ground. But they should have TP top right. Probably would have gone boop though. Nice window. Yeah. Okay. Good beat. Good beat by Kellex and good soldier ulti. No ultis for next fight. Actually, 4 ultimates were used by both teams.
And I mean, dude, this part of the map though is so difficult to complete, right? Especially
it's very difficult to complete.
Into a sim on the other side of things, everybody just kind of throws ultimates in, and that.
How come you aren't playing in esports? I'm not interested. It's a lot of time investment, very little reward.
Yeah, maybe Landon or Ziad able to build up towards an ultimate, depending on.
Yeah, I was about to say, TP top right, take top right position, take top right position, force them to go to the other side, wait for the next TP. Send tank to point, TP behind them and start like kind of playing back and right. Yeah. That TP is very good. Very good TP. So good. That was the best thing they could have done. That was the really smart play by Checkmate. That was really good. Because that allowed them to take back the space and create angles. You basically bring yourself to square one, except that Twisted Mind lost 30 seconds of the clock. And now they're forced to touch, and now they have the high gun. Yeah, I don't see how the Twisted Minds can win this fight. They can't. Really good TP by Checkmate. Important team TP in pro play, very, very important.
Annihilation for KSA, unfortunately, isn't going to be quite enough to do the job.
Very impressed. Very smart decision to make. That TP to top was so smart.
Yeah, it's a nice job, I think, from both teams there. A rare situation where they both were trying to like TP around, kite, end up building some of these support ults, but then we kind of get into OT and Landon already has his. And when you have to kind of play on that payload at that moment.
You know, everybody's ingenious. Everyone is genius in hindsight, but what they should have done after the initial TP taking the high ground, you should have waited until your sim TP comes back. You let Checkmate do the TP on top, you drop, you anchor point. After that, they have to contest, and then you TP back onto the high ground and take the fight on the high ground. Everybody's genius in hindsight. It was like very difficult to determine in 30 seconds, but that's something you could have done.
Compare it to Ziad's like sort of 9k, 13.3k damage on the Ramatra. Some of these vortexes that KSA has been throwing down,
but on the other hand, I do think that Twisted Minds can play around the TP way better. I think they can utilize TP way better.
Trying to play a little bit too fast. Big commitment, double support.
And I know, like I'm saying these like general, duh stuff. I know, but like they need to they need to separate more. They play Bastion and Orisa. Yeah, there's a very big problem with Bastion, and the problem with Bastion is that they're attacking. Never mind. Look, they cannot with Bastion. You cannot brawl because Bastion is very vulnerable after if he uses turret form. Twisted Mind just push. The way you win this with Bastion is that you must separate yourself with TP. You have to separate yourself. You have to utilize the TP with turret form. And if you fuck up the turret form, right, you have to disengage and wait. You cannot play without turret form. So what they did now, turret form with wall, worked really well. Wait, they don't even have... Yeah, they do have TP. And did you notice what they did with TP? They sent people to the backline as well. But I don't know how they... Yeah. Smart. May wall, surprised with the Bastion. And now, because they're aware of it... Oh, wait, they don't even have a sim. What am I talking about? I was looking at the wrong teams even.
And look, I mean, Bastion gets a slight change, right, in terms of, like, size.
So what do you do when they use turret form? You have to kite. You can use TP to kite as well. Yubi tried it, but the problem is that he put a TP in the back line, and the rest of the TP was in the front line. He cut himself off.
If you were in the wrong spot for even a second against the Bastion, you were done on Sim.
Yeah, and that was pretty tough to deal with.
It's so annoying. It's so annoying to play against it. It's so annoying to play against it because a May wall with a Bastion turret form is so annoying. You have to kite it. Like, you have to kite that cooldown because Bastion with no turret form, it's over. All you have to do here, if you're Twisted Mind, but the problem is they don't have speed. You have to utilize your TP to kite out of the turret form, and then you come back with your cooldowns after they wasted 2. Yeah, they use turret form. Now you have to go. Yeah, now you have to go. No May wall. Go. You see, they're so desperate. They're using a bunch of ultis to sustain the fight. Turret form, kite. You can't kite because you have no cooldowns. Yeah, Alcatraz just... So Alcatraz used cooldowns. They kited back, sustained. Twisted Mind tries to use their cooldowns to push, but they did it like half S. Because they also, the way the Alcatraz played really well, they used cooldowns, but then Alcatraz used ultimates to buy times for their cooldowns to be back, which forced Twisted Minds to use cooldowns, which then they could capitalize with their turret form and May wall. Pretty good. And Sim wall.
And obviously Alcatraz is extremely pushed out. Ziad uses like spear spin, pushes them all back off.
What you need to do, wait out turret form, TP away.
From even using that Sim TP.
Alcatraz come back now, ready to regroup. Having to play around his amplification matrix.
Good. Good. I mean, good from Twisted Minds. They use window of turret form. Freya use ultimate, which means they can't really push into the pick. They have no advantages. Now they can anchor point. Unfortunately, Yubi gets picked off. Yeah, that sucks. That window... Is it good? Is it ass? I don't know. Oh my god. Kese! Bro, live! Damn, so many CCs. So much CC, I feel bad. Turret form, wall, kite away, wait. Okay, now they use that ulti, those ulti, because they use their cooldowns. They have to use ultis, and because why they use ultis? To buy time until their cooldowns are back. Because they use cooldowns, enemies use cooldowns or ultimates to try to capitalize after. They use ultimates to cancel the capitalization after, and then they can play with their cooldowns when enemies don't have cooldowns.
This attack side has been blistering, to say the least. Landon has another Amp Matrix ready to go. He built that in one fight, folks. That is just how much he was able to do. Now KSA.
TP top, yep, good. TP top with window, dope. Kite, force lamp, pretty good. Oh, yeah. Yep, there's nothing you can do against that, unfortunately. It's over. Too many ultis. They only have Orbital Ray and that Freya ulti. Okay, LBBD overextended, but doesn't matter. I think they still win this. Doesn't really matter. Yep.
Ziad with a javelin charged up, looking for a target, but there just ain't none. Alcancia, one of the most convincing attack side pushes we've seen on Circuit Royal in a matchup that is supposed to be...
May is annoying to play against is because every time May hits a wall, you are guaranteed to use a bunch of cooldowns to save the guy that got walled. And to say, don't get walled is really, really a forehead type of comment. Forehead, you know, like, bro, yeah, don't get walled. Fucking cancerous to play against May.
Throws, I think, Twisted Minds just completely off. They're never able to kind of play that sim head-to-head that they probably envisioned potentially getting.
When you play against May wall, it's very important for you to not overuse cooldowns to save your tank. You try to use the least amount possible against the May wall, because May wall is a very long cooldown, and after May wall is over, you should be able to capitalize off of that. Use one cooldown that doesn't need so you don't need to sustain and help the May get the cooldown back. But it's easier said than done sometimes, because May wall is a high pressure situation because your tank gets walled off, and sometimes one cooldown won't be able to help them.
I think for Twisted Minds to assert themselves when they cannot reliably play from behind their frontliner,
especially when it's like paired up with speed.
I mean, here as you see, trying to use some of like the sim wall to, you know, make an impact, but then also you're still playing the Freya, which like the Freya doesn't have a ton of like burst damage. Maybe like
Alcacia it's playing like textbook. They're playing very well.
They don't really have that capability.
They
interesting to note. I know of Twisted Minds comes out on top.
I want to explain this briefly. Alcacia are playing very smart in a way. Like, what they do is that they use their big cooldowns like Bastion Form and May Wall, and after naturally what good players will think, they use Bastion Form, May Wall, let's push, right? But what they do that is so good is that when they use Bastion Turret Form and May Wall, they kite back, but that's like the obvious part, but then they use the ultimates so the enemies cannot push forward. So what they'll do is that they'll use May Wall, Bastion Form, they kite back, Orisa will use ulti, and Bastion will use ulti to mitigate the fact that now the enemies are gonna try to capitalize with their cooldowns, and because they don't have May Wall and Bastion Form. And that buys them enough time to make the enemies make Twisted Mind kite back, and then again go with May Wall and Bastion Form. And the only way it could be mitigated is if Twisted Minds use their ultimates. And there are two problems with that. Is number one, what if they don't have ultimates, they just die? If they do have ultimates and they somehow manage to win the fight, what ends up happening is that Alcacia will always have their ultimates first. And then they're guaranteed to win the fight with the ultimates.
Row, and then Alcacia gets rid of the BAP.
Now the question is, if you're Twisted Mind, what do you do?
The May ban is still, I think, trying to set your Symmetra up for a good matchup. I guess like the
what do you do? You know how it's being played out. So what they do, May Wall, Turret Form, Alcacia need to use one cooldown, disengage. After they use cooldowns, after they use Bastion Form, Turret Form, they disengage, use ultimates. What you do is you wait out the ultimates, don't use anything, just kite them out, maybe one cooldown to make sure you don't randomly die to Bastion ulti. Pause, let them use cooldowns, kite, they have no ultimates, you capitalize with your own ultimates. Okay, that's a good way. Problem is, they will come with their ultimates next fight. What do you do? Save cooldowns, kite, go with your own cooldowns, win the fight. Easier said than done, guys. I know that I said a bunch, like a very long sentence. Easier said than done.
It might not be enough. Queen is interesting because
May ban from this. May ban is the best case scenario here. It's actually a very, very good ban.
healing from it.
It's gonna make
Dissipates pretty
Twisted
quickly.
Mind's
You
life
in,
so
like,
much
frontline
easier.
situations.
So much more
So
convenient.
It's weird because you want it to last a long time for your backline, but you don't want it to last too long for yourself. You just want the overheal in a pinch and then have that ability come off cooldown sooner. So it's actually been
I
now, so
I
the
don't
duration
exactly
goes
understand the
up
brig.
and Junker Queen's duration
I don't get the
goes
brig.
down, on that ability. I don't know if it's a big enough change.
I don't understand the brig.
I had hoped
However,
Genji, Queen's comps, but
let
I think
KSA
we're a
anchor
little
point,
away
take angle
away
stop.
from that still.
Okay, good. She swapped Ana. Ana is a way better pick. I was about to suggest.
Kind of experiment coming into the week. So for Twisted Mind,
Sench, Soj, Sim, Ana high ground.
Ana here, as we got the overlay kind of up in a second.
Kip.
They'll actually see the Kiri Lucio on the defensive side of things. I think this is like more of what I thought. This is more.
UB is getting picked, man. That's unfortunate. I think he's UB is getting picked too many times. Because I think he doesn't expect people to push him, but he should.
Quite often.
Yeah, and you get
UB need to play
that you want as Lapta. You don't care.
a little bit safer, and also he needs to try to put them on the high ground. Will really help. When they put them on the high ground, what's gonna happen is they either TP and speed on the people on the high ground, but doesn't matter because then you waste speed, you TP back, or they speed on the people on the front line, but you should be prepared for it and kite back, and then they have no speed, and then you capitalize on with your nade.
And that is an anti-heal on Ziad that has to be cleansed off instantly.
Donor, good TP. You go high ground, perfect. Okay, that's good. KSA is kind of left behind. It's not that it's a problem that he's left behind necessarily, but he should have cut it back a little bit earlier. Good pick. Yawker, didn't you used to play competitive before? Yes.
Now, there's a question of what Quartz is supposed to be doing from here now.
Kite back.
Good damage down. He needs to wait
He's
for
a really
the
good
team to
position.
act as the other side
Send
of
TP,
the
really good
He
TP.
wants to keep this rail charged, so he'll sit here. Okay, he's got an
Okay, who do you nano here? Nano overclock.
used, but that's now a sync TP that can't necessarily be used effectively.
They
by Twisted
kite,
Minds
kite.
anymore. On the
No!
opposite backline, and here comes the Kitsune rush, so once more it's Owcs who take the tempo.
Kite Kitsune. Kitsune is over. Go in with your nano Soj. They use beat. Kite. You go in with full force Symmetra, bro.
Twisted Minds, and that is a nano onto Yubi with the orbital ray roll.
But like watching this is so much easier. Like, you know, everybody's like, I'm watching this third person. It's easier for me to see the mistakes. But like when you're playing, it's not so obvious sometimes.
They'll have their sim wall and their annihilation to work with. I guess for Twisted Minds, you still have a bit of an advantage.
The communication for Owcs here has just been sublime so far. They're defending, but they have been the ones taking the opportunities where they've been offered up. Simple goes low. Behind that sim wall in case
I'm not a big the problem. I'm not a big fan of these. They use ultimates. Let me use our ultimate. Just kite back. They wasted sim wall and they wasted Symmetra ulti. Case they didn't have to mirror the ulti. Just get back. You see, like when they have no ultis, they have no ultis, and then Quartz goes in. When they have no ultis and Quartz just goes in with his own overclock, they have nothing to do. Like they have nothing. They just crumble. They just get destroyed. They get fucked.
Able to push them back into this corner that we're seeing the Twisted Minds kind of look at here, and then just a shooting gallery at range there for Quartz.
And I know that like sometimes it sounds counterintuitive when you're a pro player because you want to have more cooldown. You want to have more ultimate cycles. You want to use more ultimates more frequently. But that shouldn't come at the expense of using them at suboptimal times. Quartz creating an angle, really good. Bam, bam, bam. Dope. Send somebody with him. Come on.
And then losing early picks and making some poor decisions in terms of ultimate.
Okay, standard.
Set
Set up.
They do need to find a foothold here. First picks happen, especially at this level. It can be volatile with Sojourn in play. Owcs just need to re-establish if they want to.
Good. Actually, that's a good play. But they kite. Go. Okay, now you're winning. Good. It was a nice try, but it was telegraphed. It took them. It was like the TP. They're going to point. Nice, really good. The Twisted Mind played it really, really well. Yeah. Who was it on point? Funny Astro. Who was it on point? Funny Astro. Are you going by content next week? Yeah, very likely. Funny Astro was the guy moving the payload. You almost died, right? Good reaction from him. If he dies there, I think they just lose.
We'll see if this on a comp here from Twisted Minds, enough to get them over the line. Orbital Ray is going to be huge. Orbital Ray plus Annihilation. There's no way you should lose a fight like this. Although Alcatia will have a sound barrier to respond.
Need to see a first pick from Lambda here.
Don't exactly understand the ring. Good Juno ulti. Good beat. Good TP from Alcatia. Good TP to kite KSA's Nemesis form or whatever it's called. Good. Oh my god, Funny Asher's in the corner. Yeah, he's dead. Good, really good disengage by Twisted Mind. This time they played really well. The disengage was so clean. He missed the jump, but it doesn't really matter. Simple gets damage. You know how it is. London goes for the 4-step plan, kills Simple. But Twisted Mind played so well. The only problem is that Funny Astro got stuck in the corner, just capitalized and TTP'd. But the way they kited the ultis and the cooldowns was so good, but then they could capitalize with theirs. That's how they managed to win, by the way, even though Funny Astro died. Because to kill Funny Astro, it forced TP. And I think an ultimate.
Looking to start the fight on the defense side. However, it does cause them themselves to be a little bit disjointed. And that's something that Twisted Minds capitalize on here. Ziad made a dive into the back line, realized he had to get out eventually as Kellex and Checkmate were brought down.
Nice.
And this is that same issue.
Really good. Good Nemesis form. Fairly good on time. I think could have used it earlier, but, you know. Nice. You see, Simple does damage. London does the 4-step plan. Uh-oh, they're stuck on top. E50P on top. Yubi. They have no TP. They have no Xuzu. It's time to push, guys. Good KSA. 4 cooldowns and ultimates with that one. Quartz has to wait. Wait out, boom. Wait, this ends now when they have nothing. Okay, they do have a beat. Good TP. Oh no. But it's not a huge issue as the damage has already been done as far as Alcatia is concerned. Sound barrier comes up as they are able to fold back away from the Annihilation. What do they have?
That is a very good stop, and it's a momentum killer for Twisted Minds.
Yeah. And it feels like that Twisted Minds, Mitch, they've actually had a pretty good offense, but you look at the clock, and we're below a minute. I think it's really just that first point defense there from
what they should do, UB, TP top, from top. Oh, they take the... Okay. Not good. Not good. I'll explain. I mean, it was more good job by Alcatia. It was a very, very good play. I'm gonna explain it in just a second. So Alcatia, so if you were Twisted Mind, what you should have done is take TP top left or top. And what you do with that TP is that you basically use your orbital ray there. Because you can close distance very easy. With orbital ray, you can capitalize. And what you end up doing is they're going to play, Alcatia is going to play in an unfavorable position. And it also forced a bunch of cooldowns and an ulti. What Alcatia did is try to force the fight early so they can TP, but they understand that if they use the fight early, they force an orbital ray. So what did they do? Pretended like they're going in, force orbital ray, and then go back. Alcatia played it really, really well. Super smart. Checkmate's on Venture. He's gonna lose the 1v1. Never mind, almost. What do they have? Close to ulti? No. KSA needs to push! Push! I have nothing, bro. By the way, KSA used ulti on point. What did Landon and Kellex do? Just go for the backline. They literally ignored KSA. They let their Ramatra anchor the point, and they just went for the backline. Landon got 2 kills. Guys, but the first step plan is doesn't work in pro play. They're going to the first step plan in pro play, like Rico sitting back and healing. Just that you don't have eyes and you can't see what people do.
It's just complete the map, right? That all kind of comes down.
Like it's easier said than done when I say these things. Like people play here so well, and the room for error is so minor, so fucking minuscule.
Twisted Minds heads up ban of that DPS hero. Doesn't mean Alcatia can't go for that.
Twisted Minds doesn't have a coach. They actually don't have a coach. They play very well considering they don't have a coach.
Again, disgusting down from
But like on the other hand, I like from my experience, but that was a long time ago. Maybe people have improved, but from my experience, when I used to be pro, 95% of coaches were so bad, like legitimately so bad.
We'll see for Twisted Minds. No, nothing. So they're not going to be going with the Ana setup, right? So we'll see them actually rolling with the Juno, the Kiri Lucio here. Same as Alcatia. So our first kind of like
UB's their coach, or is it?
Mirror that we've had pretty much.
Is it serious or troll?
This is a map that's been a good one for Twisted Minds. Bit of a home ground in many ways. Fight for survival in this.
Alcatia is playing very well. I'll tell you that. I don't think Twisted Mind is playing is playing bad by any means. They're playing very good. It's just that they're getting outplayed. It's just like they lose the cooldown rotations. The cooldown trades are just unfavorable. And also, like, some players sometimes make like the mistake. A lot of the time they like I talk about it as a team thing, but these things can be recognized individually. You know, like there are times where USK say, okay, they have no cooldowns, let me push in, right? Just like how I bet Lendon made a call at the end there. I bet he made a call, guys. Like they're anchoring point. Ignore Ram. Go backline. And he went backline with Killix and checkmate. And that's like an individual call. It's not a team call. It's London recognizing something. It's like, let me engage backline. They have fucking Ramatra on point using ulti. Why the fuck are we shooting at him? Just ignore.
The trade here for Kelix and Landon. Another unsuccessful fight for Alcatia. Getting rid of the sim is not exactly going to give them an edge as she can get back to the fight quickly, and this is a good stagger on Ziad.
I mean, the biggest thing there for Twisted Minds, right, is you're going to get both supports instantly there for Alcatia. If you can get both these supports out, I know as often as they have so far here early on defense, we're going to see a fourth.
I don't know, Madrid, if you're trolling or what is that?
If Alcatia can kind of change anything up, though, to kind of help some of these players make it through the choke.
But you know what? I'll tell you something. I think that having a bad coach, having no coach is better than having bad coach. It's a hot take, but bad coach is better. Like no coach better than a bad coach.
Like I mentioned, always has a foxhole to play from. Speaking of which, double Kitsune rushes now, crisscross the point. Yubi taken down again. Alcatia not able to find any more momentum.
Quartz hitting nasty shots, and also they're playing the cooldown rotation way better now. Wow, why are they playing? Why on defense they play so much better in cooldown rotations? Well, they also don't have the pressure of going for the objective as well. Good TP. Push with the ulti. Wait for them to use fucking beat. Never mind, they don't use beat. They use this. Really good. KSA using one ulti for the symbol is really good because now you can anchor point forever. This ends now soon and they beat. If Kelix uses beat, yeah, this ends now. Beat. Good beat. Quartz got left behind. Really good pick. Damn, really good. Really good by Twisted Minds. Goddamn, really good. Also Kelix didn't insta beat. Sorry, was it Kelix? No, Funny Astro. Funny Astro didn't insta beat. It's really good on the Soj ulti because nobody was in danger besides LBBD that it got cut off, but it's not like Funny Astro could have saved him. Fair Mercy, okay. I see the vision. No Vortex. They use everything. They can't kite back from Kitsune. They have to use their own Kitsune, unfortunately, because their back were against the wall. I mean, actually, you could with TP. Kelix, no. Nice. Smart. Ulti for ulti there was okay. Their backs were against the wall. They also used TP, so I'm assuming they're trying to get away, but they couldn't risk it because they rushed in with a bunch of cooldowns. No time. While I could see cheesing with Pharah because they can't go to the point. They're failing. Do they have touch? No, checkmate is a really big issue here. Unless. Yeah. Yeah. Call literally just burn down Ramatra from point. That's your call. Burn Ramatra, guys. Yeah, they can't win. But look at Quartz, the angles that he's taking. The angles that Quartz was taking here were so really They were so good because everybody is is trying to the tank is trying to anchor point and they're trying to help the tank by all means. Their all eyes are fucking forward. So just go through. I think it's library. Just go through library or cinema, whatever it's called. I forgot already. And he just off angles everybody. Pretty good. Well, Twisted Mind played a lot better on defense. I actually think they play good on attack. I think that on some parts of defense, I could see him play just way better.
Where he can't be caught out, can't really be exploited, and then turns around on defense and looks pretty darn unbreakable. Of course, with the benefit of playing from that.
I think that Twisted Mind play a lot better when they don't have the pressure of the objective. Like to capture the objective, that is. They play a lot better on defense.
Which is about time because people have been heralding, this team peaking at the perfect moment.
This I still like. I need somebody to explain to me why the Rhine here. These two teams seem so far to the rest of Europe. Yeah, this game is so much better on any level than the previous game.
Let's just take a look back.
I mean, this series is definitely going to be dominated by just the dynamic in that Ramatra mirror. I think if Alcatia now have the chance to...
Who's playing right now? Alcatia and Twisted Minds.
Brawl front line to Ramatra, they're looking pretty good because KSA's fallbacks in the Ryan, in the Sigma have not looked great so far. There's a lot to discuss as we come back after the break here. We're going to be heading into our fourth map as Twisted Minds stay alive in this upper grand final called Upper Final. This is EMEA Stage 2 playoffs. Both these teams are already qualified for mid-season championship. There's still plenty to play for, so don't go too far.
Whoa! Nice awkward watch party. First time. Whoop! Dude, there's nothing more frustrating than you playing BAP and you see the entire enemy team speeding onto you. Your life just flashes before your eyes. You just know you're gonna die. It's over. You say because Overwatch Pro player is boring? I mean, I don't find it too enjoyable. I don't watch. I think it's like pretty chill. I mean, chill doing right now. And it's also like mentally exhausting is a big word, but to explain each decision to the average player of what is happening in pro is so at this level is so nuanced that I don't think it benefits the average player to know what they're doing and why. I think it's just kind of cool to know, but not good to replicate. It's good to replicate on an individual level, but not as a pro level. Or like a team level, or Kiriko sitting and back and healing. Yes, Kiriko can sit back and heal when Proper is on the field, you know? Overwatch Pro Player was more fun to watch when it's 6v6. With that, I disagree. I think that watching Overwatch was so fucking garbage in 6v6. So many abilities, so many things happening on the screen. I myself, I didn't understand half the things that were going on my screen. I like your stuff, so thanks for the content. Does Academy GG only apply to Overwatch? No, it's Overwatch and Marvel Rivals. If you join through the website, just make sure you DM me. I'll get you to the Marvel Rivals Discord. There's such a big difference between watching like the VP game here, VP and Ultimates against, and this game. There's so much difference between these two teams. It's actually incredible. But I also think that VP played fairly well. To be honest, I think that VP played fairly well. They can maybe get a few maps off of Twisted Minds or Alcatia. I think they maybe can get like a map or two if it's close. Depends on the day. It could be a close match, but. I think that VP can maybe win a map or two against Twisted Minds. On a good day, they maybe can take a map of Alcatia, maybe.
Finally, signs of life and maybe some sentience here from Twisted Minds, and not a moment.
Why is EU Scandinavia is low-key better than the rest of EU? Cold weather, don't go outside, sit at home, play video games.
Taken off the map by Alcancia. They do not want to deal with TPs on this map.
Well, these coaches looked at it and were like, "Wait, hold
Also,
on,
also can be unemployed and money.
Sure, we're down. And Alcancia gets rid of the sim here. I mean, that's a fascinating. No, Eva.
Awkward, do you do coaching? Not for free. Nah, I do coaching, but not for free. Yeah, correct. Sometimes I'll do it for free on YouTube videos or like on Sundays, but
Right, like the Orisa May combo is at your disposal.
There are only 2 heroes gone, so there are more things at your disposal.
You could also work in. Thank you, John Madden. You could also work in a little bit of that hazard as well. Next, you're going to be telling them if they don't win, they're going to lose.
Yeah. If you don't win here, obviously you would lose the game. You know, and then you know, depending on the score, we would continue to play, or we would.
This is me, by the way.
No, that's how this one goes. You're on fire today. I gotta say, you know, you've been battling.
I mean, literally,
whatever.
this isn't me though. I'm not wearing a skirt.
But listen, both these teams.
Whatever sickness you got from eating caviar for 3 weeks, you were gone.
I don't think I've even seen caviar.
How does the reviews work in Rank Up Academy? You send a code, you get the VOD reviewed, and send it over to you.
What is it?
I'm not too sure.
It's like bad boba pearls, and they're smaller and salty. Yeah.
Play same
Capers as
comps.
well. Yeah, bro. What's up with capers, man? I feel like I'm doing crowd work at a very bad stand-up show. Let's just get on to the game.
I don't mess with those either.
It's Angle Watch over here. It's Angle Watch. Twisted Minds need to play Angle Watch.
Like, Sim would be gone. This is where Psycho would come in and play.
I mean, they can play this sustain game, but I just don't see how they get picks.
2 weeks or so, though, they've gone back to Yubi, probably, obviously, to kind of use some more of this sim, but
Yeah, Angle Watch.
like this,
Pretty much,
Yubi
yeah.
even comes up with that first pick, they're going to still ride with him.
All right, not too shabby a start.
Damn.
Twisted Minds on their
Yeah, I mean, good for good angles by Twisted Minds there.
who you would think
They
would
took
be
the right
good
side.
matchup with
They
Chess
sent the
and
KSA
Wolf
to
on
anchor
their
point.
See, Yubi tear them to shreds
In
at the
case
start
if
of
they
the
were
match,
fairly
but
close,
off they
in
go.
case he needed any help, he
Now
could
starting
bring
to
him
go
out, but they
steam.
probably use Ring to take the right
Twisted
side.
Minds really fighting for that ticket straight to our grand final. Our upper grand final.
In text? No, video form.
championship game.
Recorded.
You know what I'm talking about.
Man, you're in the Twilight Zone. Were you up late with Nade Shot last?
I mean, if I was on the Twilight Zone, I'd be on the bench.
Don't use
You know,
shift.
I'd be really
Ramatra
fast.
used his Nemesis form. Now I can go with
Played
shift.
him last night.
Let's go. Fight. These tank no cooldowns. I use my cooldowns.
Okay, so
Perfect. Now I don't have cooldowns. He doesn't die. Kite back. Okay, never mind. Got picks. Pretty good. Yep.
Meters or so.
See, that's what I teach about tank. KSA uses his cooldowns. He uses shield, he uses slow, he uses nemesis. Did they just fucking zoom in on Tracer's ass? What did they just see? Never mind. KSA used a bunch of cooldowns. Ziad held onto his 45. KSA no cooldowns. I go with 45. That allows my team to capitalize.
Been dueling with Yubi for much of this map, but honestly just getting kind of gapped on the Tracer.
Yeah,
It
it's
help
crazy.
that they're playing like that side fight style with the carry of simple grouping up with the Tracer. And this is
What is your favorite game mode?
carry, look, always gives you
I like most of the regular game modes. I don't like the new ones that much. And I don't think Flashpoint is bad. I just find it not as enjoyable as the others. I think it's a pretty okay mode. Dude, the Clash was actually garbage. KSA use cooldowns. We use ultimates. With my cooldown, we have advantage. Let's capitalize on the advantage. Solid. Twisted Minds are playing very well. Twisted Minds are playing very... sorry, I meant Alcatia is playing very well these past two fights. The first fight, Twisted Minds played really, really well as well. But now, TM has 2 support ultis. So what they're gonna do, probably start with Kitsune. If they're smart, they're gonna be able to cut it back. Or they just do this.
Straight into the mix, Ziad gets it. Funny Astro, no help for him. Sound barrier. Let's Alcatia play that much more aggressively. But that's what they need to do to try and get on this high ground.
They couldn't kite because they already were overextended. Should have used beat a little bit earlier.
Ziad, even with a Terra Surge and that extra durability it offers, can't stick around.
No, and you had already
Nice.
lost like some other players there for Alcatia. It gets off to a good start, right? They're
Pretty
able to use the sound barrier to push up the staircase. They get rid of Funny Astro. They do end up taking.
Dotson
the lead
Stadium
after that.
didn't really play, so I don't know.
Astro not able to end up using
Would you
the
play pro
orbital
for
right
Saudi
now.
money?
Dude,
Probably not. And I also can travel to Saudi anyways. A few years back, I was offered to play in a Saudi tournament for good money, but I just said I can't go.
On the Tracer, I mean, he's been the biggest difference probably.
Orbital right now for Twisted Minds.
Yeah. My passport doesn't hold in Saudi.
So far, not so bad. Lambda, there might be a wrinkle in that plan. Quartz is picked off early. But again, story of King's Row for Alcatzia. They find a good pick early on in the fight, but it's about converting it. It's been the biggest challenge. Lambda is now down. And even with that KSA, Yubi and Simple try and ask for a little bit more of this push progress. Lambda, though, back to hold it at bay and force Simple out of the fight.
Let's see a win. No ultis, but close to Kitsune. They just I think went off of ultimates. What you can do is play aggressive with a pulse, try to farm backline. Force Kitsune. Oh, what good you'll be good on pulse. Yeah. If they can win the fight, yeah, really good. So exactly what I wanted them to do is they have to play the Tracer, force Kitsune by applying pressure on backline, force Kitsune kite out, use Soju ulti and win because they have no other ultimates. I think they assume Landon already had the ulti, so it's a really good play. That's pretty much the only win condition there. If there was a team you had to join, which one you pick? No, I don't have favorites. I'm gonna be honest. I really don't. I get along with some of these people. I mean, with KSA, Funny Astro. I have no issues with most players. Whoa! Oh!
That is absurd stuff from Quartz. And what a moment to do it.
Wow.
Checkpoint just taken by Twisted Minds. And it looks like a bit of a...
Damn.
I don't know. It looks like an even fight until he gets involved.
This guy hits nasty shots. Like Quartz hits nasty shots. He uses social. They don't have beat. I just don't see how they win. I don't see how they can win with no beat. Not sure how you get picked there. Happens though, I guess. Yeah. I think Yubi has been playing very well this match. The problem that I'm noticing with Yubi is he tends to die first a lot of times. With Sim, with Tracer. It's like he's falling asleep sometimes and are like too late to disengage. It's a big problem. But on the other hand, Alcatzia is playing in a really fast pace. They also have speed, so sometimes it is surprising. And so like you also on the other hand you have like LBBD like sniping you across the map, and sometimes you're like, what the fuck just happened? Oh my. Okay, good. He basically used ult to save his life, which end up helping because if they die, just lose. Okay, they call I'm gonna beat, so Ziad is pushing in. KSA is anchoring point, just kill KSA. He has no healing, his team is in behind. KSA just like Ziad uses the ultimate to anchor point and not die. Kite back. They use some ultimates. Kite back. Don't use anything. Now you have Kitsune. Yeah. Landon gets destroyed. Let's end now. They don't have defensives. You can actually use it. Never mind. You can't use it because you lost two people. But if they use Soj, they Simple just use Kitsune. And they cut it back. You say LBD is I don't know. I just say LBD.
They looked pretty decent like when they've done the Ram head to head.
Checkmate here is trying to keep Astro off the cart right now, but Twisted Minds are still asking for more, always. Funny Astro eventually goes down. He was left in control of the cart. So Twisted Minds will just continue to push up. Oh, what a win for Yubi. That is a disastrous result for Checkmate. God, he absolutely had to win that. And that was without the help of the Kiriko, by the way. That's Yubi doing it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Yubi is getting really good picks on Tracer. Very good.
On Colosseo. I just wonder, like, why Alcatzia wouldn't consider mirroring the Ramatra. Maybe you feel like that you don't want to...
How high were his stress levels during pro games?
Like
normal.
Has an advantage, but it's not like they've looked bad in these
Tracer no recall. Yubi no recall. Can't take the Tracer duel. However, Simple can take the fight because Tracer no recall. What ultis do they have? Pulse, overclock, good pick. You can maybe clutch. You got a pick. You can clutch. They have no Suzu. Never mind. You can clutch too. Okay, maybe. it was possible if you Quartz didn't kill another one. The problem, every time they don't have defensive, just Quartz kills 3 with every fucking Soju ulti. Like with the 2 picks and a pulse, you could have bring this back. 3 picks, it doesn't matter.
Deeper into Alcatia territory, Lambda, I think just kind of searching for a hit scan to be able to play. Right?
Simple, help him, dude. If nobody showed up to help me with the TP, I would have been so pissed. Ziad is focusing Kiri a bit because there's no TP. Okay, Funny Astro, go around the corner, use your ulti. Never mind, you can't. You're dead. They got 2 splits, low ground, high ground there. Not great.
Checkmate has been
also, they use Kitsune, but they also use Ramatra. It's actually a pretty good trade.
Checkmate is on Tracer, and then also for Twisted Minds, because we've seen
it's good trade for Twisted Minds.
Throughout the stage, where this is definitely
because now they come with 2 defensive. What they should do is force the close fights, force CD, use Orbital Ray, or do this, one of these 2 ultimate. Hey, not both. Did it work? Yeah, they work. Look, not a big fan of using 2 support ultis almost at the same time, because if they use Kitsune, naturally the enemies are going to kite back. But because they use beat, they felt more confident, so they use Orbital Ray. But if Alcatia could have just like, okay, we use beat, but it's fine, kite back. They use 2 ultimates. And take the fight after, we might be able to farm Tsuna before they do if we don't die. Because now they could have used Orbital Ray and probably win the fight. This ends now, they have no defensives, good luck. Yeah, it's over. UB capitalized really well. Uh-oh. Yeah. By the way, chat, where did Quartz go with his overclock? Where did he go? What position?
We are just seeing a huge
2 wards.
gap here in terms of the DPS. I think Quartz
off angle, yeah.
Both playing phenomenal.
Main gets a blind.
Like that's probably one of the more surprising things for me, right? We actually see
off angle. Applied pressure. They were hiding from him on the bus. UB capitalized from his off angle because they were hiding from Quartz. UB came with a surprise, got a kill. Yeah. It was main, you fucking idiots. If I'm such an idiot, are you willing to put $100 on the line that it was not main? Are you willing to put right now $100 that he was on an off angle using his overclock?
A little bit susceptible to Quartz, who's also a big problem. And so Alcatia are constantly dithering. You know, what is that sort of hit?
Obviously, should be, because you're smart and I'm an idiot. But I'm assuming you're not gonna respond.
We've seen Ziad have, you know, a good time against Ramatra, especially.
Yeah, I'm willing to put 100k. You don't have 100k. That's why I said that you should take out all your savings and send me $100.
Also, this map is not choky enough. So
where is he?
This series into that upper final. Can sure, but has to play from around that pillar, and eventually he needs to face the music. KSA is going to wrap around on him because he's landed desperately trying to keep those Okura coming in. But Ziad's got nowhere to go. Lambda will make a little bit of space for him here, but there's so many columns to hide away from that the Deadeye.
Chat, what position is this? Off angle or main? Quick question. Just so we can establish something. Main or off angle here? Main, correct.
Really isn't an issue.
This is main, you're absolutely correct. Now, what position is this, dumbass? What position is this, dumbass? Main. Now send me the $100, you little bitch. For the rage bait, send me $100.
Gotta send and deliver now. Playing this off angle, Pulse playing into TM's wheelhouse anyway. They just might be planning on playing
2 meters to the right, off angle. You're right, buddy.
So that's like a 50-50 ban. Well, you might want to target something that's you're potentially a little bit more consistent.
Alcacia's already banned Ram.
It's alright, you can save the 100. I'm kidding, you don't have to send me any money. What are you drinking today? Water. Still water.
Minds, you've proven that you can beat their Orisa with the
Twisted Mind played really, really
So-
good.
You can, but you beat it without.
I've noticed that when they Alcatia, it was a good May ban. The May ban was really good. Alcatia is playing so much better with the May, but naturally most people would most good teams will play really good May because it easily gives you one wall easily gives you denies a bunch of cooldowns. So they're like, when you use a May wall, enemies are guaranteed to use at least one cooldown. Most of the time it's gonna be 2 and sometimes 3. Regular sparkling water, it was spring water, but I refilled it. The spring water was over. Hello, Jesse, how you doing, man?
Getting Brig out of the way, this is really good for like Diva comps, right?
Did you splash your face with water ice today too? Yeah, at 4 a.m.
You know, when the Brig is not in play.
Do you drink soft drink on special occasions? If no, so which one? No, I don't drink soft drinks. Like maybe I'll sometimes drink energy drinks. You might say it counts. I don't really drink soft drinks, and it's not because I have anything against them. It's because I used to be addicted to them. I used to be very addicted to like soft drinks and sodas, that I drank them regularly. And one day I just decided to just stop. It was a few years ago. It was like 4 or 5 years ago. I decided to just stop. And since then, I don't want to drink one because I don't want the streak to be over. I'm so committed to the streak that I like. It's been like 4 or 5 years since I drank some nice Coca-Cola. But do I really want to stop the streak now?
New Junk City, the winner advances to the grand final. Loser.
I have 3 bottles of Coke Zero in my fridge. I just never drink them. It's just for guests that come over. I have 3 full bottles, but it's just for guests.
No, you see it here for Twisted Minds potentially. Like
it's not that deep. I know there's nothing wrong with drinking that. It's just that I have stopped doing that so long ago that I don't want to break the streak.
I think without the Brig though, right? You have nothing.
One sip? No.
Like if you play Kiri Juno,
The mental
for
battle.
instance, right?
Do you think Funny Astro is the best support in Overwatch League? I don't know. He's really good though.
Kill those 2 supports every single time. It was like a Kiri, no, it was a Juno Ana in that series,
1
but
sip for 100 gifted? No, man.
I think it's too vulnerable.
I'll even say that even for 1,000 gifted, I'm not gonna do it. Not kidding. I'm not even gonna do it for 1,000 gifted. I'm not gonna take a sip. No. I wouldn't.
Like this, right? Put Landon on the bat potentially.
I can prove it to you. You can send 1,000 gifted and have 1 sip.
Okay, take a bit more of a safer line. Maybe I'm gonna buy.
Gift 1,000 and you'll see that I don't sip from Coke. What did they play? No May. Similar comp. The only difference is Diva with Ram. Oh, they have the BAP again, yeah. Yeah, I think that Alcatia just like a bit. When they play BAP, they just lose. I don't know what to tell you. They just lose. And it's because you're more likely to make mistakes on BAP. It's just like it's easier to capitalize on your mistakes. With Landon, for example, and Kiri can fuck up and just TP.
But does not matter as much because Alcatia will end up winning the fight. And yeah, they use that Sim TP up to the high ground. And Simple's not even able to react, right? Not able to
yeah, Simple's not able to react because it's just BAP is just annoying to play against. Also, Ziad on Diva kind of like denies half of Simple's kit. The damage is being mitigated, and your window is kind of ass.
All about coordination. Twisted Minds able to quickly flip things back though. This Symmetra comp is one that's always going to be able
Oh, they took the point. Wait, what happened? I don't even know what happened. Some paying attention. Have you played Wit against all these players before? Most of them, yeah.
So once again, they take this high ground. This time there's a TP ready though for Twisted Minds.
I mean, for example, the Koreans, no.
Players out of the firing line, and they're able to get across the map. That nice shot here from Lab to
the
establishes a long sideline that he finally is actually able to make.
I'm sorry, Simple, but you gotta take off the BAP, bro. You gotta swap the BAP. Go Kiri. Go Kiri. Go Kiri, please. Please, bro. It's my GM game. It's my rank up game. Please go Kiri, bro. Swap BAP, bro. Please.
So you're not able to get any value with that amp matrix that's set up to like look over the point. And then Lab has the overclock rolling, right? So no way you're going to be able to win that type of scenario here for Twisted Minds. But now having their own sound
beats for beats. Did his window?
Beats that is going to favor the team and control the point right now. Alcatia are playing from the outside of this area. This means Twisted Minds outmaneuvering them somewhat can play for the point and flip it.
Did he just flip the point? Did he pay attention?
Right now. Checkmate with a TP across, sets up an off angle on KSA. And
LVB overextended, but it's fine. They use ulti.
But Quartz is still at large and hits a big shot there. Gonna make Checkmate easy pickings.
You see, this ends now. Diva Matrix. Whoa! Ziad clutch, bro. Clutch or kick. Damn. Don't you always preach here? Doesn't matter. Yes, if you're playing comp, not when you're playing to win $1 million and pro player. Is this a sponsored stream? Do you think Overwatch would sponsor me, bro?
They still want to try and keep this first point alive. Nobody able to get a second touch, so first point will go to Alcatia.
Close flashpoint, but Twisted Mind's only in 4 eliminations over the entirety of that flashpoint. They simply had the Ramatra comp that could play straight to the point and flip it back in their favor before the fight began, whereas Alcatia had to take their time a little bit more, look for a good engagement. So it looks close, but on paper...
Trump's in office now, they might.
Labda has an extra 2,000 damage on Quartz's 2,300. He is dominating in terms of that Sojourn matchup, but Quartz has gone over towards the Cassidy now.
Yeah, and I think this is
what is the most relevant hero for pro play, you think?
Current, right? You don't have that break to kind of slow down that Diva, so maybe
probably Life Weaver.
Something that could be a little bit more sturdy. But you already have the map in the mix.
It's so diveable. You know, against this Diva though, that's still.
I also think Reinhardt's pretty garbage.
He might be favored in some scenarios against the Symmetra up close if he can slow it down and prevent the.
Well, maybe they changed Reinhardt, so I mean, when I used to play Conceal, I think Reinhardt's pretty garbage.
Reactive team, right? They need to set up a plan around this TP to get in because
he's been played, but what are the results?
So now they set up an
Weaver with some comps, yeah, it's like it's probably very niche comps, and it's only for one attack. I mean, I can see it being played at something like Circuit First Point, but even then it's garbage because all you do is just stall forever. And then you swap.
On the other side of the map, but Lab actually takes the TP here and gets a little bit close. They take out Funny Astro. Not going to be able to take out KSA. You see how sturdy he is with that block on the Ram. So you'll get Funny Astro back in the mix.
It's a very, very good series.
This next fight, Mitch, is going to be huge. I mean,
however, Alcatia, I think, just win. I think that I think that the Alcatia they play the carry Lucio with Diva way better than Twisted Minds played the BAP Ram. The issue, as I said, with BAP over Kiri is that there is no the kill potential is the pick potential is very low, especially when you play against Diva. There's no off angling essentially because you get picked if you off angle, just die. The only way for you to take off angles is if you just TP with Yubi. You could do that, but then it's like it's still not as consistent. Beats, Kite, don't have anything. You just lose. There's no ultis. They have beat and they don't have anything. Okay, they have one more fight. They have no support ultimates. They have Ram, High Noon. How to use High Noon? 2 options. You bring them all into an open space and they don't have speed, then you can High Noon. Or you bait the speed, and then you bait the speed. You bait the speed into you, use High Noon. Optional. You can also make a cheese play with a TP High Noon to kind of... Yeah. With TP, yeah, but it didn't work. That was kind of obvious. No TP, no High Noon, no ultimates. KSA can anchor points with Ramatra ulti. What? Kellex, how did you end up here, bro? He got isolated and got picked on. Landon is 1 HP, holding tears. Oh my god. Oh, these fights are so close. Nice. But you see, Landon is applying so much offensive pressure. Landon on Kiri is applying so much offensive pressure that Simple simply cannot do. He just can't do. His character doesn't allow him to, because if he goes for these angles, he just dies.
Mitch, you can't lose that fight if you're Twisted Minds. You get that kill on a Kellex early, they no sound barrier. You had the annihilation going, but KSA, dies really fast during that Ram ult, and now look at the situation you're in, right?
But that's the comp you practice, and that's the comp you play against. Farm window, they use window, matrix, kite back, then use your ultimate, use your Kitsune. Or you can just run into the window with beat, is also an option. Or you can run with Kitsune into the window with with Matrix. Let's see what they decide to go with.
Start out here in stage 2. And yeah, they've already qualified for Mid-Season Championship, but you know they want more. They're always asking for more.
Window. It's gonna show up here.
Front runner, a real standout on this Alcatia outfit on this map is continuing to punch this damage in. He's always found himself 10k right now.
Nice.
Half of that.
Yubi got 2.
Checkmate on Labda, gobbled up. Nice little TP.
No window, surprising. Okay.
They'll have the point to start.
Good news is the window.
Look, I don't
They kited.
I mean, Landon ends up using the rush there, which is kind of brutal, but you end up coming back with your beat, right? So you'll have your beat to be able to fight this.
What
Right?
happened?
Asher uses that beat. I
Told
don't know
you
why
they kite,
even
they're
though
low.
maybe
They made okay. They made so. What Alcatia did is the problem is that they overchased. They brought them back outside. They have the point. You have no pressure of chasing. Let them walk outside. Let them kite. When they overextend, you basically get cut off. But now they just run in with beats and they just win because there's nothing they can do even with a window. They window, you beat, you matrix the window. It's I just run you over.
Alcatia had to go forward to get past it, but that just happened to be part of their game plan anyway.
Yeah, that is Ant Matrix Deadeye.
I like how both are playing. I just think that yeah, Simple is now swapping the carry because I think he should have swapped before, but I assume they're gonna make a play with a window. But I think you swap the window. Window doesn't do anything against Beat and Matrix there. And TP, and Wall, and literally every ultimate in the game. Oh, whoa, Ziad, careful, bro. You're dead. He doesn't die. Good bomb. Ramatra ulti, capitalize on the advantage. Kite back. Shield was a little bit too fast. Maybe not a good shield. Oh my god, nice angle. Checkmate is holding a really good angle. What a snipe. Yeah, it's over. Yeah, go. Okay, yep. No fear, L. Nice. GG. GG. NT.
And you're looking at your first grand finals here in stage 2.
The Alcatia, their composition allows them to take way more angles, kite way easier. Their ultimates got more value. It's just that BAP is just not good. It's just not good there. I mean, it just get outclassed by every ultimate, almost get outclassed by every single cooldown that Alcatia have. What does it even allow them to do? Hold space, maybe? But who cares?
Some interesting developments for Twisted Minds. No sign of Psycho today, and I mean, as good as Max is, I don't know if he was even necessarily being missed because Yubi was able to step into the role of Tracer and look really.
And also, it gives them a target to dive, so you have to play way more conservative. When Landon can just do whatever the fuck he wants.
The pieces that they need, but Alcatia are really, really good in this sim mirror. Defensively, they take some great fights off really good timing.
It was really good, the game, though. It was a really good game.
Cements them as an elite team in this region. A team like VP, I don't think could really hope to challenge this. I guess maybe Twisted Minds coming back from the lower bracket could challenge them, but
how?
Seems like a little bit of a gap between these two as we start to see in that last map.
I actually think that playing D.Va there would be better than playing Ramatra. However, I do think that KSA played very well Ramatra. He did his job right. He did have a minor mistakes of sometimes not capitalizing on advantages. Sometimes just kind of threw the shield randomly, but not that it wouldn't matter that much. But I think that overall KSA played fairly well and he did his job. The problem is that they just have no. How could they even gotten picks?
Yeah, look, I mean, if you lose control,
it's literally just utilize TP better. But even then,
and if you go and get experimental on that control map,
take angles with like a TP with mid fights with BAP, that would be okay. But then like you still have to anchor because he played Lucio. There's no healing. You have to be the guy that heals.
And close out EMEA at least for today.
I don't know.
Yeah, thank you both so much. I do feel like they just literally summarized the entire game, so there is nothing else for us to talk about. So thanks for over waffling.
Is there anybody playing now or no?
We'll find something.
Who's playing now? Or like people start playing now?
Educate me, because quite frankly, early on in the series, it just looked like Alcatia is gonna run away.
And Abe, but is there a long pause or no? Why is he so happy? I don't know, man. Why wouldn't he be? He's getting paid to cast from his living room.
But it was just always Alcatia Alcatia coming out on top of it, which is an insane read on the game, on the map, on the positioning of the individuals.
Samita looks heavier than ever. Underrated comment. He's getting the bag for laughing. I don't gotta be honest, I don't think they get paid that well.
I was talking that whole time, but I was very engaged. Apologies to the viewers, but yes, I mean the biggest difference was the tempo matchup. It was that
A bag.
we saw a lot of diva.
A bag, literally a bag. Just a bag.
And then also played some Risa there as well, but played the Lucio Kiri backline.
Dude, they have Ramatra. Why aren't they just playing Pharah to counter the Ramatra? What can a Ramatra do against a Pharah? Forehead? My friend, is it common to go on lost streaks like Fran yesterday? No, it's not common. You will lose, but like lost streaks, like 6, 7 in a row? No, it's not common. It's something that should very rarely happen.
They actually saved the Symmetra ban, and I thought this was very important as well, because it just made the game from Alcatia one-dimensional.
Getting paid is getting paid. The game was scripted though, it's obvious. Good rage bait, bro. I back to whole tears when they look at their bank account. Damn. Damn, why are you doing him like that, OG?
But all in all, I think Alcatia were the better team. They executed better over the course of the series.
Any insight of why it happened to him over yesterday and the day before he had 35 sub win rate? Kran is sometimes not fully locked into the game. He's when I watch him, sometimes he's making goofy mistakes. When he's locked in, he actually plays very well. But sometimes when he's like reading the chat and laughing with the chat so much and he gets into this little troll mode, he's making stupid mistakes and then he loses. But it's okay. It doesn't matter. Gives him. People don't watch Crandop for his rank. I mean, they do when he drops the master. They like it because he's not only a good player, but he's also an entertaining guy.
Is exactly what we hoped to see, even though the early stages of it didn't look like that's what we're gonna get. But we're here now. Alcatia is officially in the grand finals, awaiting their opponents. Could be
not a big fan of the tattoos. I'll say that. Not a big fan of these tattoos.
The lower bracket. For now, though, let's check in with one of our players for a winners interview. I believe we have Landon standing by and joining us for just a second. It is Landon indeed, so first things first, congratulations on the dub. Welcome to
I wonder what he's gonna say.
Let's talk about how you guys got it done. Started off very, very dominant, but then somehow, some way, Twisted Minds managed to claw their way back into the series to make it competitive. What changes did you have to make once they started turning things around?
Every series we play against Twisted is always an absolute dogfight. I think maybe we got a little bit too excited after 2-0. Because I think we played good on King's Road defense. I think like if we had calmed down,
they did
a better plan, we could have for sure for sure full cap King's Row.
He's right.
Paliseo, we're just gonna look at and review. I got a little dude behind me. Checkmate wave. Give him a wave.
Well, and you know, like you were mentioning that, you know, getting kind of settled in, you were very confident getting those 2 maps.
Who is the coach for Alcatia? Who's the coach for Alcatia?
And almost anticipated that you were just going to easily take that 3rd map, or was it really just that the shift from Twisted Minds allowed you guys to have to reevaluate and say, okay, no, like we just have to really fundamentally change a few things, and then once you cycle back to that Symmetra, you basically put the nail in the coffin?
Twisted definitely changed their
Junk Buck?
defense. Like they started playing with insane like aggression, like playing super.
It's the SF shot guy, right?
Flanking. I think like it caught us by surprise. And in this kind of sim mirror, like ults are so important that if you snowball 1 or 2 fights, it's like, just kind of really difficult to recover.
I wanted to ask you about that Symmetra ban because it seemed like, you know, the Symmetra was a big difference maker, but there was no Symmetra available on Colosseo. Like, how did that kind of like change your game on that 4th map after they had just won King's Row?
We tried the sim mirror. We're running on the sim mirror, and in all honesty, this match is important, but it's not the most important match. So we kind of approached this match trying some new stuff, you know, like trying out different bands, trying different comps like you saw on map 1, like, you know, testing the waters a little bit, because I'm almost positive we're gonna like rematch against Twisted in the finals, you know. And so we wanted to just try some stuff out.
Yeah, and I mean, so far you've always managed to come out on top.
Oh, what was the
sometimes a
question?
bit,
Why they
squeaky
banned
one time,
Symmetra?
but, you know, a win is
Was
a
the
win in
question
the
is
very
answered?
end,
We're
and
trying
you
some
already
stuff.
secured
I'm
your
so
spot
confused.
at the mid-season championship as well. So Landon, I'm gonna let you go, but not before letting you know that
Would
you
you
are in
coach
fact
for a
our player
team
of the
if they
match,
pay
so congratulations
if they
on
pay well
the
enough? Yeah,
performance today. It's always a pleasure watching you pop off. But as I said, for now we're gonna
I'll send
let
them
you
an
go
offer
out
if they're
there
willing to
before
pay. Sure,
tomorrow's
I
grand
can help them.
final. Thank you so much.
Got it. Thank you.
Got it.
Check, confirm,
Understood.
let's go. Understood.
Good communication.
Could you? Of course.
Very concise, you know.
But I can point out a lot of mistakes that people are making, and not making mistakes individually is very important to how you operate as a team.
It's quote unquote. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is it a high stakes match? If they historically have always won against Twisted Minds, no matter in which league they're facing off against that team, if they're so confident in their ability to win, if they're just taking a mirror, why not? You know, why not change it up a little bit and see what works? For now, they are remaining
A good match.
top dog. They're the team to beat. They're the ones with target on their back.
You do 1-on-1, yes, but they're way more expensive than Rank Up Academy. So I would suggest you join Rank Up Academy, and you're gonna climb. If you're interested in the extra stuff, let me know what. I mean, just what's the price? It depends on your needs. I send an offer after I know who you are as a player, how much time you want to invest, what's the goal, etc., etc.
I think a tall order to face off against them to try and come back against
How many hours?
Owcs, but that's still going to be, I think, starting off tomorrow, a really, really good overall match to watch.
Shout
Yeah,
to
I mean, it
Ultimate.
was-
Shout to Ultimate. They team to have one map besides Twisted Minds. So the Ultimate, you got your one map win against Alcatia. Twisted Minds have 4 and no one else has any, so.
Stage 3.
You take a flat hourly rate? Yeah, for basic stuff. It's over $200.
Stage 3 is where it really matters, right? Well, finals. All eyes on that.
For like a VOD review and live coaching stuff, but it also depends. Some people will benefit more from live coaching. Some people will benefit more from VOD reviews. Some people will benefit more from like throughout the week consistent feedback with clips and like little mini VOD reviews and stuff. It's about getting to know you. That's why just have a flat price, but it's better to send an offer based on what you need in order to rank up and get better.
That is a rematch.
Because my priority is for people to improve and rank up.
Yes, they just took an L, but individually though, I do want to hand out a huge, massive, ginormous congratulations to Simple. I glazed him already heading into the
Champ 1 is fairly impressive.
He just reached Champ 1.
There you go.
Let's put that in context here, Johnny.
I don't know. You know, some people said to me before something one of the stupidest comments that I've read online about my coaching and stuff is that people say that I give bad advice so people keep coming back. How is that even logically make sense? If I give bad advice and people don't rank up, it means they're not gonna come back. People come back when they rank up. And people see results and like, shit, see results, let's get to Awkward. And more importantly, when they get results, they say, oh my god, Awkward helped me rank up. Tell their friend, rank up. So good to see you. Be safe and have party with us. Thank you for being here. I rank up and then didn't come back because I reached my goal. That's also fair, yeah. I'm not gonna tell people, hey, listen, you reached your goal, but it's time today. If you reach your goal, it's fine. I'm happy to be a part of the journey. That's okay. I also need to get my money up. Yeah, that I also can understand.
Eric shared them at one point. Yep.
Yep. They always bring us
Be right back, chat. Let me put some fucking food in the air fryer and then I come back.
Well, there's gonna be a great matchup later on this weekend then, because Focus Fire Please is the team that I think Jake was backing quite heavily, because they play Bastion, Rodox, and Yara. That's really a bot composition.
A bot composition.
Literally.
Yeah, it's a good bot composition. Yeah, and if you're playing in ranked, then reflect on it. I don't know.
I'm interested to see how Ben's best is gonna fare. We have 76 Maga Lucio. I feel like that could do some damage against. But yeah, we don't know what form the bots are rocking up with today, right? Like anything is possible. So let's see. We got a banger ahead of us here in the break. So make sure to bet your channel points, and we're gonna see you again after a short break.
We helped your
for
rank up
all
academy, help you
things
rank up, right?
NA. We're
We
heading
helped you
into
ranked
the
up,
lower
right?
bracket
Even if you reach your goal and you had a friend who wanted to rank up in Overwatch, like, shit, I'm losing all the time. I can't win games. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. The first thing you would probably say is, bro, if you have some money, go join Rank Up Academy. If didn't Rank Up Academy didn't work for you, and you're like, yeah, you most definitely wouldn't tell people to join Rank Up Academy. Word of mouth is one of the best things in terms of getting clients as well. How come your Twitch tags or heal bot no damage and don't listen to awkward? It's to you know, get away, like take off the NPCs out of here. By the way, is there some method you could teach in order for your customers to self-study after your coaching session of thing? Of course, you can. The reason why I am very good at what I do is because I have experience. I see things, and like less than 30 seconds, I already can identify the problem because I've been doing it so much. People can self-auto review, but the problem with people doing so, can you rank up by yourself? Sure, you could. Of course you could. I mean, people are like, awkward ranked up by himself, therefore you don't need his coaching. No, first of all, you don't need anything. The only thing you need is food, water, and fucking sleep. And to pay your taxes. Anyways. I ranked up with no coaching. I could VOD review myself because I already had 15 years of FPS experience before I started playing Overwatch. Right? But on the other hand, yes, I ranked up pretty fast with no coaching. However, with coaching, I would rank up even faster. Would you ever drop basic guides for casual players? Yeah, have them all over on YouTube, man. You also don't need a car to go to work. You can just use a bicycle, right? You'll reach the workplace, but it's just gonna take you longer. So if you want to take longer to reach your goals, who am I to say don't do that? You can do whatever you want. Did you ever reach Champion 1 as support? No. I reached Champion 3 on 2 accounts simultaneously, but I never try to go for more than Champion 3. Because Champion 3 at the time was rank 1. Hello, Alt Reddit mod. I was hardstuck plat 3 after watching videos about Kiriko and the 4-step line rank to Master 1 in 1 season, but I'm hardstuck now at this rank. Yeah. Now, my suggestion would be to join Rank Up Academy. Join Rank Up Academy, and we'll help you exactly find out what you're doing wrong, how to do it better, and from there you'll rank up. Hello, Broly. How you doing, man? I actually watched. I watched Gaming for Home play a little bit after I coached him. He seems to be doing a little better. I think he's still making some mistakes consistently from the things that we talked about. However, he's doing way better. He's doing way better. And but as I said, the problem that I have with how Gaming for Hope approaches things is that every time that I see him play like having a stream or something, he's always having a different coach on, and it's gonna be very difficult to improve that way because people just give you different advices. Nobody reached Champ 1 ever. Simple did today. Yeah, but he's doing a lot better just applying the low advice. Just a little bit, you know, hammering down on these things, and he'll easily be consistently damaged. Are you watching bots 3v3? Yeah. That's pro Overwatch, essentially. I'm preparing the air fryer. I think the air fryer is prepared. Give me 1 second. Let me put stuff in the air fryer. Air fryer, best invention of the decade. Where do you go? Chat. Not an ad, but should I sip? Should I sip? Not an ad, but should I sip? It's Coke Zero. 5,000 gifted subs, and I take a sip right now. 5,000 gifted subs. No? Okay. No sip. Good luck. Back to this. Content idea is good for Rank Up Academy and at YouTube. 1,000 prize pool. Utilize the redacted code. Take 3 gold players. See how we can recoach him highest rank in 3 months. Winner gets $1,000. He's going to one-shot at Coke off stream? Nope. Hello, Decker. 75 for Rank Up Academy? Yes, sir. $75 American. I know you've said that C&D is trash, but I see people just OTP and hit GM Celestial. Yeah, you can hit these ranks at any character. Doesn't mean that it's a good character. Was Rank Up Academy $50? It was. But the price is increased. Have you ever been banned for no reason? In Overwatch? Yeah, Marv Rivals as well, yeah. Why did Rank Up Academy go 50 to 75? Because that's, I think, what the price is. Could be. We get the job done. When we have phenomenal results. If I actually gifted 5,000 subs, would you actually take a sip? Let me think. How much would a 5,000 sub cost for you? $25,000? $25,000, yes. Yes. Coach realized he needed more money because the players are getting more newbies, so he has to coach harder. Bruh. Would you be my personal coach for 25 big ones? 25,000? I'll coach you for a year. At what level do you think someone can coach properly? It's a good question. It depends on who you coach as well. Can I coach if I'm GM at all roles? Yeah, I would say GM is a fairly good starting point in order for you to become a coach. GM is a fairly good starting point. Because I think GM, you're way better than 99% of people. But I think not low GM. I think somewhere mid GM. Mid GM. Like GM 2 and up. What do you think about VP? I think they played very well today. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much of an issue do you think my IND is causing me to lose on Zen? Serious question. Depends on what's your IND. If it's 50, probably a big issue. If it's like 3, It's a little bit of an issue, but not that big of a deal.
OWCS Stage 2 playoffs action in our EMEA as well as in a region. Now, during the break, obviously I tried to follow along with the Battle of the Bots.
What about Spalo? Spalo used to be a GM player.
Caught my attention, so I want to quickly get involved and set the record straight.
But some people are GM without knowing why. It's not that they don't know why. They just like things are more intuitive. They just can't put it into words. They're not able to explain the decisions. I mean, they could explain the decisions, but it wouldn't be. They could explain the decisions, just wouldn't be in a language that would make sense to you. They can't explain it to a noob. They can explain it to themselves. So they can explain it, just that they can explain it to themselves, not to other people. But I can still earn some money coaching if I'm low GM everything. Well, you could. You could. Of course you could. Dude, there are also people in Plat that probably make some money coaching people. But it depends on how much money. And if it's for a few $100 a month, it would be way better for you to actually be employed.
So let's take a look at what we have
Today on Knowledge is Power.
This is just something I need you to know. If you're interested in,
If you could find a client to coach here and there for the extra income, sure, why not? But full-time, no way.
I love the whole W one. All-time favorite spray. It's a good one. It's a strong. Sends a signal. You know what I mean?
It's the best playstyle. Like, let's be real. Like, has anyone in Overwatch history been like, hold S? It's like, no. no one holds S. Hold W. Like, it's just way more fun.
But maybe I want to strafe and like go left and right, you know? Just
People with natural talent, it's not even about talent. It's about a lot of players make good decisions that are that they are able to internalize the reasoning, right? And they're correct a lot of times. The problem is that the language and the reasons that they use are internalized. It's something only they can understand. It's like how people sometimes do math in their head. Some people do 100 what's 110 plus 112, right? Some people do 10, 12, 24, and they do 100 and 100 and 24 and 100, right? It's 120, 224, right? And some people just do differently. Can I ask for you to personally as my coach or Makeup Academy? No, you can't ask personally for a coach. The coaches are doing a phenomenal job. They're amazing. And I stand behind them. They're great.
I thought for a second you said free stuff is always the best stuff. And I was like, what if you get free sushi? Like,
I agree. It's a huge skill to be able to take that info and make it easy to understand for others. It's true. It's with everything. Let's check my air fryer. Be right back, chat.
free candy also. I feel like that's a little scary, you know?
Depends on who hands it out, but yes. That one is contextual. Very important. Now, we have nothing free for our teams. They have to play hard for all the stuff coming their way. Regular season is done and dusted. Playoffs is about to finish. And then we have teams in promotion relegation. We have a last chance qualifiers, all of which is leading up to the mid-season championship, Rich.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those things, again, that we're so ready to finalize and see who's going to be able to take that third and final slot here for this NA region, as we've already been able to lock that in for EMEA just moments ago. So now we get to see, again, really everything just round out so we know exactly what our expectations are for that mid-season championship.
and then of course, if you don't
I keep getting burnt by my own air fryer.
you can travel the world. You can come. You can buy tickets. You can attend in person. Maybe you're thinking, like, oh, I don't want to go to some of the.
Do you think there is a significant amount of gyms with crazy mechanics and mid-game sense? No. No, I think that some people have good mechanics and okay game sense, just enough to be GM. I think that most people in GM do have the game sense of GM, and they have okay mechanics, like good enough.
You know, tourism spot and like Swedish history, like you can just go back and watch Overwatch on the big screen instead. So what a great way to go explore the world with these events we are coming up.
Yeah, DreamHack and everything. My goodness.
Should have a pro chair from for off angle. I keep getting burnt. This air fryer is fucking me over.
Camaraderie, that's exciting.
Hey man, do you need a short form video editor?
Stadium thing, it's great.
You can send me an email with your stuff, and maybe.
DreamHacks are a good time. Sweden is not dangerous.
I'm always in need of people who do a good job,
Not to take away.
who are good at what they do. If you're good at what you do, send me an email with your stuff and how. Yeah. What it takes to become a coach or Makeup Academy, first of all, be good at the game. Then be good at teaching. And the way to be good at the game and be good at teaching is be in Rank Up Academy in the first place. How often do you see players with insane mechanics with bad game sense that prevents them from GM? I've seen a lot of people who had really good mechanics and they got stuck in ranks at like Diamond and Masters, and with some adjustment to their decision making, they were able to climb through GM with breeze, with no problem. But to see people with exceptional mechanics is very difficult because usually people with exceptional mechanics also have really good decision making.
The thing that's so surprising is that these two teams that we're going to be having coming up first in the lower semis are also the ones that haven't really leaned into the Symmetra. So it really is just kind of like a mere dynamic to be in this, where you're going to see.
Okay, you guys ready to see what is gonna come out of my air fryer? What do you think is in my air fryer? If you guess it right, you get absolutely nothing, but you get a respect. Chicken, pizza, lamb, hash browns, ribeye steak, chicken nuggets, food, bruh, rice chicken, pasta salmon. All right, let's see. Let's show you, chat.
The stage is yours.
Okay, well, so you can provide context, but I can't. Like, I'm trying over here. We got the LCQ.
Yo, we're never right.
To qualify. Yeah,
we're never right, man.
South America. Everybody, get in here. Like, we're playing Overwatch, the whole world. We're just bringing in all teams. China as well. They get 3 spots. We're still waiting on the 3rd team. EMEA, NA. We're deciding the 3rd team right here. LCQ, Falcons. You missed out. No worries. We got an extra event just for you for the 4th Korean team to join us. And like I said, South America from Faceit League Master as well. So it's a global sport. Let's go.
There you go.
Thank you, Rick.
That's my contribution to that. I wanted you to own that.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, but I mean, and again, with us being able to see it again, going into these like last few weeks and really able to take a look at every team that's going to be entering into that midseason championship, it's going to be a real fantastic opportunity to see all of that solidification. And as we've got these 2 matches still going on for today, you know, Johnny, with this NA first match of the day, like I said, I cannot wait. And I think you'd probably be just as excited too, because it does feel similar to how we're going to think, what is this adaptation and composition going to look like, or what they really want to lean into.
I also don't know what's going to happen. Like, I think you look at the MEA and you're like, okay, Alcatia the favorite, the Ultimates, they're from the outside looking in, they're the 4th team. In North America, I'm like, I have no idea. Of course, GK, they're slight favorites, but if anyone else won, I'd be like, okay, like, I could totally see Team Liquid winning. I have no idea who's the 4th team, because both Nightmare and SG are like really part. So it's an unpredictable region, and me and Sarah were just.
Here you go. Here's my food. So the food is some fries with chicken wraps, but these are low-calorie chicken wraps. Why are they low-calorie? It's essentially chicken, and the sauce in the chicken is based on low-fat Greek yogurt with some fries. And of course, like low-calorie mayonnaise.
We've seen them now more leaning into that wrist composition. They stayed away from the fat switches. They started to look.
Don't you need calories to gain weight and muscles?
Yeah, I mean, go right ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, my bad, Rich. I was just too.
No, you're good. I know you are. I want you to take Space Station. I want you to do this. I feel that you need it.
Yeah, I said I'm not trying to gain weight. But yeah, you don't need to be on a calorie surplus to gain muscle.
They're my underdog team. I really believe in them. Nightmare, of course, they look great going into this
it helps.
Tournament as well. Questions about Team Liquid, but I was like, SSG,
To be on a calorie surplus.
But they really got this. I really believe in them, and so they're just praying.
It's so good. You know, these are frozen. I had like 20 of these frozen, and I put them in the air fryer. Mmm. Why you ain't Jack, bro? Have you seen me? I'm jacked as hell. I'm like Ronnie Coleman in his prime, except that I'm white.
feel that it's trending downward. That, you know, this change up when it comes to the compositions, we aren't really seeing the Freya. Chronic has just been doing so much. And
Do you have a team you're rooting for? Not really.
Initially when it came to the season, but because of how things have developed, Rocket still working.
You made it in Pass and Frozen? Yep.
Having this tracer has been significant, and hoping between the two of them with this.
Awkward is 260 strong. He's in calorie deficit to stop being such a beast. Correct.
An opportunity to, you know, not continue in that downward trajectory. They have to have something in this moment that.
Why brother said he doesn't drink soda, but he was drinking Monster? I said that the only thing that I do is energy drinks here and there.
Communicate between each other to get to that position.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. We'll have to see what Nightmare can bring out in this matchup with.
But
Freya on a bit of a downward trajectory. Who's going to step up here for Nightmare?
But
To bring us all the action
I don't
in
drink
this
the
one,
regular
we'll
sodas.
see, Nightmare. We're bringing in Avril and Jaws.
Damn, Johnny doing the throw. Okay, I didn't expect that. I ain't lying. Yeah, it's me and Avril bringing you through this lower bracket semis. Space Station versus.
by the way, for me, it's all psychological, you know? Like,
Change anything.
caffeine doesn't do jack shit for me, but I pretend he does. Therefore, he does. You understand? I'm like, I drink a bunch of caffeine. I need to be like, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't really work, but I pretend like it, blah, 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 and then I get it.
We did get some like minor amount of support buffs, notably on the Lucio. I personally think Lucio is going to be one of the heroes of the entire playoff.
Placebo, except that I don't actually believe it works. I just believe that I believe it works.
Surprised if anyone didn't play Lucio throughout the rest of the playoffs.
Yeah, that healing buff is quite considerable, but yeah, like you talked about, the damage passive being changed, so everybody receives a little less healing when they're afflicted by.
Today, I'm on 2 cups of coffee, coffee protein shake that has regular caffeine, and an energy drink,
Like, what do you think of the patch?
and I feel the same.
Sent me a LeBron dunking gif, and I was like, okay, so he feels pretty good. So hopefully, Space Station off the back of. Yeah,
Good Shabbat, AC, but Shabbat is over, bro.
From 0-0, Paul got massively buffed this patch. I do wonder.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Tracer also got like. I wouldn't say the most.
Maybe you just drink that much often. I actually don't drink that much often. And also, there's literally no difference between me not drinking caffeine and drinking caffeine. There's literally no difference. Sometimes, before I go to bed, I'll drink coffee.
Expecting Rocket or Sugar Free to come through on the Symmetra, but we do see the double Freyas because the Sojin ban comes through. First ban, map 1, Nightmare.
Rank Up Academy website is in need of some help. Working on it. I don't disagree, though.
That's exactly where Nightmare want to win this at.
Yeah, it's worth keeping in mind as well.
Why doesn't it even taste good?
In Florida.
Um,
Spoke to some of the Nightmare management the other day, and yeah, having that big.
It's like an aroma, you know?
Pictures on social media as well is.
Oh, you started playing already?
Just push themselves over that line, and that's the first kill. Chronic taking out Seeker on the Freya.
Which has been one of Seeker's weaknesses.
Seen the website I made, Cran? No, what website do you make for Cran?
Weeks that we've seen them, they've been shying away from the Freya. Seeker looking far more comfortable on the Sojin.
And it's crandup.com.
Defining battle, the Chronic versus Seeker battle, where
Yeah, I'll check. I saw crandup.com. I'll check it out in a second.
balls coming on through.
Yeah, that Soja ban is so massive from Nightmare. How's the ban on the other side for Space Station, though, Avril? What'd you make of that?
Hey, let me turn it up.
I think it's just forces.
Oh my god, what did I click?
It means that if we end up playing a little bit of dive on some of the other rounds here on Busan, you're going to be looking over towards Winston instead. I don't know if Winston's really going to get played, given how the DPS passive has just kind of made Winston, in my opinion, maybe a bit worse in the healing department, receiving that healing. Orisa, Ram, looking strong on this patch. Both teams great right now.
Is everybody just playing the same comp?
Orisa's got that in space. Nightmare taking the lead, though. 35% of building. Lucamino has got the rush, and Sugar Free finding it really hard, getting tagged off from this off angle. Didn't want to burn recall too early, but Lucamino stepping up with that rush. Should be a pretty easy match, though, for Space Station.
Dude, you don't understand how much I hate ulti mirrors.
First kills with these take aims.
I hate it when people use Kitsune and they're like, oh, use Kitsune, let's use Kitsune. No, just fucking guys. Guys.
Do a little bit more burst. Painkiller, though, will be gone.
Yeah, Postbomb in the hands of Rocket as well, looking for an extra kill to settle the score here, but Nightmare is still holding on to this point. Looks like they are going to give it up eventually, of course, with Space Station having the Orisa on board, and yep, there it is, there's the flip.
A decent one, Painkiller going down, we'll give the advantage.
1 second, Sangha. I don't want to talk when I'm eating food because it's fucking disgusting, so give me a second to finish the food.
End up slowly but surely going the way of Space Station. Decent lead, 64, found for Nightmare. Painkiller slightly ahead in the Terror Surge. Still, though, looking towards the neutrals. Chronic, still the play to look out for Nightmare to maybe bring us an early pick.
Sound barrier for both Lep and Bliss. Can see Sugar Free on the sidelines there. Just managed to find the kill, the solo kill by the looks of it too, onto Rocket.
On two.
Pulse bomb down, Sugar Free kills too. Okay, Sugar Bronze back. Ready to rock and roll. I mean, at the end of the day, if Space Station can permanently play this Tracer...
Who's the favorite here? Space Station, I'm assuming, right?
Like, their playoff chances and their chances of making this mid-season have just, like, quadrupled.
And it means that Rocket has to step up because Tracer is one of his specialties as well. It's one of the Rocket classics that she's been playing for so long. We saw he was capable of doing that last year. Now onto this Nightmare squad who have had great success in this stage. Chronic in this Freya battle we know about, but Sugar Free, like you said, really massive. Rocket did lose his pulse.
Let me put it in the sync. 1 second, be right back.
Good flank. Really nice flank. Soundbarrier ends up connecting with Chronic as well, who's in the back line. Laser beam for Space Station, but they only hit 4, of course. The Seeker's dead. And now a Terror Surge and a Rush being used by Space Station on this point. Everything invested from Nightmare as well, so it is just about whittling down that Orisa health bar. Painkiller eventually falls as Chronic just unable to even dent the armor of Kellen, who goes golden. Rocket does end up coming up with a kill, in fact, though. This later rush from Lucamino just sustained them a little bit longer, and they get a flip.
Just a flank angle from Chronic shutting down Seeker. I'm not even sure if Seeker got the bowler shot out. Might have been a bowler jacks, but
I'm taking a piss and then I'm gonna show you something
doesn't find that much value anyway. And Nightmare out in a good position, taking us to the final fight. It's gonna be 81 apiece, both sides. Osman back online for Rocket. Again, didn't get a chance to use it last time, I believe. Came out of his hands, but didn't land anywhere. Sugar Free got that 1v1 kill.
Sugar Free again looking for an entrance on the sideline, taking Chronic away from these angles. In fact, Chronic going very low in the sky. Sugar Free really unable to shoot the Freya that high, even though, you know, the buff is meaningful, but at that distance, not so much. Because the bowler shot from Chronic, not entirely sure where that went. No initial kills from it, so you got to imagine that was maybe just a whiff. Both Tracers throwing in their sound barriers to Seeker, looks for an off angle again onto Space Station, and Chronic ends up going down. Seeker finally getting his revenge, now trying to chase Rocket. Grabs the mega health pack, so Seeker's attention diverted now to the point as Painkiller shot by 4, 5,
so
6, 7
what do we have as a dessert for something like this? Before I tell you what dessert I got, let me answer Sanguine's question. Do teams in hero shooters have in-game leaders like in Apex, or is it more team-centric? Historically, there was an in-game leader and used to be the support main. Why? Because the support main basically did nothing but wall ride and he had vision of the entire field. That's what happened. Now today, there's no in-game leader. Why? Because the system was fundamentally flawed. While when you play main support and you play Lucio, you see the game, you don't see the game from the person perspective. And it's very difficult to constantly send commands, and it's very difficult to play around what other people are telling you to do. Because when you see an opportunity, you want to capitalize. If you want to use a cooldown or ultimate, you see an opportunity, you need to do it yourself. So nowadays in Overwatch, everybody has to be vocal. Why? Because when you notice something and you want to make a play, you should say, and people should be playing around the way you play. So for example, if you're not left, let's just use somebody else, Chronic. You see that somebody is on an off angle and you say, I'm gonna ulti the guy on the left, guys. Bam, 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 and I'm gonna shoot him so people know who to follow up. When you play on somebody making the calls for you, you might not notice the guy on the left. You might not notice that you're Freya and you notice him. You can use an ulti on him, etc., etc. So everybody has to be vocal. There's no in-game leader. It's basically everybody's noticing things and they want to make calls based on how they want to use the cooldowns, how they want to play in that moment, and how they want to use the ultimate. So, what do we get for the dessert? Not an ad, but hazelnut chocolate, 25 grams of protein drink with 140 calories. 25 grams of protein, 140 calories, hazelnut chocolate drink.
As we move into this one, it's looking all nice. As they force out the lamp from Lucamino, Lep onto low HP, and the instant cleanup. Nightmare just had no chance to fight unless their DPS between Rocket and Chronic could...
Does it have carb? Let me see. How many carbs did it have? 2.1 per 100 grams, and this is 350 grams.
Painkiller takes a couple of take-aim shots from the Freya.
So it has approximately 7 grams of carbs.
Pretty easy to shoot if you're the Tracer or the other Orisa. Ends up getting boot away from the health pack. Amazing boot from Lep. Denies Kellen of the Mega.
0 fat, by the way. 0 fat.
Should be a pretty easy cleanup here, but any kind of death here.
And 7.2 grams of protein. How many calories? 140 for the entire drink. 25 grams of protein, 7 grams of carbs.
respective traits.
Sugar free? Sugar. Wait. No, not sugar free. It has less than 6 grams
It does connect, it kills Chronic, but fight's
of sugar.
done already.
But it's because the sugar, I think it comes from the milk. The sugar's from the milk. There's milk in here.
From Nightmare, losing both DPS.
This bowler traded for Ant Matrix from Luke Mina, so still a positive trade, but time factor is a little bit weird.
So there's no added sugar.
Went over to Nightmare,
It's just the sugar from the milk.
fight a little bit. The next fight's going to come on through. Kitsune Rush available, beat just about online for left.
Okay, let's see what they're doing here.
Cullen trying to
Kitsune, beat, nice, normal. Chronic just goes in and kills everyone.
Chronic, yeah, connects directly with Seeker. Splash damage hits Bliss. A nice double kill.
This
for
character is
Freya.
very dynamic.
Good clean up from Sugar Free though onto the Freya, but it doesn't matter.
Do you think Lip is one of the best tracers? I haven't watched Lip play.
Still really
I don't
close
think ever.
around into 50s early. This is the 41 from Space Station. A lot of back and forth, but it's a couple fights in a row now for Nightmare. Considering that, once again, Space Station kind of had that late delay. Seeker played in the fight a little bit longer. At the reset one more time.
Wait, there's an Orisa perk with the Orisa shield? That's so
And the beat ends up winning
lame.
Bliss. I think he ended up getting beat towards the end, but not an opportunity to counter. So this is going to have to be the fight now. Tempo beat might be on the cards.
What the? Why? How is he flying across the map? What is that? Is that normal? But why is he in their enemy backline? How did he get to the enemy backline?
And now isolated.
He got from his choke to the enemy backline.
Seeker, Sugar Free 1 HP, gets chased down by Rocket. Last bullet there from Lucamino does finish off.
Why don't you just watch?
Once again, Avril, Space Station are on the wrong side of the map. A Nightmare approaching that 100%.
And they're about to get this one as well. Space Station, they're down one. The respawn's only coming back now. Have to enable this touch. They're going to go for it, but can they find a winning fight?
Seeker dead, Seeker dead, Seeker dead. And there's the round.
D9.
Good shot from Chronic. Shuts down Seeker, stops the touch. And that'll be a round 2 Nightmare.
It's a rough one for Seeker when we start to see, particularly in that second.
Yeah, are there any teams in NA that are purebred Americans, or do they always import? Like even in Europe, they import Koreans. They used to import Europeans, but now they're importing Koreans.
You know, you just don't want to give it up. Bit of sunk cost fallacy perhaps coming through from Seeker, and he's heavily out of position, punished, enabling the 5 versus 4.
Is their movement better ranked? What do you mean?
Space Station, despite the early beat.
Sugar Free and Seeker, but like no, I'm talking about full 5 Americans in NA contenders.
And then final fight, the actual last one where you have to get that touch in there and extend the OT.
Does upping on flank work in pro? Yes.
Can't quite get there in towards the end, and now gonna go to a deciding.
Do they have to
on
pay
the blue
tariffs
side.
on importing players? Good
Now
question.
going over towards the Cass. Chronic as well to follow through. This is a much better look in terms of the matchup.
Okay.
Kellen's just down already.
Yikes.
That's like a mistake that I would expect somebody who's a noob to make, but I think he understands that.
Ideally, you want an open map.
Ever played pro?
The
Yes.
skybox at the very least, and you can get those updrafts pretty nice. But yeah, I mean, Chronic on
Heavy
the
coach, any players in stadium? No.
It's going to be an easy cap for Nightmare.
Maybe in the
He
future,
just picks
but
up
not
where
now.
he left off on a previous map. I mean, we dumped the Freyas off, and you start to think maybe this is an opportunity for Seeker to get an advantage.
Why do they play main and just dive into each other? Because sometimes they play comps that are just like face to face.
Is going to call for that, but straight away, Chronic just doesn't let up at all. Massive kills.
Brawl comps or dive comps. But with dive comps, you often get a lot. You don't go play face to face. Lucio comps are usually face to face.
Sugar Free coming around the corner, an instant headshot for the Cassidy.
Yeah.
Yep. It's not just the Freya you got to be scared of. It's that.
Have you ever grew a beard? You look handsome with a beard. First of all, I don't, and two, I can grow a proper beard. I don't have a full beard.
Finding any kills here is pretty slim. Seeker ends up getting chased by a
Weren't you in a pro team with Samito? Yeah, a long time ago.
The problem is CJ Bliss going down here. Sugar Free's going to make it a little bit more interesting. Not that window was used by Luke Mino here.
You see, like for example, Rocket when he's playing Tracer, he's off angling.
Awkward fight. You can see Nightmare like backing down from the choke point because yeah, like you said, Sugar Free randomly kills Lucamino.
The Sugar Free goes on an off angle.
One up again. Doesn't want to get too close to Chronic, but forcing that flashbang is going to be ideal. In fact, forcing a lamp
No lamp.
even better, arguably. Terror Surge. Oh, right on top of the.
Why did Kellen just solo ulti a Cassidy? That makes no sense. It's like probably one of the worst targets that he could have went for.
Extending their lead despite how scrappy these fights look.
That was perfect from PK, just entirely supersedes the window, goes in front of it, uses Terror Surge, denies the ability for CJ to find any value out of that one, left to come through for a bit of insurance policy on the beat as well to make sure that Nightmare is definitely going to win. And we're already nearly into final fight here, Jack. This is getting a little bit ridiculous. Space Station needs something to work with.
Whoa!
High Noon denied by the lamp. A little bit of damage onto Chronic.
Ouch.
Oh, good shot onto Seeker though.
Nice beat, push, kill Chronic.
Obviously the shot is auto aim.
What do you do if you're left? No, you have no beat.
Makes his way to the point.
Where's that shield?
For overtime, and of course that
Where's that shield?
definitely help him. And a good initial kill there onto the Cassidy, but
Okay.
it's not really working out in their favor.
Oh my.
A pulse but onto the shield.
Perfect
What a
shield.
turn there from Painkiller. Blocks the pulse, but Sugar Free and Tika are going to clean up.
Massive from Sugar Free to come through. Chronic onto the Sombra now. Just to go for the touch. He'll be back on towards Cassidy after the death. Massive for Space Station to stay alive there. Bliss on the sound barrier. And this is considering the fact that Seeker got killed to the Deadeye. Was a boot from Lep. Directly
Smoked.
sent into the loving sight lines of Chronic.
Actually, Nightmare are doing really well, considering they're the underdogs.
Space Station even up numbers. Kellen will fall. Space Station hold on due to the heroics coming through from our Tracer of Sugar Free. Now, sign of life, but they're just having to do so much catch up here to catch up to 99.
I'll be honest, I think that Kellen is I mean, I would say he's trolling, but he's not playing very good at the moment.
Here comes the wraparound for Painkiller. Look at this. Chronic is just forced his way into the backline. The spear connects.
Kellen is taking fight in weird positions. His ultis are not so good. I think he overextends a lot of times.
To his name, and Space Station switching onto fast heroes, trying to get back to the point in time, but Nightmare, they've got the numbers. Sugar Free manages to get touched, but the likelihood of you coming back
SSG are the underdog? Are you sure?
Especially with Bliss down because Bliss was close to sound barrier. I mean, you're
I thought SSG are big favorites.
If you're SSG, but this map is looking all Nightmare, Jack.
Indeed, Terror Surge on the point, and Pulse Bomb Sugar Free. Their final hurrah there as the lamp does damage in Sugar Free. He can't possibly do more as Nightmare take the first map.
I don't know about you, man, but Chronic looking like at least map 1 MVP there. Looking just on the first map, dominant on Freya, dominant on the Cass. Expecting more of an even matchup to come through. You would expect that once we move over to Cass or Orisa for Mecha Base, remove the Freya from contention. That's where Seeker's going to shine a little bit more. But the tempo early on coming through from Nightmare, they got 99-0 and mostly held that lead until the end.
PGE is not that good.
From
PGE is popular, right?
Once again from Sugar Free, actually across the board, I want to say, on Busan. But not enough for them to be able to make any meaningful inroads to make that comeback happen on Mecha Base. Just too much of a lead with that 99%.
And importantly to that as well for Nightmare, of course, they are fighting.
What's your ping in game? Around 70, 70, 80.
Qualification spot. A very scary affair.
Easy life, the Necros of pro play?
Nightmare, who went only lost a single series during the regular season. I mean, Nightmare, if you look at their previous series as well, against Space Station, it was Space Station that won that first control map. And to be fair, they've been doing that on Ilios since the beginning of Stage 1. But Nightmare after that just swept them. Circuit Royale, Suravasa, Runasapi, as we saw the true power of Nightmare. And honestly, the true power of Freya as well, like with
Sugar Free just need 8 4G and he would sweep the OWCS.
Against someone like Seeker, still looks.
Guys, how did Nightmare win with less healing done? How did Nightmare win with less healing done? SSG lose with more healing? How is that possible? How is that possible?
In the past as well, I think Space Station ended up picking that one versus GK with a Diva ban, which would be pretty relevant here. It's actually going to end up being Hollywood, but again, the opportunity to maybe, at least for the B side, look towards a die. But really, throughout the entire map, I think you can just play the Orisa. I think they're confident with Kellen on the Orisa. I'm hearing good things behind the scenes about Kellen's capability on the Orisa. We're starting to see some of that through as well. But most importantly, if they can get an opportunity to remove the Freya from contention, or at least force into a Soja matchup, that's going to be very strong for SSG. And they have that first ban as well.
Little bit of a better win percentage there for SSG on hybrid, 60 to 50 on the side of Nightmare.
You said that I can watch Bob's at Face It. Somebody said you can watch Bob's at Face It. Let me see.
Yeah, it's kind of bonkers actually.
Yeah, so let's go to a hybrid first before we do anything else, I guess. I don't know where they got most of the map wins. I don't imagine that's just like because we haven't played all the escorts. I think every region has their sort of favorite maps. That most teams worldwide, I believe, are playing Circuit Royale. That's probably true for NA and EU as well. Certainly in Korea.
How can you watch everyone's Bob through Face It?
The backline pivot as well for a lot of teams where they're just playing the Lifeweaver and the BAP, or even the Alari too, which is getting banned on maps like Circuit. We just saw it in EMEA as well. Where do you think the bans go from here? We're going to Hollywood. It's pretty dive-centric when it comes to second point, but if you're saying Kellen's Orisa is going to be that clean, like, hey, did you ban that?
Freya ban, like I said, I think Freya ban is still available for SSG. They haven't done that yet. Yeah. So at some point, the Freya ban will come on through. This wouldn't be a bad one to
Did somebody tell me?
already. Tank bans right now, we sort of talked about this off screen, but don't seem as impactful because it's like, okay, if you ban Orisa, we'll play Ram. You ban Ram, we'll play Orisa. You ban Hazard, we'll play Orisa or Ram. You know, it's like you just play the other option of whatever is not banned. I think really what it comes down to is we do see the Freya ban as expected.
Yeah.
You got to take that out. You're up against Chronic. You have to target him. So you're in a position where it's like the only time where I think the bans are more impactful is if you go to like a super heavy dive map, the likes of Gibraltar, which is
why am I watching EMEA? I
the
want
map
NA.
will actually for NA. Then you can start to look at it like, okay, we have a main tank, you have an off tank. That means we can ban
Third,
D, but
fourth,
we can play Winston,
faces,
sort of
watch.
force you on a
Let me
Hazard,
see.
force you on a Winston,
Yes.
which is maybe not
Most
as
skilled
good
man
into the
charging.
matchup. So that kind of consideration comes in through. But aside from that,
Go to
it
watch
does
tab
seem
and
like
left base tech lines, I
targeting
believe.
specific players.
Although I'm on the
maybe at some
website.
point, sort of looking towards the backline could be interesting. So right now, though,
I don't
think the
have
smartest thing to
the
do is the Freya
downloaded
league off.
client.
Adding
Watch
the-
face it.
Winston away from Kellen. It's quite interesting.
Okay.
See if,
Free
Nightmare can come out
multi-pop
on top like the
streaming.
audience has kind of predicted.
Watch the blah blah blah.
60+% there, the
Learn
audience
more.
voting
Learning
for
more.
Nightmare.
Learning more as
Honestly,
we speak.
I don't blame you. You can only ban Freya once in a series. Chronic's just going to continue to put off. Like, okay, Chronic. Oh, we can't play Freya. Oh, what a shame. Let me play Cassidy instead. Like, he's going to be pretty chill on that.
Okay,
too.
wait.
The goal for Nightmare is the reason they're using the Winston ban now is because they know that if this goes to a escort map, which as we saw a huge win right there,
There you go.
they can
Okay,
choose to
I'm
just take it to like
watching.
a circuit where Winston's
How do I
not
switch
relevant
a pop?
anyway, so you may as well ban the Winston.
Oh,
now to prevent
wait,
Winston from
pause.
having sort of play for Kellen, particularly on that B.
Found
team,
it,
Winston
guys.
can be good, but just to remove any sort of X factor from
Why is the
Space
quality
Station
so
away from
garbage?
this
Wait,
Hollywood.
we're taking this off. We're putting this here. Boom, boom.
Chronic. Back on the
Okay,
cast.
so
We
now
talked about this,
we
very
do the.
comfortable looking on it,
Wait,
but
how can I
Seeker
switch
back
between
on
players?
Surge is a huge talking point for Space
Or not?
Station, 'cause now
Do I
he's
have
on
to
his
click
own.
on these people?
I think the
How
most
can I-
important thing for Space Station
Why is
has
it only
been
showing
top
4 people?
heroes.
First of all, why is it only
Given
showing
with
these guys?
their, regular season,
That's the
like,
question.
Seeker wants to play Sojourn. Like, doesn't really want to play Freya.
How can I put
there's
full
definitely
screen swap
one of the
between
weaker
people?
Freyas in North America, which is
Watch
crazy
healer?
to
Who's
think
the
Seeker being
healer?
Kind of weak on a DPS pick that has such explosive potential, but his Sojourn is world class.
Bro.
So, it's going to be a
We're
big difference maker. Although it's gonna
F1
get pushed
to
off the high
F12
ground.
actually. F1
Gets
is
hinted
it?
there briefly.
What the fuck?
But now he's got cafe control, which is going to be pretty important. It's going to be hard.
Are you trolling?
I mean, Nightmare to stay on the point now. And
It
yeah,
only
Banter
shows me
is
like
going
3
down
people.
first.
Why is it?
Just flipping the point aside, but it's Kellen taking down Painkiller, and this entire high ground now been compromised. Chronic to follow through. Space Station look like they'll get the cap pretty easily.
Event? Not to
Yeah,
show the
easy enough
second
to
screen?
free there.
Wait.
Nice rotation,
Why?
honestly,
First of all,
but,
why
like,
is it showing me
Nightmare
only
was
these guys?
out-rotated
I want to see more
themselves
people. Why is
onto
it showing me
high
like
ground.
4
Seeker
people?
got that position for free.
The fact that they just get Painkiller through, believe he maybe died on the stairs. As Nightmare were trying to rotate to the high ground. Part
It's
of
the only
issue
pub
here
available,
is
technical
overcast,
difficulty?
The inability to challenge for the range and some of the high ground.
Do you want to watch
Seeker
people?
to take here, just on the slide and jump is going to be pretty strong. However, in the actual Arista matchup, I do believe the cast brings a lot of
Whoa!
value. We'll see how easy it is for Chronic, particularly on that last match, to find those headshots on the Arista. So, in terms of winning,
Yeah, do you
these
like
matches,
this?
need to make sure that Kellen is falling over the Painkiller.
Do you like
staying
this, or
alive.
do we switch back to the main one, the regular one?
Small range disadvantage though for Chronic. I mean, can affect the fight obviously from this high
Guys,
ground.
I don't understand why he's
Seeker's
playing
got
Cassidy against
a pretty
Sojourn. He
nasty
could just
railgun.
pick Echo and
When it comes to
counter.
it- Oh, here comes Kellen. It's going to drag people back into that window.
Not a bad
Looking
high
for
noon.
using
Too
that
late, though.
ramp. Here comes the high noon for some additional protection there, but a spear from Kellen is going
Good
to
idea.
That ult, and
Bad execution.
Wow, this is Space Station. Lifted off right now on this second point. This is an easy fight win.
Alright, back to the regular one, guys.
Just 16% away. Just 16% away from getting beat as well. Left.
Get me-
Unfortunate
take me out of
that
Chronic,
losing
bro.
the first fight didn't extend the fight long enough. It was a
Did you guys know that I'm already
so
2.5k elo in Face It? And I'm on my way to 3,000?
A lot of value here. I mean, Nightmare had ultimates, but
At
just missing out on
Counter-Strike,
the
that
critical
is, yeah.
ones that could have saved them as right will now swap over towards his own surge. I think you're right. Just the range difference, particularly on B, is punishing. They'll have
When
the
I started my
opportunity to
journey
pass
almost a
on
month ago, I was
Seeker
2k, and I'm
on the
2.5k.
Wanna make sure you can
Think I
challenge
can do
Seeker,
it.
Who does have OC now?
Jailhouse control for Seeker. Oh, dearie me, yeah, don't want to be there. Rocket ends up recalling. CJ does end up going down, though, and Chronic dishes out a couple of railgun shots on Seeker and CJ. And shuts down Seeker's overclock, so ult gone.
Nah.
Last one.
The win rates
For
today
Seeker,
for
Space Station ends
Crandop?
up losing this fight.
Why? You did him dirty, Bastion. You did him dirty, bro. View stats. Win rate today, 63%. 57%. Details. How do you track the data? Yeah, you just like manually put it?
Exactly what Nightmare needed. Chronic instant swap, instant success. Now Nightmare finally take the heels and
Your face is level 10. I've always been the face is level 10. And my elo was bottom face level 10. Was like exactly 2k. And now it's 2.5k. So I have to lose like 20 games in a row to drop from level 10.
Seeker doesn't end up dashing away though. Again, they're trying to flip the map, Avril, and they've done so quite successfully. Although Seeker caught out.
I mean, swapping Cass to Soj was a pretty good idea, but I don't think Cass was the problem.
To be honest, my team is already dead, so we cannot.
I mean, they were doing pretty good.
Space Station were a little bit split there as well. It's not like Bliss was with the team.
Where can I see Kellen spot? Oh, I can see Kellen spot. Whoa, we're gonna watch Kellen. I wonder what Kellen is doing.
Different positions to play through.
I need to know what this guy's doing.
The opposite of the high, like east of the low ground, kind of towards the spawn of where Nightmare was. And it's just so easy for Chronic to slide off backwards, find that shot, and another spare setup as well coming through from PK to allow Chronic an easy shot for the secondary. So another 2k from Chronic, and another situation where Bliss just can't enable this beat. And
Need to take high ground.
You might even end up having to save the beat to counter that.
Good boop.
Dude, these Lucios have had these beats since like Overwatch.
Fail window.
Alright,
no, I don't understand the window.
The high ground is gonna cause Space Station to drop and just burn more
Okay,
time.
spatting's actually pretty good.
2 minutes to go. Space Station trying to make their way under the veranda now.
I think it's hard to get value from that angle if you're Luke Mino. In Korea, I see a lot more teams play the opposite high ground across the bridge and play the window from that side instead.
You see, this I don't get. He used his spear, his E.
Right, well, there's Chronic with an overclock, takes down Sugar Free instantly. Ooh, almost gets the Ajax.
I mean, with a Kiriko ulti, it's fine, but like,
because Chronic, he's still shooting.
why is he shooting? Like, he's only shooting a tank 24/7. He's applying pressure on tank 24/7. Doesn't do much, okay? He's randomly using his cool. It's like if so. Chat, I have a legitimate question, and this is no hate to Kellen. I'm just wondering, why is he clicking his E? Why did he click his E 2 times on the enemy tank? Out of curiosity. I mean, I'm curious. Like, what do you think? Because I can seem to have the logical answer to the question.
And then coming through on cast for Mecha Base and the Sojin as well. If Seeker isn't finding these wins,
Should have maybe used shift to hold high ground for elevator? No, it's not a good trade. No follow-up. He would have waited his shift. He's the best thing to do there. To push back. He also has a shield now, don't worry.
1 minute left to play through. I'm at a good spot. Space Station nearly out of time.
Waiting for team. Go, okay.
Surely the difference maker. Wow, I say that just gets dominated by Lucamino. That's another big reset.
I mean, him trying to take the high ground is good, but they won't let hall take the high ground. They'll boop him every time. But some of you like might think, but why is he clicking his shift? Because it's a pretty big cooldown to force. All they have to do is kite back and then go with their 45. And then there's nothing he can do. Uh-oh. Okay, good speed. No! Why? Guys, enemy Orisa used 45. He was full HP. Why is he using 45? Just wait a second. We'll let the 45 be over. You're full HP. Just go with your own 45 after. Why do you have to use 45 when you use 45? Why? Well, you're full HP. Thank God. Switching to Diva. He's not having a good game on Orisa.
Is where the payload is going to end. You can't fight into this as Lucamino. One farewell gift.
I don't get it.
One burst of that rifle, and that is that. Round 1 complete with Space Station.
Probably nerfs. Dude, this guy's a pro player for a long time. What do you mean nerfs?
It's not getting second. Nightmare with
If it was his first official match, I would understand, but not when it's your 500 match.
On that final fight. Importantly, we start to see Sugar Free getting taken down a number of times.
I don't think Kellen is a consistent player. He does stuff like that all the time. I don't. By the way, I don't think Kellen is a bad player by any means. I just don't understand any of the decisions that he's making. His pathing is okay. I like how he's trying to take high ground. He can't take high ground. So, you know, like at one point you have to let it go. Go anchor point. Let them drop. But you can't waste 2 cooldowns before they drop.
Where unfortunately, you know, didn't quite get to play through the Freya situation for Seeker adequately in the opening rounds, and even on the
Kellen right now, his issue is not the way he positioned or whatever. It's that he is using cooldowns for no reason, and then when he needs the cooldowns, he doesn't have it. And because he doesn't have cooldowns, there's nothing to capitalize on. And because he doesn't have his cooldowns, he finds himself shooting at enemy Orisa 20%. When did you see, like, in the past 2 minutes that we've been watching Kellen, him not shooting the Orisa? Literally just shooting the Orisa. And there's no problem with shooting the Orisa, like, when there's nothing else to do, but You really have to try to find a way to force the cooldown and go with yours, and then you can either kill Orisa or you just kill other people. Let's see what he does here. I wonder. I had to watch Kellen because it seemed to me like he was making obvious mistakes. The first map. Spear is okay to use. Spear you can use 24/7. The rest is not something you should ever use. Because now, if he's forced to use 45, right, or E, what ends up happening is Orisa waits out the cooldown and goes in herself. If he uses E, she goes with E. He's using 45, Orisa waits, then goes in with 45, and he can't win the fight. I mean, he could, but it doesn't depend on him anymore. You see, now he's not using his cooldowns. Now he's playing smart. This E maybe was just kind of a reaction. Don't see a reason to do it, but it was kind of a reaction. At least he's not using 45. Using E is not a big deal. It's a fairly short cooldown, but the shift is a big one. Wait, what? When did you use 45? Just click 45? "45 here was okay. He probably dies without 45. Fortunate. But I don't understand the first 45. What did you use the first 45? What happened? How was it? I glanced on the chat for like half a second.
Chronic is looking fire right now. Straight fire, honestly. This guy is ridiculous on the Sojourn currently. I don't say that lightly either. Secret kind
Same time as he, but like, why did he click? Was he in danger? Didn't anybody do incredible damage to him or something?
Space station to get onto the point, but this window is the best position possible for
Who is forcing him to play Orisa? It's, well, the comp they practice. They can't just decide, fuck it, I go Winston. They practice this. They're gonna play this. You see this 45. Why? He's full HP. Take some damage and click 45. Why did full HP 45? Maybe they're nitpicking. Maybe give him a little bit of less ult charge, but whatever. You know? The Orisa was shooting him? Oh, whoa. That was very close to dying then. He's gonna take high ground. They're not gonna let him for a million years. Actually, use Boop. He can go up. Mort. He's gonna use 45. And now, enemy Orisa made a mistake with using her own 45. You want to know why? Because if Orisa went in right now and clicked 45, you see, that's what I'm talking about. He goes in by himself, uses every cooldown, and then Orisa using cooldown after him and kills him. I think the Orisa used 45 way too early, but still was after him. Therefore, she got the kill on him, and she stayed full HP. I also don't understand the walk in alone on the high ground. I get trying to clear high ground, but can't you do it by yourself? His team should have at least been on the other high ground to sandwich the enemy. But he got beaten in 45s, bro. He got beaten in 45s, bro. Why is he 45 on beat? Oh my. Boom!
As Chronic gets another one. And Rocket cleans up the rest. Nightmare.
Look, I don't know what the other people are doing on the team, but right now Kellen is literally making goofy mistakes. Kellen is making very obvious mistakes. His cooldown cycling is pretty poor. He walks in by himself most of the time, which is not even the main problem. The main problem is that he's using every cooldown before they even use anything. And then, well, Orisa can just call, "Hey guys, Kellen no 45. Let me go and buy 45. Kill Kellen."
In that extinction game, going to 5, you start to think, is this Nightmare slipping off a little bit? Are the stocks rising for other teams?
But coaches will see this game and go into next stream saying things like, "Guys, today we're gonna work on our comms."
Finish him.
So sad. So sad.
From Nightmare, I mean, Rocket on the Tracer just doing work, but Chronic front and center every single fight, shutting down Seeker on Freya, Cassidy.
Sugar Free is the best NA Tracer. You want to watch Sugar Free a bit? See what he does? You think Kellen should watch your advisor or their coach gonna catch it? I hope my coach gonna catch it. I hope their coach is gonna catch it. I hope. Took me like 1 minute to watch his pop to tell you exactly what the mistake is. And you know, by the way, at this 2-0 right now, that's the same mistake that he made last map. You know what's your job as a coach, by the way? Your job as a coach is when between the games you show up and you be like, "Hey bro, Kellen, listen up for a second, bro. You have to force cooldowns before you use yours. Try to force cooldowns unless you're in danger of dying, and then you're forced to use yours. However, try to not use your cooldowns too early, because then they notice and they try to capitalize. Try to do damage, throw some spears, maybe easier in there. Don't fortify unless they use some cooldowns. That's all you have to say as a coach. And then you say, hey guys, best of luck. Oh, back to all the puffs. Oh, puff unavailable. Never mind. They're forcing Orisa so hard. It's because what they practice. He's not going to decide, fuck it, guys. I don't care about what we practice. Let me go monkey.
They lose at A point, and then the instant swap after, I believe there's one more fight of cast, and he swaps over to Sojin. And guess what? He comes back on Soj. What is the first thing he does? He shuts down...
Why no Zarya? What do you mean why no Zarya? Because Orisa counters Zarya. Duh. Orisa counters Zarya, can play Zarya.
No ultimate, nothing. Having to build the energy on the rail from scratch. First thing he does is shut down OC. That's disgusting.
I don't know why they're not playing Rotom. It's a clear counter to Orisa.
Now for the rest of the series, which might just be one map.
Look, when Orisa fortifies, he just clicks ulti, then he kills him.
SSG to make it to that mid-season. I mean, look,
Coaching
Team
diff.
Liquid, Geeky, they've made it. They're chilling. They're waiting for that final slot, right? Get that extra prize money and claim that trophy. But
Let's see if I type "Hey guys" in the chat. How many people will flame me?
You know, a slight blip in the radar.
Look.
Extinction twice.
Hey guys.
What's going on there? They've got some sort of pact to always go to map 5, I suppose.
Do you think if you take a low skilled player at around low match or something and put them in stack lobby, do you think that player can learn or adapt, or will they just lose and not understand why?
I mean, now is the
I mean, it depends. He could learn and adapt for sure, yeah.
I wonder if
But also, low skill rate and masters doesn't work together.
even the supports for Space Station in this matchup, because Colosseo's a weird one. Where do you expect the backlines are going to pivot?
I think we're still in mostly for this patch. Lucio Kiriko looks really strong to me, but I think
What were some of your frustration when playing in the Overwatch League? I never played in the Overwatch League. Play contenders.
Particularly in the Orisa matchup, assuming we're going to keep playing Orisa here, which could actually get banned out. Might end up being a smart ban from Space Station. We'll see how that one goes. Maybe not actually, because I think Kellen wants to play it. But given the Orisa
damage, damage.
Suzu from Kiriko is nice, but Lant having just a little bit longer to play through. Okay, it's going to be the Batman. So that has been one of the differences, though, right? We consider the fact that it's been mostly Nightmare playing the BAP. SSG have been playing Kiriko.
When are you gonna do a Torb stream?
Lucio Kiriko, which I think is going to change things up a little.
What do you mean? Right now I'm playing Torb.
But look at where the other ban comes through. It's going to be on the Tracer, because where has been the X factor for SSG to sort of get them into a winning position, even if they're losing? It's been,
you know, Killen. What I'm imagining happening right now is Killen is like, no, Orisa, monkey, Winston. Let me play Winston, and they're probably gonna not play Orisa. Unless, I'd hope for him to, like, I don't know if he recognizes his own mistakes, but a coach should definitely recognize his mistakes and tell him, listen, bro, chill out with the 45-bit.
I think he's still an amazing player and won't have impact on Genji, but certainly when you look at the Tracer battle, Rocket was going to be behind Sugar Free, and now you've removed that factor from SSG.
Feels like the final nail in the coffin, though, with those bans. SSG, they got a
bro.
sweep here, Abel. Colosseo is the map choice. Banning the BAP as we load
Blizzard chat modes on high alert. I know they're ready to ban. Somebody asked, are you sponsored by Overwatch?
We'll face either Geeky or Team Liquid, who are in the upper bracket final, and that will be in a moment after this series.
Okay.
And the winner here also books their tickets to that.
Do you think he's gonna play Orisa? I think he will.
It's a heavy
Let's watch Kellen to see if he improves his mistakes. And if not, we're just gonna go to Sugar Free. Yes, Kellen is playing Orisa.
Down by Team Liquid, who they won against in the regular season. And then Nightmare's your opponent, like, oh, okay, great. Fantastic. We do not want to be here, man.
Nightmare.
Overwatch, verified player Overwatch League. What is that spray?
You know, if you just looked at those results, you would assume that Nightmare would have a pretty clear...
I feel like teammates in Masters 50-50 might be a skill issue. On my part, it is a skill issue. It is.
Is that 5 mapper versus Extinction?
Hello, Fudeo.
I don't think that even
Fudeo.
matters anymore. It's a brand new week, a brand new opportunity for Nightmare, for Space Station. They really need to come through big. It's got to be Symmetra locked in. I thought maybe Symmetra just to rotate and get an early...
So, no random cooldowns, Kellen, please. No random 45s with full HP and beat, please.
Play, but we do know, at least in the EU, it's big meta.
E to disengage if you really need.
You're really good against the Orisa too. It's just
Okay,
so easy to
good.
charge
Not
that full
randomly
wave.
using cooldowns. He needs to
TP
wait
as well
out there.
away from things like the terror
Okay,
surge
that's
you can
like
pull it
for
off.
better
Here
positioning.
comes
I get
the
it.
push, but Seeker, okay. Confidence
Why
building from there.
45 again? Why
This is
45?
also
You're
really
full
hard to
HP. No one is even
but Nightmare,
shooting at
like
you.
it's
Why
like
are you
you said,
45?
The sim towers, they did do a lot of damage, Avril, but you can TP away. You're gonna get.
You see, a 45 here would have been really helpful. He probably wouldn't have died. See what I'm saying?
Kills for Nightmare, as both Orisas end up falling as well. As Space Station turn, tail, and running.
You have a full DPS advantage, Seeker on the Soldier.
Lukamino gets another one.
Specialty, and now Luke Mino's got a couple of extras.
I'm so mad.
Start talking about the fact that I mentioned Luke Mino on the Bath on Hollywood as being able to save the day when Chronic's not there, but here with the Bath gone onto Kiriko, Chronic dead once again. Who is it to save the day? It's Luke Mino once more.
Definitely one of the best supports in NA. Nightmare looking good, honestly. You can have rush here super early. Just that damage, those kills from Nightmare. They can
Okay, no 45.
Space Station into an odd spot.
Here, 45 was good.
Use the rush, but
I'm so surprised. Here he uses his 45 at the right time, but like at these random moments where nobody's shooting at him when he's full HP, he clicks 45. I don't get it.
Like they envisioned it anyway.
Good E because he's low. 45 I don't understand. The 45 I don't get. It's not that it's a big deal that he uses 45 here. I mean, I guess it is because he almost dies. But, you know, it's not a big deal because everybody died anyways. He probably wanted to give them less ult charge, but I don't think he's thinking about that.
Okay, they do end up losing control of the bot. But here comes Space Station, double support ult, and they've got this blade coming up. Beat blade combo. It's going to be scary.
Also the fact that
is there ever a situation where it's okay to blame your team? No, it's never a situation where it's okay to blame your team. Because it's pointless. Okay, wait. Here, I don't get a 45. I mean, I do get a 45, but I don't get a 45. He should have kited a bit. Ah, never mind. He was anchoring. He should have used 45. There was no one healing him. Here the E was good, Sphere was okay. Yeah, no, the 45 here was okay. Because I thought he could kite and get healed, but they were trying to trade backline. They went for the backline, so he was alone, no healing. It's okay to 45 there, just to stay alive. Not like he could have traded cooldowns anyways. Here, just don't use 45 yet, please.
Almost frame perfect. Oh, Seeker! To the skies, both Sojourns go, but it's Chronic now who's 6 feet under. Oh, what a shot on Lukamino as well. Jeez. All right, Seeker. Fully
at least like wait a bit until you take some damage and then 45. I don't understand these full HP 45. It makes no sense to me.
Confidence building. Well, this is now confidence fully built. OC trades. Go Seeker's way. Not going to allow Chronic to take away another one of his OCs like we saw on Hollywood. Space Station need this. We'll get the flip. It's an early one. Only 20 meters for Nightmare. Space Station out.
He good. Space. Boom. 45. I kind of understand. Now he's... yeah, he dies.
Space Station, they're so close this cap, yeah. Kellen does end up going down, though.
Fatality.
Spear spin dislodges his position, so... No
somebody needs to explain to me what was the E into the 45 in the enemy backline. I just don't get it. Like, I'm not trying to be annoying, but I'm generally giving feedback. He's using his 45 for absolutely no reason. Sometimes you overextend, whatever. You know, probably there's a call. I don't know what they're communicating. Maybe he's saying he's going in, they expect people to follow up. However, you kind of need to turn back to see where your team is from time to time to figure out if it's a good time to push. I don't understand these random 45s. I just don't get it. And he, like literally every time he's failing the 45, they just win the cooldown exchange. Now, enemy Orisa using 45, and now you can go in with your own 45. But they use ultis, but... Okay, but they have double 45 with Kitsune, but now he has 45 and Orisa doesn't have 45, you can... Nah, okay. Oh no. Like here, he won the exchange of the 45s, but they won the exchange of the ultimate.
Kellen's ability to get out of the fight is cut basically to zero. As Nightmare, they're going to push on Avril, and this is an important fight to win as well. They're filing these late...
Okay, we found the mistake. We found the mistakes, but let's see if there's Sugar-Free does any mistakes. What is he on Genji?
Space Station can play the 4 versus 4. That might be on a Lucio, but consider how far away he has to travel. Luke Mino, the only healer here. Here comes Pete.
Really nice beat there.
Pretty good. Didn't understand the deflect. Pretty good.
Insta-kill Lukamino.
You can't rotate out of that one.
This is good.
Now, Lepsel on his way back, so you don't have the speed to
First 5 seconds of Sugar-Free already looking good.
Have to receive that beat, end up losing the fight. No flip to come on through. Still plenty of time to play on. 4 minutes and 30. just goes to show that even a
Are you saying highest level of competition in Overwatch is a noob with cooldowns?
Slowly resetting onto Nightmare's high ground. Blade, overclock. No sound barrier combo here for Nightmare. The same could be said for Space Station.
Yeah, I guess they're just waiting to nano.
Just waiting for someone to make a play here. Nightmare.
They're waiting to make a play. You could make. You could make. He could top route for some CDs. Or at least try to. I think he's playing a little bit too passive, but I guess maybe they're communicating some things that I can't hear. No 45. Do you so Jewel? All you have to do is kite. Wait. Yep. There's your time after some cooldowns. Pretty good. Woo! You see, that's what you do. You don't use fucking cooldowns randomly when they use their cooldowns. All you have to do is wait for them to use cooldowns, and then you have yours to engage. They use, so blue team use Kitsune. They carried with Kitsune with their ultimates. And Sugar Free is like, okay, they're carrying, now they don't have coolers, let me go with my blade. Got 2 kills. You see, lost, but whatever. I think he played pretty well.
In the trade versus CJ, but survives long enough to still pull through, collect the back
good.
Nightmare win the
You see, that's good cooldown rotations. You see, they're shooting at him, he's getting low, boom, deflect. Dash to disengage, really good. Walking with deflect, you can if you want to. Or like take some damage and then deflect. Orisa used 45. What did Kellen do? Click 45 behind the shield. Why is Kellen clicking 45? He's behind the shield. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
It's like it's one little 2v2 and then one little 3v3. Very segmented fights.
I mean, we just got, what is it? A 1 meter gap between the teams, 0.98.
Doesn't dash in randomly, yeah. Also pretty good deflect. Pretty good patience with how he plays Genji. Not what you see in the highlight videos of people ghost dashing everywhere, right? Fundamentally sound gameplay. He's holding the corners, applying constant pressure. Denying angles. Here, he's gonna go up, he's gonna help. Yep! You know what's funny? You know what's funny? We literally talk about how you know, you should dash into full HP people, like what Apply said, and literally what we're observing, what Sugar Free does, every time he only dashes into people who are very low and killable. He doesn't dash into people that are full HP ever. Very good. Dashes are really good, deflect really good. Blade was really good, let's see, he has another blade. Off angles are good, when he goes in is really good. Here he dashed back into a good position with cover. Yeah. Dash into Orisa that is low HP. Nice try. They have no risk. They should be able to somehow win this, right? No, they have no ultimates. Never mind.
And maybe even a checkpoint in their future as well as Zika fights in his own disruptor shot and wins the fight versus Rocket. Dashes all the way back to the mega health pack there, Avril, but doesn't manage to get there in time as a straight kunai from Lucamino tags the Sojourn. As Nightmare
Sugar Free is playing very well.
With a minute to go and 4 meters behind. Nightmare, they need to win this next fight to secure the
I want to see how he uses the blade. What he should do, though they probably know they don't have support ultimates because they use both. What they want to do is that he wants to force at least speed or slide. And when he sees the speed and slide, he can go in with a blade. So he has to be patient for or do this.
Well, here comes the blade. Whoa, Rocket insta-kills Bliss. That's a double kill as well. Seeker ends up going down, resets on the high ground.
So the reason why he bladed is quite simple. When the enemies went in with blade, there was follow-up. They used speed with the blade. They realized the enemies use cooldowns to go in. Let me use my blade to kill them when they're using the cooldown.
They convert the lead at 18 seconds to go. Space Station's chances of making it to the mid-season slipping through their hands at the final hurdle.
Well, they get the cap here, so Nightmare, if they get a couple of extra meters after the cap, they want to prevent the possibility of a draw. Yes, if they don't, then we might see a draw. They do get half a meter. Now the Terror Surge.
Oh, he missed the beat, but he had to touch. Yeah, he was the only one who could touch. It's over.
Rocket ends up taking down Seeker as Chronic. Nightmare. It just ends them. It's done. Nightmare are going to take the map, take the series, knock Space Station out and book their ticket to
Look, I'm not here to point fingers at people, but I think I know who the main culprit of losing the series is.
stuff coming through for Nightmare in the overtime.
Nah, I don't know. Maybe other people made mistake. I could only see Kellen Sugar Free. I'm sure other people also made mistakes. But I think that
Sugar Free unfortunately didn't catch the green HP on the beat.
big problem. Did Virtus Pro win? Yeah.
In my mind, absolute player of the match. I'm sure he will actually get the player of the match, but if he doesn't, he was my MVP from the first map. I called it very early on, Jack.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Kellen, bro. I don't know if you ever watched this. Probably not. But I hope that next series that you play, when you play Orisa, you're gonna force some cooldowns before you're forced to use your Fortify. You don't want to use your Fortify when you're full HP. You don't want to use your Fortify when you're behind an Orisa shield. You don't want to Fortify when no one's shooting at you. Trigger Free, I watched you for only 1.5 minutes, but he played very well. Good job. Not that it matters that he played very well because he still lost 3-0, but I wish you nothing but the best. Next match gonna be a banger. Who's gonna play? Upcoming. That's it for today. No, there's another game. Don't lie. Why is he saying there's
Yeah, like you said, a 3-0 for Nightmare. The next opponent, GK or Team Liquid. That is the next series after this, but what an unbelievable run. I mean, only losing a single series in the regular season as well. Congratulations.
Team Liquid versus GK Sports. Game for the NA champion. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think GK are favorites, right? They're undefeated currently.
A dominant showing. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I don't think we have that one scribbled down quite like
Dude, you know, who was the enemy tank? Who was the tank? Who was not killing? Who was the other Orisa? What was his nickname?
Trajectory, you know, with the meta shifts, we thought that what made them so strong in the early stages of stage 2.
Painkiller? Is he Korean?
Like the Juno Break backline and whatnot. That this might be an issue for them now.
Is it Korean?
Well, it turns out nothing matters. The recent matches were a fluke. They're doing
Painkiller American, bro. If you're a Painkiller, you go up on stage like, hey, Painkiller, how did you win the game? Listen, I don't know. I see Kellen. He clicks 45. I'm like, fuck it. Let me just wait at the 45. Go kill him. Easy.
Disgusting. Yeah. No, it absolutely was. I mean, Chronic came out.
Killing cooldown usage.
Here from even like I had said before we went
Do we
into
win?
this, that it seemed like Nightmare was on a downward spiral, but I think they heard me and they said everything.
Do you think you're better than Sugar Free Tracer now?
Match alone, that would make me eat my words.
I'm kind of stunned, to be honest.
Right?
I did not expect this to be a 3-0, and I know I bet everything on
Nightmare is 100% American?
I vouch for them. I was like,
Wait,
this is
Rocket
this
is American?
tournament, they're the
I don't
underdog,
think Rocket is
they're gonna
American.
secure their ticket. They might even fight for the grand final spot, and they just fell flat here against Nightmare. I'm pretty stunned, to be honest.
Oh, he is? Okay.
It was,
Pretty good.
Chronic just absolutely destroyed. Like, it was not even funny. That was an insane hit scan gap. And I think it's a bit
Hit scan gap!
ESSG go out, you know,
Bro,
this-
I mean, it could be possible, but like,
with the main
you see,
implementation,
casters just do a job casting. Oh, wait, he wasn't even casting. Is he an analyst?
couple of weeks, and they had some decent versatility. Sometimes they'd bring in Squid, they played double flex support, but it was back to the Lucio Kiri here for the final weekend of stage 2, and they just got swept. That was brutal.
That was brutal indeed, but this is giving Nightmare an opportunity to just continue the dominant performance that they had in the regular season, right? Nightmare has been all the way
GK
on
Sports,
top,
let me check.
and it really was just the last week and a half where it looked a little shaky. Clearly not the case anymore. So I'm excited to potentially see, for example, a rematch against Team Liquid that actually knocked them down into the lower bracket here. So that could be an exciting one, because the Nightmare we've seen today looks like a very different Nightmare.
Let me show you,
from
okay.
Last week.
Bro.
So 3-0.
Who plays Admiral? Oh, he's good. Kaffa, I don't know who Kaffa is. Lethal, also pretty good. Ultraviolet, good. Double Maimon is also good. They're all good, but they're like 3 Europeans.
What's going on, guys?
3 European, 1 Australian. They only have 1 American. And that is an A? Wait, that's an A contender. They literally have 1 American. Well, not even 1 American, 1 in 8.
Johnny was not a believer in you. I'm just throwing him under the bus here.
Whoa, come on, man.
What did you? I know. He was like.
What are they saying? What are they saying?
He eats his words because you guys were rocking it today. What changed? What happened?
Hear this, by the way.
Yeah, right? Being gay.
Yeah, it'd be in trouble if everyone could hear that right now.
Okay.
Was it much better or worse than TU versus VP
Talk to us about the
matchup?
preparation for this week. looking at last week
Tough to
specifically,
say.
we're all starting to be really worried with the meta shifts. It just kind of looked like you guys lost that fire. It just didn't look as comfortable. Today, different story. What changed?
Well, I think firstly, and I'm not going to get too deep into this, but the tracer damage buff definitely played a little role in our success, at least in scrims and loading in. I think that last week match was like a product of us just getting to this boot camp, which we're all at
Who is
right
this
now,
guy?
which, I mean, is a huge
Who is
help,
this?
but, you know, we were all jet lagged. We were all, not all of us were here, so the whole entire set was kind of just iffy. But, I mean, the second we had that week to prep, all it took was 1 week to get us from, you know, that level to how dominant we were today. And I have to
that's
give full
Rockets.
credit to the Nightmare org to set this up and, you know, get us all together here for this match.
I love to hear that. That's awesome.
That's amazing to hear that you now have that opportunity to be there alongside one another, and you know you've already solidified that third place, which is fantastic. That's like checkbox 1, you know, in your trajectory. Now with the rest of this
Dude, look at this
weekend,
guy's
we're
room.
leading up to
It's
that.
full of the
What is
fucking
mindset now,
soundproof
at least for
stuff.
tomorrow,
Looks
looking
like
to
he's
try and
living in a
face off against
bunker.
one of these other teams who've
He
put
looks
you
like he
in
lives in a
position,
Rubik's
having to
Cube,
look
this
for that
guy.
run back from the lower bracket.
I think everyone's just excited to have that stress off our shoulders. You know, I think tomorrow is going to be, you're going to see a similar version of us today. But with all that like pressure off our shoulders, I really think we could take it to Geeka and Liquid. You know, we're going to celebrate tonight and show up tomorrow and do our best. And I honestly think if we play like we did today, there's no doubt in my mind that we can take the whole tournament.
Yeah, well-deserved celebration.
Dude, why are they all smiling? Notice now they're all fucking smiling. He's just saying
I
things,
know
they're all
this is
fucking
about
smiling.
You guys, the players, you know, achieving this, celebrating this moment. But Nightmare, Flak, qualifying for another tournament here. Can you just ask Flak for me? Like, does he have any words he wants to share? You don't have to give.
Flak, come here, put the headset on. They want to talk about the success of the org.
Aw.
Hey.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Flak? You did it again.
How are you doing, Johnny?
Do you have anything to say? What's going on?
I mean, end of last stage left us standing. There a lot of bigger orgs came in, but the thing about North America that I find really special compared to a lot of other regions is it's not as done and dealt with as people really think it is. There's so much talent that people overlook in this region, and every single one of these guys gave everything to make sure that this was the moment that they needed to show up, and all of them had it. Gave
Nightmare
everything they
Bridges
took
with
this
Aura.
week, and it was really incredible to see them come together with this boot camp, and I'm extremely impressed, but I knew they could do it.
That's awesome, man. That's freaking awesome. Good for you. I'm happy for you, dude. I'm happy for all of you.
That's right. Well, thank you so much. Also, he can't hear us now, but yeah, thanks everyone who joined the interview.
Is there footage when you used to play with Symmetra competitively? Man, there should be somewhere, but I don't have it on the top of my head.
I'm gonna whoop some people in Mario Party most likely, and then we'll call it a night. We'll see.
Perfect. Team bonding exercise right there. Thank you all so much. Congratulations.
Hilarious.
And best of luck in your matches tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
Nothing but love for that squad.
goodness.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Chronic is our player of the match for this one.
No
that kind of
surprise.
goes without saying. Like, I feel like that was. Yeah, no. You can't actually give this to anyone else.
Oh
Chronic
my
was
goodness,
like
bro.
Actually insane. It's illegal how good he was.
Yeah. That was
Yeah, I mean,
unbelievable.
they're really, because honestly, just from start to finish, from the get-go
God,
here, it was
the
one
fake
thing when you
smiles,
saw, like,
bro.
that first initial elimination where Chronic is on the Freya, taking down, you know, Seeker and Sugar Free and doing what their thing is, and then all of a sudden it was just
Almost
like
Ajax, by the way.
unbelievable avalanche of just continued success to the point of where there
So
was
when
no
is
way
the next
to
game?
stop this type of moment.
How do I watch this?
There's
Exit stream. Well, where's the next one? This one? No. No? Where's the next game? Okay, I guess I'm just staying here.
See, it feels great to hear from Rocket there, right? That
Delicious
it was the
barbecue
difference maker was
events.
the boot camp, them coming together, different setup. It's just, it's not every match day is a good match day, you know? Like little changes in the routine.
Guys, could I
in the
make it as a
environment can
caster?
make all the difference. And if we're gonna see the same nightmare again today, tomorrow that we saw today. Man, Geek and Team Liquid will have their work cut out for them. I am very excited to see what all these teams have in store for us for now.
Yeah. Wait,
heading into
wait.
the
Give me
weekend.
1 sec.
Alas, it's not just a break. We once again
Wait.
will be watching Battle of the Bots.
Guys, how about now?
It's just, you know,
How about
you
now?
You don't sound like you're a fan of the bots, Johnny. What's with the hate?
I am a fan of the bots. I have mad respect for the bots.
He just doesn't like the algorithm on the back end that's making the decisions for the bots.
Look,
Dude, can I now make it as a caster, bro?
for our lifetime, it's bet on the bots and be kind to the bots. That's what we should do in our lifetime. So
That's right. We're just trying to make the AI overlords like us. That's why we hype them up so much. So yeah.
Here in California, $1 million for 2-bedroom.
Very polite ChatGPT user. Overly polite, perhaps.
You say please and thank you, and then you're just like, I appreciate that.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. How the oh my
That's
goodness.
why we're cheering all of them on for our Battle of the Bots. Let's see who's coming out on top. I believe we have our graphics integrator.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's hard. Oh man.
Up Chantals, Genji, Orisa, Baptiste. One team will come out ahead of it.
Oh fuck, bro. It's so.
That Liquid versus GK.
I don't know. Maybe I'm a hater. I don't know. OBS goats. Can't see your screen? Oh shit. Yeah, there's nothing happening here, bro. Now you can watch these people. You see, it's add pub. Okay, now they're gonna be playing. Okay. Wait, these are I know some of these players. They're actually this is a pretty good game. I mean, they're all good players here. Who do you think will win? I mean, these guys are favorites, right? Can you watch Pacific Pop? Yeah. Nah, but if I click here, he's now in the bathroom. So if I click this, I'm gonna find him in the toilet. So I'm not clicking him. I don't want to invade his privacy. Bum 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 bum. Are we watching the bots now? Oh my. How much? I have a question. Does any but no like false info, no fake news in here. Does anybody know how much how much these orcs pay nowadays? Is there any like proper? I wouldn't say leaks, but like people know how much they get paid or no? Some of these orcs, at least, like what players get paid what. And also, what's the prize for that? If you win your region, what do you win? Let me see. WCS prize. It has overall like a $3.6 million, but that's like a fucking cumulative. Right. I don't even know what I'm watching now. Wait. First place 30,000? What did it say? 3 million. 30. No, it can't be right. What do you mean? 30,000. What? Wait. 30,000 for the first prize. So if you win this, you get 30,000. And it's split by what? 5 players? 5 players, coach, and org. Wait. 30,000, 5, 5,000, 6,000, 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. Coach gets played as well, so it's 5,000. $5 $5,000 if you win. That's before taxes. And you have to play this for how many months? And how many hours do you have to practice? Let me see. Somebody sent the link. But that's 2024. First prize, $30,000. Ay, ay, ay. It says your approx earning was 7K. I don't even know how much you earned, but like 7K? No, it's not that low. Check mid-season championship prize. OWCS mid-season championship. Blah, 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 blah. I just put this here so you guys can see it. Oh, it says prize pool, but the prize pool is between how many teams? Wait, only first place $1 million. The first place. There's just one team wins $1 million. The rest win nothing. It doesn't make any sense. What if we go 2024? Overwatch Champions Series 2024 mid-season. Is there anything interesting here? This was half a grand. Who won what? Let me see. $200,000. Team Falcons. How many people were in Team Falcons? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh man. 8 people. 8. So let's do 200,000 divided by 8. We have 25,000 each. Taxes. Like, let's say federal tax. Let's say without state tax, let's say 37% times 63. 0.63. 15.7K. That 15.7K after taxes, that is assuming it's only split between 8 players, no coach, and the org doesn't take any money. And that is only if you win first place. Oy vey. You know, the MVP, I think the MVP wins 50K. Might as well just lose and win the MVP. Just go for the frags, bro. Go for the frags. Get the MVP. Take the 50K to yourself and just run away. What is this?
That's right. Welcome back, everyone. So here joined by Rich and Johnny.
When you're trying to win $200,000 and the team you go up against are 7 Koreans sitting in a 5x5 room playing 15 hours a day, it's over.
Finals tomorrow, on which team has to fight it out against Nightmare in the lower bracket. So let's dive into this one. Starting with GK, they were the top dog.
Am I the only one thinking the shirt Zoe has on is too revealing? No, I don't think it's too revealing. I just think that it, personal opinion, not a big fan of the tattoo. But you know.
But there's a plethora of good things to say about literally every player on this squad, Rich.
There really is. I mean,
I'm sure a lot of people also have problems with my face, so I don't have a problem with their face, just the tattoo.
This team just soars to its peak, and this match between Team Liquid and Geekay, it would be, I feel, Geekay's really match to lose. They are just so dominant. I think there's going to be a lot of work that Team Liquid's going to need to do, and I know Johnny will touch on that. But realistically, the DPS line, I'm looking at both Lethal and Maimon and how they're going to also contribute, because we talk a lot about the support line and, you know, what they're going to bring to the table. But it makes me wonder what's going to happen with even some of like
Guys, what are you talking about?
Oh yeah, like,
Haram!
The damage on a tracer, like you feel those kinds of things. Like maybe it's some kind of adjustment that might happen, or what they observe from patch changes, because maybe even Johnny said it before, and a brain patch comes through, let's change some things up.
I love that we said the
What even is that tattoo? What is that?
Johnny, with like, we're never gonna see
Is that like
these changes will
I don't even understand what that is.
Doesn't matter. She had to hit that.
That guy lives in a Rubik's Cube.
Doesn't matter. Yo.
And this guy is a part-time geisha in Japan. Based on the background.
I get paid to point out whenever someone slips. I get paid to do that.
Anyway, sorry. Anyway.
I love living
Have you heard of Ultraval and RuPaul? Yeah, I think Ultraval is very, very good. About RuPaul, I haven't really watched this game too much. I couldn't tell you.
Face off against each other in what was that, week 3 or week 4? That was a 5-map series. Can they play this close again? Do you want to see changes? Specifically looking at the backline here and what we're going to see from RuPaul and Vega.
I mean, Rich said it very eloquently, where I was like, maybe you just NA go play Tracer, and they're just like, oh, half a damage. I'm in. Like, maybe that's just the meta now, because like I said with SSG, who just got dominated 3-0, I was like, whoa, they're on the way up. You know, I love the compositions they're playing, and the same applies for Team Liquid.
I mean, his cousin is locked in a shipping container full of sound foam.
That helped him win the Overwatch League in 2023 with Florida Mayhem. And they just look like they're on the same page. Like, they really found something. Now, are we going to see more of that? Or are we going to see a pivot in North America to more Lucio Kiriko compositions? I don't think if both teams mirrored Lucio Kiriko in this matchup, that would favor Team Liquid.
Is Genji shooting faster in game, or my triple or just clicks his mouse hard?
If that was the case, are we going to see BAP Lifeweaver? No one has had an answer to that backline yet. Is it even viable in this patch in North America? We'll have to see. I don't have the answers for you, but what I know is going to be the case is that it's going to be a gigabanger. So if I don't know if something is the case, so I don't know if you can fault me for it, but I'm just being vulnerable here.
You can.
I love that. You know what? I love you being vulnerable. We're talking feelings. Everything is okay. This is a safe space-ish, kinda. So yeah, thank you both so much for letting me pick your brain. We are getting ready for our last series of the day, and on the mics for this one, we're gonna have Avril and Jaws. Is that Javril or Owcs? I'm not sure. The second sounds quite fancy, doesn't it?
Should I make a tweet? Should I make a tweet? Bro, guys, Samito got stuck in a Rubik's Cube. I tagged Sam. Samito got stuck in a Rubik's Cube. Can you help him?
Avoid that one a little bit.
Yeah,
So I think
Pray for Samito.
that, yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, wait. Can I find this guy? Wait.
That,
Wait. Let me.
Kinda. So,
Wait.
thank you both so much
Hey,
for
no
letting me pick your
smiling.
brain. We are
Sam
getting
doesn't
ready for our
smile.
last series of the day, and on the mics for this one, we're gonna have Avril and Jaws. Is
Here we
that
go, here we
Javril
go.
or Owcs? I'm not sure. The second sounds quite fancy, doesn't it?
Give me 1 second.
No way.
I think Javril works a little better. I didn't even know how to pronounce the second one. Avoid?
so we gotta avoid that one a little bit.
Yeah,
So I think
can't mention him.
Javril maybe
Is that the boogeyman?
that, yeah.
I don't know. Man.
What?
I don't know. We've had many Australians. Me and Johnny.
Oh my.
Fish.
Okay, look, I'm gonna.
Would- What's the parent name? Is it just Javril?
I'll
They're
take it.
Kiwi, so
That's
I don't
not
know.
bad.
What would a what? No, Wallaby's Australian. I don't know. Regardless, anyway, we're getting too far off topic. GK versus Team Liquid. Last time they faced Avril, Mat 5
Look,
like straight up. It was an extreme.
Look,
nail
I
biter.
posted. I'm
Liquid
gonna
wanted
please
to
ga
try and
gas it up,
upset
guys.
GK
Gas it up.
and take that coveted like lossless
Gas this up.
stage 2 out of their hands. But GK, they're just meta resilient and patch resilient as well. How do you feel?
Yeah. It's a long time ago. The thing is, I think the meta has evolved. We've progressed further throughout the weeks, but more importantly, we're onto new patches on. Yes, okay, the new patch only had a single week to sort of work our way through it. It does seem like across the different regions, most teams have basically stuck to the guns. Whatever they were good on season 16 at the end of season 16, they're playing that again here in season
Free
17.
Samito.
There's just not enough time to really move along too much. Really, like Rocket said, big winner is on the Tracer, and guess who's playing Tracer on the other side of on the Liquid side? It's Zera, who's just ridiculous. I mean, this guy to me has basically leveled up to and maybe even beyond way Sugar Free was. We saw how good Sugar Free in the last series was, despite losing. You get Sarah on that new Season 17 Tracer, things could get very dirty in the lobby.
This isn't a mistake either. Geeky would normally ban first here as they get map selection, but they let Team Liquid go for a ban first. And Team Liquid decided, okay, we're going to ban Moira, Geeky, going to respond with Surgeon. How do you feel about that?
Second ban Moira. I would have.
It started with Hunter on SSG, letting another team do it, but like Geeky letting TL ban first here seems a little strange.
Well, it's funny because Jimbin actually did a stream earlier where he talked about this because Craig's Raccoon also deferred a lot of.
Your feed is a little bit behind. Yeah, because okay,
so like I'm not even really considering Moira to be a real hero in the meta. To me, that's
so wait, they are the casters, right? Jaws and Avril are casters, right? They're not analysts.
Interesting, yeah, just kind of baiting.
Although I think this guy is fairly good at understanding. Yeah, he explains the game fairly okay compared to other casters.
Even if we do lose him out, like we can go to somewhere that maybe that pick is better on. Yeah, Moira is a bit of a weird one though. I think Red X, you know, been playing it a little bit. Like people are playing it on control. Like you said, sparingly. Moira's still not that good, even though she did get a small sustain buff. Not a big fan of sustain buffs, but come on, it's Moira. Like there ain't no way. Every single time we saw Moira last week, it's like okay, the Tracer or the Soj or somebody is forced to shift, and as soon as Fade is down, yeah, the Moira dies instantly.
The Sojourn ban is a lot more impactful here. It means we're going to be playing either the Cass or towards the Freya. Probably leaning more to the Cass, just looking over to these two teams. The preference has been leaning on the Cass side. I think Lethal is the one that probably prefers Sojourn a little bit more. So with that out of the picture,
which people you know would have the best understanding of the game? Doesn't have to be the highest ranked people. I think Chow is fairly good at understanding the game. Chow,
yeah, Lethal's been
that's it.
Picking up Cassidy.
That's it.
Even saw a little bit of Ashe as well, which is a big surprise.
The people I know, from the people I know, Spylo, I don't know Spylo that much.
At this moment in time.
And I don't watch enough Spylo to be able to say, but it seems like he's doing pretty good, so probably.
Spoke at the very beginning here and said, you know, meta resistant, patch resistant. My Moan has been flexing onto things like Sombra too, which teams have honestly struggled against.
You know what? I do think, you know, maybe on the other side, the Ball, Sombra potentially, you mentioned it. When we do see the BAP Lifeweaver, I do believe Ball is a fantastic potential counter to that composition. It does seem like we're going to be rolling through on the Ball. Cuffer even locking in for this Malga. My Moan is, by the way, one of the few
better. Who are better OWCS players for the high champions players? We're better OWCS. The highest champion players, the highest OWCS or highest champion.
The Malga is a definite lock-in.
Malga versus Ball and wow,
wait. Wait, am I watching it pop? No, watching the event. Okay.
Yeah, how do you feel about this Malga matchup against the Wrecking Ball?
I'm not on the high setting. I was like, why is the quality so bad?
Might be tougher in Fates to get a lot of value here, considering how the Malga comp.
Spylo is a con artist talking down, and I wouldn't say he's a con artist. Come on, guys. You can say you don't like Spylo, but don't. Yeah, he's not a scammer or a conner or anything like that.
From the DPS passive, Malga is still going to be impacted by that. Might be resistant a little bit from
Malga, Bull. That's already a big change from the other games.
End up losing Lethal, which is really bad considering Wrecking Ball exists. Same with that Tracer. Lethal switching over to maybe even a Sombra here.
Is Bull good here?
Just holding down the fort right now.
Ah, they went Sombra.
Yeah, looks like Lethal's actually going to stick on this. I thought maybe a translocator out of spawn.
Bull's alright. I mean, Bull essentially can stall the point forever.
Very interesting comp, just pure.
There's nothing they can do against Bull. They swap Sombra, but even if you hack, it doesn't really matter. When they win the point, they can literally stall to 99. He can literally make the call, stall to 99. And that's it.
Tree still has to be a little bit careful there. Hit fight the virus, but
oh my
man, classic Malga moment and Wrecking Ball moment on this point. Like no one dies. Like okay, there's one pick.
I don't know what Malga can do here. I think he probably swaps here for sure. I don't know what he does here. He can do here with Malga.
Low, but yeah, Team Liquid.
He can anchor point, but he can't out anchor a ball. Yeah, he swaps.
I don't see how
Monkey, yeah.
GK are going to be able to really reach street, which is where you start to see the swaps coming on through the Malga on this map. Just too much high ground to play through with no sim TP to help you out. Too hard to get access. Cuffer now moving over towards the signature on Hazard. Playing to the ball. A few traps, I think, with the wall into infected could be on play.
Swap to Hazard. I think Hazard's a good pick. I think Monkey was okay. Hazard's better.
But it didn't actually end up finishing the cast. So got caught out by infected.
Maybe wait for Cage. Cage not gonna do jack shit.
Comes the rush on the point.
And by the time he forms Cages, the next map is already gonna be, the first map is gonna be over. And Cage not gonna do anything.
I mean, this is a flattening of GK right now. As Team Liquid just pure control of this game.
He had to beat on low HP.
Oh my god, he can get beat.
Note, by the way, this got late enough. The Team Liquid got all 5 ults and didn't have to use any of them until the last fight.
It's over.
100-0.
Yeah, 100-0. This is easy. Too easy.
Wait, what? Did they get destroyed?
A stop.
I'm gonna say this as well. Unfortunately,
And ranked to GM on Ball. When? I haven't ranked to GM on Ball, bro.
I think saving it for University is a better call. You want flat maps for the Malga Valley to come on through. And Malga is a hero that we did see come through a decent amount in Korea. But having to Symmetra is important as well. The Sombra, not too sure I'm fully convinced by that one. I know it has value versus the Ball, value versus the Freya, but no way to potentially follow up, especially if they're on the high ground. Like, you can get up there as a Sombra, you can get a
Team Liquid got close to fitting Giga last time they played. Maybe this time they do it.
It's very hard to follow up.
I don't know the lore.
So now that we are in University, this is where running back to Malga has a lot more value. So I'm a little surprised they even decided to go Malga on round 1. See if they can make it work this time around.
Malga is gonna be a lot better here because they can't really play Bull to anchor. I mean, they can't really play Bull. There's no enough place to play around here. Malga is actually not a bad pick here.
All right, Malga versus the Orisa now. From RuPaul.
I also think it's fairly good against the Orisa.
Mentioned at the top of the show.
Orisa not 45. He just jumps in and they killed Lethal. Unfortunately, Malga is. Whoa, 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 whoa. He did a 180. Called the ambulance, but not for me. But I'm not sure why he decided to re-engage. With no overheats or overheats, how it's called. And like had less than half HP.
Strong start from Team Look at multiple different looks here as well. Playing the Ball for City Center. Moving to the Orisa, plus in the Cass. A couple of different heroes, but working out strong. As Vega sets up the first opening kills for Team Liquid, and GK still yet to find any momentum here.
Tracer 1v1 casually.
Friendly little Tracer deal there with Maimon and Sarah. High ground control is going to be nice, but looks
What do you do? You force 45.
The mini health pack room, or at least try to.
You force 45 and then you just charge.
Down this backline now. RuPaul has done so much damage and healing that he's
Because they have no access to the backline.
A couple of percentage points away. I mean, this is such an easy fight win from this.
Force 45 and then charge. Can you already send a dive? No. I have no dive. I don't want to get it. I don't understand both windows. Both windows were kind of garbage.
Also caught off guard as Team Liquid lose too.
He was so far ahead of the team.
But to be honest, I didn't see what value the maybe the first window was on Orisa, but I couldn't see.
Standing next to RuPaul, both your supports are completely.
Maybe it was for to kill the Orisa.
Window comes through onto the point, but realistically, no targets, no vision there. UV also found window around the same time. Cafanello.
Okay. Good beats. Good counter beats.
Okay,
Overextended Kaffa on the Malga.
Sustainable damage.
Nice picks.
On the Malga, sorry. Nice little high noon from Lethal though, and Maimon, 2 ults
yeah,
there
pretty good.
by GK. Make that the third.
Pretty good how they played the push and pull that fight.
Ultraviolet puts his name on the board.
Double supports down early for Team Liquid, so when the numbers start getting low, that's just going to favor GK the longer that goes on. There's a dueling Dead Ice come through. Pulse Bomb Storm in play as well. Cage is taking a long time for Kuffa to build. He just hasn't had the opportunity to find the damage. It's been slow going for Kuffa, being bullied out on this Malga time and time again, but at least they're about to flip over the lead. 48% both sides, as UV this time has the lead on the window.
Sarah forced to hit an early recall there.
No recall, plays in a good position, but it's good cover at the very least. But he keeps engaging hard with no HP. How is he alive? I don't know.
Dominant in the front line as Team Liquid get the cap.
Let's talk about toughest struggles on the Malga so far. He's the first target, super low.
Dude, Zero played there with Tracer, no recall, no HP, and he's played very, very aggressive. I don't know how he lives there.
Windows finding online, but just dies so quickly. As Team Liquid to get this clean up, and
they have Cage here. What do they Cage? I have no idea. Cass.
Very close second round here, but Team Liquid still
early window, easily kiteable. It's way better to wait for them to use some CDs before window. Good teams will react pretty fast. Noob teams won't.
Pretty nice window spot here as well as Infected takes a lot of
Okay,
damage.
no 45. I can
Still
literally.
staying on the side
Okay,
of the
okay, okay,
Aristers.
okay. You can cage
Get
soon.
backed off of the point as GK try and take this
You're
one for free.
not into
Nice
cage.
little
You can
close
just win the
round there
fight.
for Rueful to keep Infected alive, but Infected getting shot from two
Yep.
angles right now. My Moan and Cuffer, a pincer maneuver on the Arista takes
Wait,
her down.
did he use a lamp to? Is that a perk?
GK with a cage in hand too. Team Liquid trying to keep themselves
Good.
in the fight. No, a stun
I don't think he should have caged. I don't think he should have caged with a beat. It was a good barrier, but he shouldn't. He should have not caged. With the beat, he should have not caged. But now they don't have an ulti.
Dying on 99% there. A little bit of a tragedy. I'd have had the opportunity to maybe turn
Because
that
now
one more time, but there
the
is
enemies
no
have
reset. Liquid is
beat
on
coming
the
up.
so
That
really
cage
the
could be
one
really, really good
opportunity
against
they
that
do get
beat.
this flip tree now moving over towards the Freya.
And they're closing on a Risa ulti. Not sure what he would have done against the cage, but still, cage would have been really, really good here. Early high noon. He's dead. Bye bye. He's not dead? How is he alive? How is Lethal alive there? What?
Liquid end up backing up all the way to the point, but Zera unable to join the rest of their team.
Ah!
One trade there as Lethal also falls. My Moan with the pulse
Okay, he
bomb.
can
This
clutch
should
with a
be deadly.
pulse.
Final fight territory now for Team
He for
Liquid.
sure
They
clutch with a
fight
pull.
and
She has to force Suzu
find
though.
this final kill. They've still got control of the point. My
Where's
Moan able to
45
stay
with this?
in
Not a bad, not that bad actually.
Infected still got a lifeline.
Kill him!
That terror surge ends up slamming
No.
against that wall. As Team Liquid are going to go out to round out this map, you've got to imagine.
Nice.
Copper, Admiral did
Alright, so they
same with
lost.
Ultraviolet. Vega might be down, but the Orisa stands tall. As Infected gets teleported on as RuPaul heals him up with the healing off with her.
Good touch.
And Team Liquid start off the series.
Liquid
with
are
a
playing very well.
That's a little 2-0 against GK.
Yeah, but I think if you have cage here, you just win. No, not that if they, that's the reason why they lost. Yeah, it doesn't like losing a game doesn't boil down to just using a cage or something like that. Yeah, but definitely having a cage here would have been super helpful.
Second round, we start coming on through a better one for the Malgut look, but still a struggle for Cuffer. Note how long the cage took to build in there. You also mentioned this, but when the cage finally did come down, low membership alive for the side on Cuffer's team for GK.
Dude, what is that siren? Do you hear that siren? You hear that
Vega
shit?
dies at 99, which actually in hindsight may be worthwhile because if he had the beat, used it as well, it's not as good of an ult trade for the side of Liquid on their respawn, but it just ends up being, you get the flip, you get the swap, the Freya comes back in, Kiriko on the swap as well, and suddenly, final fight, sound barrier for the tempo, get the flip in there, and the longer the fight goes on, the longer Infected lives on the Orisa. Cuffer can't do the same. A pulse bomb onto a fortified Orisa, the damage just wasn't existing, man. It was like really just a tickle.
I felt like the fight previous to that, right, where they used sound barrier and cage, a bit of an overinvestment, dumped their whole ult bank into a fight you'd think they'd be able to win without them. You can see RuPaul here.
No, it's the siren from the soundtrack. Guys, I don't understand. More healing and they lose the map again. They have more healing, but they lose the map in pro play? How is it possible? It's the second time it happens today. We look at the stats. The team with the most healing is losing. Can somebody explain this to me? How is it possible?
Map series, so, you know, don't want to pull, don't want to predict too early. You don't want to be one map handy as we come into the next one. I mean, at the end of the day as well, GK giving the ban over, do you think that actually made a difference here?
I think both teams clearly wanted to avoid the first ban. You saw the Mori ban coming through, which I think is a massive throwaway. Even considering the support protect, I don't think you're really that interested in support protecting unless you're GK trying to protect the life with, which I do believe.
Guys, you know, why aren't they just like picking better healers? Why don't you just go Moira Life Weaver?
Maps where they can absolutely, there it is, bring us to the Life.
Just go Life Weaver Moira, have better healing.
They do need
Don't get it.
protect that Life Weaver with an instant support ban. You can ban away maybe the Kiriko to prevent the Lucio Kiriko type of composition. If you really want to run through BAP Life Weaver the whole time.
Hello?
Like, okay, like I could totally see Team Liquid winning. I have
Hey.
no idea who's the fourth team because both Nightmare and SG are like evenly parts. So it's
Scammed.
an unpredictable region, and me and
Excuse me. I didn't click anything. It's been a while. Is Moira Life Weaver actually good? It has amazing healing.
Bailouts for the Malga, so you'll certainly have advantages. And my Moan, potential for Symmetra.
Guys, how did the team with more healing lose?
On hybrid.
What?
Just a cozy 100%. Obviously, these mode win percentages are going to be fairly high. Only 4 maps lost in the regular season for GK, but still impressive nonetheless. Push being their weakest mode at only 60% win rate. Small little substitution coming in as well for Team Liquid. So we're seeing
Knife subbing in for 0.
Yeah, Knife barely gets any playtime. I wonder what this could be for, potentially on the Pharah, which is, I think, a decent matchup into Lifeweaver BAP. Lifeweaver, well, the BAP can do a lot of damage in response, but Pharah is a potential play. We've even seen in Korea T1.
Remember Nolan playing more in Pro Play? I have no idea who Nolan is, bro.
I swear to you,
That was Nolan.
Sometimes. Could there be a Knife Symmetra in this? I don't think I've really seen much from Liquid on the Symmetra. I think GK are the Symmetra team if one of them is going to be. So clearly we're not going to really look at Tracer here. Tracer, not the best performer on Circuit Royale. So I'll remove 0 for now and see what Knife brings to the table.
Yeah,
actually could be a potential for Knife here too.
They're going to ban first, and like you mentioned too, like they're going to ban support, surely. They don't want that Lifeweaver BAP taken away from them.
Guys, first of all, I have a complaint. Jack, Jodcast, he, him. Why doesn't everyone have pronouns?
If that support ban
Bigots.
comes in and they can't
Disgusting.
ban support,
Sue Blizzard.
You go for a DPS.
Why? Where are Avril's
Hazard,
pronouns?
like I said, is always going to be a strong ban because Hazard is one of the best tanks to play with the Beaver composition. It's kind of what they practice for GK. But on this map, I think even removing that, Malga might be
Big
viable
boss.
one more time. I know they just lost on Malga, but yeah, this is a really good Malga map if they really want to go through there. I would hate to see, though,
Against the BAP
GK... I would hate to see them sort of... Okay, is this another deferred ban?
Wait, it's not GK, it's GK.
GK
Whoops.
really deferred ban one more time.
Whoops.
Because if they do that, they know the Lifeweaver is going to be banned. This doesn't make a ton of sense to me, but the first ban is on Liquid.
Because Avril pronouns are obvious?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's... Yeah, that's what it's saying too. Like, what? Yeah, that makes sense.
So forget about it, cuz.
The ban again. Okay, Lifeweaver ban, so no Lifeweaver BAP, which a lot of teams have been relying on.
You want to double down on that, buddy?
And if you cast your memories back as well, GK stomped Liquid on this map. Like, stomped. It wasn't really close. It was a 0 point for Team Liquid. Didn't even cap first, and GK ran it in. So, GK ended up banning the Tracer.
Which is not relevant this map.
You're not going to be playing Tracer on this map anyway, and then obviously Knife is being subbed in, so yeah, kind of question marks all around.
I'm confused, man.
What?
Tracer doesn't get played on circuit. She doesn't have a lot of value on circuit. You would play Genji anyway.
They could.
You had to. This is like, first of all, this is the map you specialize Lifeweaver BAP on. You cannot afford to allow Lifeweaver to be banned away here, unless you're like wanting. I mean, let me sort of maybe steelman the position for GK.
Wait, did they ban Tracer? Why would they ban Lifeweaver? Okay, I get the Lifeweaver.
Let's bait them into banning Lifeweaver.
I get the Lifeweaver ban.
The other team.
I mean, as I said, the only place where Lifeweaver theoretically can work is Circuit Royale. I said this before. It will work really well on defense. You play Lifeweaver on defense, and essentially what you do, you play to stall the entire 4 minutes in the first point, and then you just make the swap at the end.
Like, surely you target Knife,
The stall,
right?
and that's it.
You know Knife is in. I do believe substitutions happen first before the bans. So you know Knife is in. Go for his hero pool. Target the maze. I think Venture's actually good here as well. Venture overall, Korea proved that Venture's actually pretty strong in this meta, so that's a potential.
Tracer ban I don't get. I don't think anyone in their right mind would play Tracer.
I just don't think Pharah ban would have even been okay here. The Tracer ban, to me, is maybe even more egregious than letting.
How does Lifeweaver stall? He just has a lot of healing. He farms street, and essentially you can. It's very difficult, and you pull when people are low. So
you're also kind of removing that, like, oh, if we go to Runasapi, Soravasa, like, you know, anything like that. We can't.
It prevents anyone from dying, and you just spam healing.
Yeah, this new patch is throwing.
You can't win the fight, but you can't lose the fight as well.
not even in the bans. Like, what are people picking as well? I saw Bastion as well too in EMEA earlier on today. Don't forget though.
So what do? You essentially stall the first point for 4 minutes.
Powered up.
And it would only work on the first point because of like how the map layout is. The sight lines, the long sight lines, you can 30 for the back.
It's top notch, all I'm saying.
Two collabs in there, G.I. Joe, and then a worst kept secret. I'm sure it's been teased at this point.
Huge collab, huge collab.
Looking like a
so excited.
Nerf collaboration in there as well a little bit later on. The funniest thing about the G.I. Joe collaboration is seeing all the Zoomers on socials be like, I hate to say it, but I don't know G.I. Joe. And it's like, us older heads, I remember G.I. Joe. What do you mean? All these young kids don't know G.I. Joe. Unbelievable.
Okay, I did not watch G.I. Joe when I was a kid.
I have no idea what G.I.
I
Joe
watch
is.
it, but I know about it.
Oh, you sure? Yeah.
I watch the movies. Oh, that's all I'm saying.
Dude, all I'm
Channing
saying,
Tatum and the Rocker in those.
bring back the Ewoks from 1980s, bro. Google that. I'm not even that old. Like, it's older than me, but that was a VHS I used to watch when I was a kid. Creepy stuff, actually. Very strange. But yeah, good series. Bring that back.
What's popular? I have no idea what that is.
This guy's armor dumping is...
Actually, yeah, okay. I actually am, because one of the episodes of the Ewoks, I can't remember which one it was, but my god, there is some, like, old animation is kind of... It's kind of spooky in a weird way. I don't know how to explain it. Like Uncanny Valley type stuff. I don't know. It's freaky, man. I've watched some of it now. I'm like, yeah, this is kind of spooky if you're a child. But anyway,
after how many games played, would you say someone hard stuck?
Ending up letting Team Liquid ban first with Lifeweave and
over a season.
No Alari ban though, and this is what I expect to see from both sides. But Geeky looking like
Hanzo? Where's Hanzo? Oh, Hanzo is not a bad pick.
I thought they were actually going to come through with the Ryan. I was thinking like, but if the Africans are
Hanzo is actually not a bad pick here.
But it's going to be the Zarya instead, which the Max Crazy Raccoon special. We
no,
see him get
swaps.
something on this map in Korea. He loves bringing out the Zarya. Cuffer taking a page out of the
Venture?
Potentially decent matchup into the infected Arista. And as I sort of mentioned here,
Ventures I don't get.
Good in this meta.
Easy to clean off the high ground as well. All you need to do is literally just burrow.
Maybe you just gotta go from between position to slowly clear it.
The micro CC from like the burrow is just kind of crazy.
Yeah. A nice time against the poke come through on the Symmetra, which we were questioning, like how much.
Zarya here is pretty. It's a very unique comp. I think that playing Zarya here, Zarya Venture is pretty nice. Venture goes in, you bubble Venture. Get insta charge. Sits on the back line, he can cross the big sidelines. I get it. Yeah, cross the big sidelines, he pops out, and he gets bubbled.
Look at it. You just force.
I get it. I lie. You know, that's actually fairly creative. I like it. I like it.
Goodbye Knife Bang. Goodbye Vega. A double kill for my moan. Honestly, my goat on the Venture right now ends up forcing Knife and Vega to TP away Avril, and then they TP back and Drill Dash off the map. See you later.
You know what? That's some nice Overwatch. That's some creative stuff. Basically, it's very difficult to cross the big sidelines unless you can just go underground. So what my mode is doing is going underground, going into the backline, pops out, and he lives because of the Zarya bubble. And he also gives charge to the Zarya, which can go forward and press the tank when the backline is not doing anything. I like it. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
GK have been doing their homework, and Knife understands no more sim to be played through.
Good wall from Knife there. A window on the payload.
Ouch.
That's pretty scary, but Knife snipes my moan through a very awkward angle window. Now has to deal with these flankers coming in from Geeky, but it's all good. Still has the block.
I get the flank, I don't get the commitment to the flank. Actually, they should have come in because there was one, never mind.
Right click there from Knife, he goes to the ice block, and then the wall to cut off Cuffer. There's a bit of resistance that Team Liquid has been able to put up against GK, who are close to the ultimate, some reasonable ones coming through, and now the Malgas. I sort of mentioned in the pre-show before the map too, this is a pretty damn good Malga map, and they actually will play a Moira. Again, Moira did get buffed here, but is a Lucio Moira really gonna be the winning choice here for GK?
Dude, we're back on like sustained comp. Lethal on the Reaper as well. Basically just shoot the ramp. Tectonic shock here for my moan. Kind of dominating Infected, I'm gonna be real, but that lamp from RuPaul just doing the most to help.
Malga, he's done Malga. Why did he swap Zarya?
Connecting, and without
that was good.
It was gonna be all over. Although, wait, what? Knife kills both of them.
Knife kills everyone on May.
How did Knife just kill 3 in the backline? What? That should not happen if you're Geeky there. You win that fight hands down, and Knife just kills 3.
Like I'm saying, brother, I think the May ban could have been a pretty decent one. It's one of his.
Why is Lethal on Reaper? Because the Reaper is a tank buster, and they have Ramatra, therefore it needs to tank bust.
This GK comp does remind me a decent amount of where the Dallas and Stockholm meta were last year. Combinations of
yeah, but without this, without the Zarya, I don't understand the Venture pick. Without the Zarya, I don't get it. Unless you're trying to do like a super aggressive backline, of course. Reaper TP and Venture pop, yeah, he swaps.
I know now over to the Sombra of all things too. Knife just dominating on the May. These walls have been just clinical.
Yeah. I think Kuffer just didn't want the
Did
Zarya
you
pick
compete in things
anymore,
like this
wanted
when you
to
played
focus
Overwatch?
towards the Ram,
Something
so
like that, yeah.
a little bit of tank counter picking here. Treating it down my moment and distance. I'm not convinced by the Sombra on this map. They
Heavy
just want the
TF2.
most talent focus. We're playing story mode here for GK.
Wait,
Just a full
how
talent cult, full evil
how did
cult,
he
you know?
how did he use his dash, vertical dash, to go upwards? Is that a perk, or is that like a way? There's a way to do it. Reaper, of course, Reaper.
Oh, here comes the coalescence.
They play double gun, so he has Malga double minigun, Reaper double shotgun.
Team Liquid and the window too. Death Blossom
Ouch.
on the little column, but it's just not enough. I mean, RuPaul's just on this high ground shooting for
I
free,
goes up,
and then
okay.
you've got Annihilation to
Yeah,
back
don't
them
touch
up
anything,
as
okay.
well.
Yeah.
How can you stay in this fight, Avril? How? Team Liquid have so much.
Why is he on
sustain.
Moira?
I mean, the
Ricky,
May,
that's like
Ram,
you, bro.
RuPaul,
Ricky, that's like you. You remember how you were losing the official on Bab? You're like, fucking let me go Moira?
So hard for
That's
GK to
you.
knock anybody down.
That's you, Ricky.
More slots
That's the
come up,
inting
Release
strat.
now moving over
That's the
towards
losing
the
strat.
Scourge.
That's when you
I'm not
lose.
really convinced.
It's a guaranteed loss now.
Pulled through
Cool.
here, running into walls quite literally here, given that knife is able to do so much. Blizzard available.
Let me tell you something about Ricky, guys. Ricky's a VIP here. He's a phenomenal BAP player, but BAP wasn't working for him in one official, so he decided to go Moira. He said famous last words. Guys, I have a good feeling about Moira. Can I swap here? Let me tell you, the feeling was incorrect. He was not looking good. It was looking grim, and they have lost on Moira.
Can't even hit the cardiac overdrive. Like, this is rough.
You also have the major perk that knife has.
No,
which,
Moira is
you know,
actually
gets
pretty bad here.
freezing.
I don't
Just saw
understand that Moira.
even Without the Blizzard, in the previous fight, Couple was frozen up. Can't just charge away and overrun. EMP
Got
available
EMP
now.
at least. Oh, okay, here you go. You're gonna try kill knife first. Good little virus.
No.
Soundbite from Avril hits 3. Still though, looks like a
Take
infected.
an EMP.
Try and turn this fight around, but Emmanuel
Careful.
doesn't end up connecting, but it enables infected to get out of there. Nice boot from Vega. EMP still available. However, as Team Liquid now huddling in a corner, it'll be deadly if Vega gets caught by this. He knows it's coming. He just has to hit the beat at the perfect time.
It's over for. No, he doesn't. He lives.
He's hacked.
No way.
Doesn't get taken down,
No,
though.
he lived.
From RuPaul.
Him living is actually insane.
Holding onto the sound barrier.
That was a good lamp,
Still,
though.
Mantia mental there
RuPaul
from
put a good
Vega.
lamp.
And no coalescence. Ultraviolet was at 99% when the fight broke
No
down.
coalescence.
And GK
Yes,
couldn't get
okay,
much
what is
more done.
Coalescence gonna do now?
Hold on strong, and they're about to
They're
let
gonna
it
beat the
fall
coalescence
off
and they win the fight with window.
Knife finds the
Yeah, they
damage.
can't.
So powerful
Yeah, they
for
can't win.
Window. Very aggressive.
Oh, this window is crazy. Ultraviolet
Ah!
as well. It's not
Oh, where
just
did he
Window,
go?
ends up fading up to the back line, but the
Ultraviolet,
bonus
come
shot
on,
is
you're a good
eliminating
player, but
Avril.
where did you go there, bro?
This is where the payload is going to be halted here for Geeke. Team Liquid.
And just like Ricky,
We will take that
Moira was
first.
not the play.
We don't mind. That Lifeweaver stuff, get that out of here. We're happy playing this. We're happy subbing Knife.
Are you rooting for any team just watching? Don't root for anybody,
Absolutely
just
going to
watching. Don't
town
really
on
care
your
who
front
wins,
line.
who loses.
Geeke, no answers to the quiz Team Liquid are bringing.
Oh, they're wanting to gamble
That's a
here
cursed
in the
image,
meta,
though. You
given the
see?
sense that, okay, go
Ban
Circle Royale,
ban
go to the
Lifeweaver, so we
obvious
pick Moira.
Lifeweaver map, but then you don't end up playing it because you defer your ban.
Just play Ram.
Might
Play
not
Ram,
even
Bap,
fight them.
Bap,
It's possible
Lucio.
that they believe Team Liquid have figured out a counter, and if they were to play the Lifeweaver Bap here,
And ironically,
they
I
might lose.
think
However,
Zen Bap
I
is
still
gonna
believe
go
that if the
crazy
Lifeweaver
here.
Bap starts
Zen Bap
getting
is gonna go
shaky on this
crazy
map,
here.
then you can swap off. To sort of do that preemptively and allow that to be taken off the table immediately before even giving that Lifeweaver Bap a chance on this map that you know that you dominated on previously. In that first match that we saw between Liquid and GK, this was a strong GK map, and I feel like
What
doing
if
all of this to just
GK is
eventually
throwing
lose this first fight,
so they can
Zarya
get
versus
a
Arista,
seed
right? You found
to
a
play
good
against the
opening
worst
matchup,
the
but then
worst
effectively
team
ran
at the
first response.
championship upwards, so
Playing
they
the
can
Malga.
secure
We've
better
seen
prize
the
money.
Malga already on that
5
first
out of
map.
IQ.
It struggled a decent amount, and I'm not seeing that much more success now on Circuit Royale with Team Liquid. Super comfortable. Knife looking dominant on the main. All he had to do to counter the Venture. I say
Sigma,
counter, but all
Sigma,
he had to do
I
is
think
just
Sigma is
resist Venture.
overrated
It's just
on this
swap
map.
off. Get rid of the Sim. Play the May instead. The Venture's value
What
starts to
country is
fall off a little
Liquid
bit.
from? Anything
GK
but
started-
America.
What are GK playing? A very strange comp that we don't really
They're
see
keeping
ever.
the Moira. They're just gonna do full rush. But why? What the hell am I watching?
Falling for that one is Tree. A little bit too wise. I mean, the last time they played, it was Geeke. It was their ban first, right? They didn't defer it. They banned Kiriko to protect that support there.
Liquid is full American except Knife.
Very
No, they
different
aren't
story
American.
here. My moan on the
My moan
East,
is
though,
like
for
from the
the
UK
Ultraviolet's still on
or
the board.
Wales. Lethal is Turkish. Admiral is like from Estonia or something. Kafa is Australian. Literally, the only person who is American on their team is Ultraviolet. Oh, sorry, yeah, my bad. Yeah, sorry, my bad. Yeah, JK, you're right.
What can they do?
Whoops.
What can they do? This May is just so powerful, so strong.
Guys, the Moira Reaper did not work.
Walking forward, they end up getting trapped. They get walled off. I mean,
No, Moira Reaper is not it.
Used Fade super early, got double tapped by Tree.
Honestly, Tree could really counter this comp even harder if he wants.
Reaper Moira, please win. Please swap Reaper Moira, please. My GM game, it's my rank up game. Please swap. Why is he going in like this? What is this?
Mate, this is a stop.
Over. I think the map's over.
Why did he just shift into the entire enemy team? Is this legit? No, this has to be throwing on purpose.
This comp is not working out for them. This gamble on circuit to defer their ban and not allow themselves the opportunity.
How did he why did he just run into the entire enemy team?
5 minutes, Jack. I mean, that's just a lifetime to can't beat.
Why did it work? What do you mean work? They lost the fight.
Window Terror Surge, and even this Blizzard.
They lost the fight in like 5 seconds. What do you mean work?
Here comes the window.
He has to run through a window. Yeah, boom. Mort.
The lamp ends up coming in, and RuPaul is just dancing around this window. Johnny, this is like prime Arnie versus a 6th grader in a tug of war contest.
Nah.
To help anybody.
Wait.
Johnny
I think there's a bet on that. Are there? Can you bet on Overwatch? Yeah, let me check if you can bet on Overwatch. Something is off, guys. Something is not legit here, guys.
And now the big opportunity, double support ultimates.
Can you bet on Overwatch games?
On half already, and there's no
the Blizzard, and he got froze out of Coalescence. Blade from Mimo receives the sound barrier at the very least there. Knife ends up going down. That lamp not helping him. Toby Mimo now trying to look for an off angle. But Team Liquid are still fighting on this high ground. They lose Vega, so maybe they think twice now about sticking around.
Okay, they win the fight, but they use Blade, beat Coalescence. On the other hand, they use also three ultimates. They use Beat, Freya.
And the fact that Couple went down, but Liquid couldn't quite collapse and find that victory. GK will survive a little bit longer. Cage will be up next. But look at this window for RuPaul. RuPaul gets he can burst that Cage down. Reduce its effectiveness.
Not a bad window.
Gonna be dirty as well from RuPaul. Every single member of DK getting shot through this window right now.
I like how he's using TP. It's pretty good.
They're gonna end up flipping the map here, and a kill onto cover might just be it.
Okay, that's it.
There it is. Team Liquid just washing over GK. There was nothing.
Bro, what?
What a stomp.
What?
What an absolute stomp.
GK do? I'm gonna lose all my money. How much do you bet, bro?
Down GK and finding themselves with a spot in the finals.
Didn't get a cage.
Chat, okay, listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. Hear me out. My conspiracy is this. GK lost first to map on purpose to throw the betting odds against them, and now their odds are like 1 to 15. So if you put $1 on them, you win $15. So what's gonna happen now is GK is gonna fucking go all in and bet on themselves and start winning now to make the most amount of money. Boom.
She won that fight, funnily enough. So ironically, despite the support ultimate not being there to take up, but still ended up winning the fight. But yeah, I'm not sure. If
that's my
really
conspiracy theory.
A lot of faith in the Malga. We did see a Malga buff. Korea's played a lot of Malga. I think the Malga win rate even in Korea has not been amazing. Really liked what we got initially out of GK. I'm like, okay, cool. It's going to be the Zari into the Orisa. My Moan coming through with the Venture versus Symmetra.
You'll see now. You'll see now. GK is going to win the next map. You'll see.
A couple of swaps on the Liquid side, and then suddenly GK are just stumped. They're like, wait a minute, what do we do now?
Here's a question for you. I'm sure philosophers 1,000 years from now will be debating this.
Malga and rank to GM? Yeah, don't pick Malga.
Again?
No.
Now, look. Next game, GK win.
I genuinely
convincingly.
Now. Go to a King's Row, go to another Battle Life Weaver.
Convincingly. Look, you'll see.
You don't even need to. You probably do need to.
Okay, this time Team Liquid had more healing and won the game. It's not a coincidence. That's 53 compared to 12. That's insane. Oh my.
They can't win on that one, but it just seems so strange that we're not gonna, through GK's own doing, see that comp come through, which worked so well from there. I'm like, that is their comp. That's the success
Yeah,
that they've had in NA that other teams can't replicate and can't succeed on. They're the one team that seems to be able to find the most value on it. Other teams not capable of doing too much against it. And GK themselves are kind of refusing to play. Either they have realized maybe they scrimmed it a bunch and over this past week it just didn't work out for them. They lost confidence in it. But other than that, I can't.
My house is gone. It's over, bro. I'm sorry. It's over.
Kings or New Junk City? Those were the other two maps that they played in the series that they won against Team Liquid in week 4. Runa Sapi was taken by Team Liquid. Taking control of the ban system again and going, hey, you know, maybe we need to be the guys that ban first because it's our map pick. I think the Tracer ban was a little strange, like you were saying. Team Liquid here probably going to sub in Zera again, I'd imagine, because how good Tracer is currently. And obviously, Tracer can't be banned on GK's side again.
Which is huge. So,
Oh, they can ban. You can ban 2 times in a row.
In my opinion, not that impactful, but
That's actually not a bad idea. I like it.
Important factor, which is that you can't ban it again on good Tracer maps if you really want to shut down Zera. Kings Row, like I said, it's going to come on through. So protect the BAP. Get rid of either the Lucio or the Kiriko, one of those two, because that's the staple. Lucio Kiriko currently is a staple for this meta on this patch. If you really want to lock in the BAP Lifeweaver the entire way through to the point where you don't even necessarily want to
Guys, look, you've been thrown off. It's all a gambling strategy. I'm telling you. GK is now going to win. They're going to win the map convincingly. I'm telling you, because they now put all in on themselves. They called their mothers and said, "Guys, go to the gambling website. Put everything on us. We have we're like 15 odds."
For Team Liquid, dude, if they take this 3-0. What an incredible week to week it has been for GK. I mean, yes, the patch came out, but like we alluded to, the Desks alluded to, you know, Mitch Matt even alluded to.
I buy power, exactly. 3-2-2.
It's sizable, but
you get it.
It's not to the point where it's truly like meta defining. Okay, this hero has been deleted. Like this hero sucked. Like this, it's been okay. Tracer's better. There's a bit more sustain on Malga and Moira, etc. But like nothing.
You know what? You know, like when I'm listening, and this is no disrespect, obviously. You know, being a caster, being an analyst, like it's a kind of a job. It's a job that keeps the audience entertained. Imagine if there was nothing. These guys talk and kind of keep the engagement high. But dude, you know, they're saying a bunch of fucking gibberish.
As we go to this map, there's no way
like they'll say these random things to keep the the show going, but like
just before it faded away, first ban Kiriko GK, they did not defer.
But they're saying things to say things, you know.
So we got that one in there. Hazard response. So
that's with every sport. It's true. It's true to keep it entertained.
If it's gonna be a support protect, the hazard ban as response is the natural counter. So now.
I heard the
what their options are going to be. You can still play the Divia style if you're willing to play.
Like I like how Jaws said, yeah, they picked the Malga to play more sustain. What sustain? He clicks shift into the backline, explodes in 5 seconds.
I hate to say Malga actually probably is reasonable with Life with a Bat, but I don't know if I believe in the Malga anymore. 2 maps we've seen it from GK, and it just hasn't looked good.
What did they ban now?
Like I said, that full defense.
No, they still haven't announced. Oh wait, Kiriko and Hazard ban on King's Row.
So what do we really have left? Orisa and a Ram.
Dude, they banned Kiriko. If they play Moira, I'm gonna lose my mind. If they play Moira, I'm losing my mind. But if they ban, what do they play? They play Juno? Juno Lucio? Juno Lucio or Bap Lucio? But I don't think Bap King's Row.
I think the Ram, though, is equally as good here. You can still go super aggressive with the Ram, like with the Nemesis form, and you don't have to.
They can play Juno Lucio or Bap Lucio. I think it would be pretty good.
If you think about first point, like where the statue is, and you're like on the point itself, and you're firing through that, and you put your shield down, and then you can like really aggressively push around statue.
Bap life
no
already?
fear, or almost no fear, because you have life grip to kind of save you, and Lamp if you really need it. It's going to be a very hard comp to play into. We know this game plan from GK. They want to play that backline.
They want to ban Kiriko so she cannot cleanse the anti-heal from the Moira or perk.
GK got to find, like you
underrated
said,
comments, man.
Throughout the stage and throughout even the playoffs, because this is looking dire. And even the audience were like, okay, Geeky are going to win, you know, like 60+% or whatever, thinking Geeky are going to win. I don't think anybody expected, especially a certain...
One thing I don't understand is why these guys are even chosen. Just give them the credential to comment if they never competed. Just wonder how they host their pick. It's like being, first of all, it's like being comfortable on camera. It's being able to speak what is happening on camera, commentating and stuff. I mean, a lot of people who are good at the game could get very overly analytical and talk about too much about get stuck on the details rather than actually commentating on the game. You know, that's like entertaining. Like most people, do you think most people who watch esports understand what's going on? Oh, they kind of see cool stuff on screen. They don't understand the little decisions that are made.
Yeah, I might Hanzo mirror. Hanzo tracer probably. I actually might.
Boom, headshot. 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 Oh, they play Hanzo's? Wait, you said life for a BAP? And what's the plan here? Well, what do you use your pedal for? Nothing? Maybe against a Orisa ulti.
Yeah. I want to take top from them. Shooting Ori.
Ori up top.
I want to take the prize.
I like how I just swapped from Lifeweaver. Like, what is he doing? Sitting and clicking.
Yeah, I can go hotel. I can go hotel.
Larry's here, look at me. Larry's here, look at me.
Hanzo.
Can you turn it up? Sure. Got you, man.
On the top left.
I moved down. I'm walking point now.
I can shoot top.
You can't go top right. You're dying, bro. Ah, I got pulled. Never mind. But now Orisa can be the Ram can be pulled. Okay. I guess you play the fight until Hanzo gets a pick. That's the strat.
All right, a lot more Hanzo than I thought we'd ever see. I'm going to be honest with you. But it's been a small showing every now and then, I guess, suppose, on King's Row. High ground control from the ball, though. It's going to be a hard point
Great.
now for Geeky.
They have tree, re-engage point, use tree on point.
Opening shot from Lethal.
Oh, still winnable with a tree if they push. They don't have to wait.
Being shown up. RuPaul collects it. Defense is still
whoa.
Retake coming on through.
Good tree.
UV cheating with that one. UV cheating with that
Yeah.
lamp. That's all I'm saying.
Like I said, go point, fuse tree. No rocket science.
Dragon strike straight through the point.
Actually, good
damage.
dragon.
Zera falls down. Should be
Oh no!
Map or
Nah, it's fine, whatever.
Just the
They
point
can
on the
lose.
map. Don't want to go too ahead of myself.
2 kills on a dragon.
Life
strike.
River kill
Nice
damage?
value. Hanzo, of course, this is one of the few maps where Hanzo can find.
How do I
it's
stop getting banned
small
from
and
over? Stop
choky
saying
enough that
stupid
Dragon
shit.
Strike is going to land in a couple of kills at least. It's going to be incredibly
Do
good
these
zoning.
guys play Overwatch? No.
So, not the worst choice here. We do see some fire sometimes come through.
How did Lethal get to?
Hold this one, but
You got a dragon to point. It's actually pretty
The
good.
response is going to end up with Kafka on the ram, punching his way through in the front line. Annihilation now. Ready to go. No support.
You can do Dragon Orisa.
Yeah, Vega getting away from the
Actually,
Alara
Dragon
probably
Orisa is
best,
garbage
especially in the
versus
streets
BAP
phase. Like you
Life
said,
River.
the Dragon Strike
I don't think they can get any kills.
Kind of a pain in the ass to deal with.
Oof.
Ooh, good kill on
Go for the
Trino.
pulls.
A neutral hour there, and Limo with the finish.
Never
He
mind.
forces Lamp too from RuPaul.
Oh my god.
Jump on ball with Zera real quick as he misses
No.
the bomb, but a lot of pressure on this point still.
The pedal is insane.
There's space for the
Window.
Tracer to be there without a recall, especially against a BAP. And
Wow.
even my moan. Wait a second.
Guys, what did I tell you? What did I
Still
tell
high
you?
ground? Okay.
JK is gonna win
Watch
this map
Dragon strikes
convincingly.
again.
They lost 2 maps on purpose, so their bet odds were gonna be great. And now they're gonna run this and finish the fucking map with 1 minute.
We didn't even get a chance to.
We live in a simulation. GK is gonna win the map with 1 minute and 3 seconds left on the clock. 1 minute and 3 seconds on the clock. That is how you know we live in a simulation.
Annihilation is going to be so good, like you said. He's really hard for Infect to step up. Every cooldown here from Infected is going to be crucial to make sure he stays alive. Dragon Strike launched out by Tree. Does clear cover for the time being, but rips the Annihilation as soon as that Dragon Strike dissipates. Tree starts off the fight, though, with a kill onto Mimone. Those Storm Arrows connecting with the Tracer as Kuffer shields off the heals from Infected, but it's such a small shield. So it's very easy for Infected to kind of sidestep. Now Zera trying to push on the high ground members of GK right now with the Pulse Bomb in his hands. This could be explosive. But now it looks like
Whoa, that's good.
This one down as Liko and Maimon are out of the fight.
Just a brilliant shot from Tree to start things out with. He'll get another kill onto Maimon here. And despite double ultimates being played on through GK, the Annihilation plus window combination.
Now, go point.
To really find
they either use pulse, and I think you can use Tree on pulse. Does Tree give you enough overhealth against pulse or no?
Still in favor of Team Liquid, and they got to push up to this one as Lethal swaps over to the Cass. Wanting to put a bit more pressure onto Infected Zarissa, maybe even prepping for the fact that they are planning to camp B, and Cass will have a little bit of potential bit of gameplay on C.
The footsteps are so loud. Go, 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 go.
Stomping of the boots there of the Cassidy. Takes a small chunk out of Ultraviolet, but yeah, decides against the Lethal is right around the corner waiting.
Actually, you don't have to tree against pulse. You can just lamp or pull. So
in response for Liquid, note that the Dragon Strike's gonna be back.
Tree here was kind of random.
Look at Liquid, they just farmed up.
They should have the window. They use window. You should put a tree in front of like behind the window. That's it.
To find a way into this fight, got hindered, had to recall, and now has to play safe. Can't go for a risky post long kill.
Whoa! Goodbye, bro. Got pulled.
Yeah, Infected caught off guard. Lethal just shooting that giant.
Oh no.
Sound barrier comes in
no.
From Vega. This might be what they need. In fact, didn't end up getting infected, of course, like you said. But hey, all good. RuPaul ends up cleaning up the fight. 60 seconds to go now for Geeke.
Just a massive ult advantage there. 5 ultimates for Team Liquid. And
they use every ulti though. They have nothing, and they come back with window high noon and okay, they're swapping life for a good swap. Now I can just speed in with ultis and win. They go in with Ramatra ulti, just speed in high noon, speed with high noon, force them off point. They try to touch point, Ramatra ulti, and if you really need to, you window. But I think you save window for next fight. I don't think you should use window here.
Don't have a response previously. Tree at least had an ultimate coming on in.
Or you just die.
Tree's got another one.
Tree gets another first pick onto Geeke's front line. Infected on this high ground too, and Cuff is just getting dominated. Absolutely.
You can still win, yeah.
Has to pop the Annihilation to even just stay alive. Now trying to chase the rest of Team Liquid, but unable to do so. The speed boost there from
Race the kill is good, but
a high ground control window from Ultraviolet ends Infected's life. Tree gets
that was really messy. They win the fight, but it's really messy.
A little too evident for Team Liquid. Yeah, there's no shot they stay around here for much longer. Kill onto Vega. And Zero with no recall, that'll do it. But in OT, Geeke pushed to the very brink there just to cap point 2.
Tree got 2 kills there, but the opening frag so impactful. Lethal down, you just can't afford that again. Remember, the last successful B retake for Team Liquid was Tree getting my moan down. And the 4v5 didn't work out for GK. Thankfully, they were able to get
Look, on a positive note, we don't live in a simulation because there's 4 more seconds.
So the Dragon Strike available.
They can make it look too obvious, exactly, but they're gonna win. Telling you, convincingly.
Man, they're making my heart leap, I'm not lying. Ultraviolet like pops up real quick, and I can see Tree just pre-aiming. Dragon Strike's going to clear a little bit of space, and this Mega Health Pack is going to be quite nice for Geeke to kind of hold on to here, but looks like Maimon is going to have to let go of that.
A little bit late with the lamp, but it's okay, they use the window.
And Team Liquid, they're going to hold here for now.
What do you have to do now? If you're GK, use window. They're closing on Orisa, you have to assume they have. What do you do? You play aggressive with window around the corner. You expect Orisa ulti after window, and then you beat that. And then you push forward with the beat. Push really forward to allow your Symmetra to use ulti. Let's see what happens.
Tree feeling like Thanos right now, bro. It's like actually inevitable. At one point, he's going
or
to
you
get
just
a
do the
random
spam fiesta. I think window was way too early. But it works out because the beat is over, so they should die.
Very defensive use of this window. Looks like Infected side to side.
Who's touching?
Okay. I'm golden, all good. And
now they're separated, but he has ulti, which is alright. He can anchor point for just a bit. But where the fuck is everyone, bro? Help him!
The focus fire from Team Liquid is just so simple.
Dude, why are you kidding me?
Down to the hands of Infected, and Maimon ends up killing RuPaul, but Cuffer is alone on the point.
That was a good shield.
To help the rest of his team, but his team actually don't need it.
One more potential fight here. Like I said, staggered respawns could be really massive. Huge kill from Zero. That will impact the fight because if you get a full respawn, it's going to be massive with Zero going
unlosable.
down.
Just go boop. Go boop. Go boop. Go boop. No pussy shit.
Touch.
Nice boop.
Nice.
Can they get back? No, the boop is too good from Admiral. Heroics there at the very end from Maimon, taking down Ultraviolet, but the boop from Admiral saves the day.
The one card must be area players. Fact.
Zero is still alive. Zero still alive. He has the potential to touch. He can stall a little bit longer, allow the respawns from GK to regroup. The final Doom swap coming through from Infected to play in that final fight. I mean, things could go very poorly. Zero going down there means that it has to be the touch coming
The
through.
reason it's good to deny them the window play, I think he should have not used window. I think it was very early. They use beat, just play with the beat. Let them use the result and just place a fucking window in front of result and burn her down.
Because it was a struggle the entire way through. Tree on this Hanzo really showing off what he's capable of. We haven't seen a lot of Hanzo recently. This is the one map where Hanzo can get played. And Tree,
but to be honest, I think he kind of had to use window because Ramatra got cut off.
I mean,
and it's the only way for him to not get run over, so they play more cautiously. But on the other hand, I think they would probably ignore Ramatra and run into the backline if he didn't use window. Window kind of forced some of them to go back to court.
How the map is laid out, like very short corridors, very easy like spam points for Storm.
Look, they capped 3 points, but it was only 1 minute and 3 seconds. Therefore, we don't live in a simulation.
Also, something funny about Tree and Logs, you know, kind of works out.
Tree's gonna try to get the first shot in with Widow. But he can't do early, right? He has to wait. What is he doing?
We'll be right back. Yep. All right, we'll see if Tree...
Forestation joke.
Bro.
Deforestation joke. Love those. Tree's got to stick on this again, man. Like, if you're... I feel like Hanzo especially, kind of like Widow in a way, if you're on one, you're on one, you know? If you're hitting shots, you're hitting shots. You're just going to be so consistent throughout the entire map. So, I like this pick a lot.
As we consider all the alpha angles here, though, you have Lethal on Soj, probably his best pick overall. As Ultraviolet does eat one of those body shot logs to start things out with GK.
You're hitting shots sensational. I was just thinking about that, but I didn't want to come across as a hater. I'm glad you have you here to be the hater.
A lot of the time here, trying to force him off of these angles. It's been kind of tough. You see Lethal trying to hold down the fort on the high ground.
All right.
I mean, honestly, if Tree gets high ground, it's over, I think. Even Mimo kind of harassing the backline right now, but...
If Tree gets high ground, it's over. Why is that? If Tree gets high ground, so what? They have a peril to put a tank on top.
Now 0.5 extra will give Mimo the capability to take down RuPaul no matter what. Then Infected will fall next.
Alright, okay, good start from GK. They need this. They really do.
Chat,
I mean,
Tree got the high ground and nothing has happened.
Fumbling the last couple of maps.
Composition might actually give Mimo the capability to play super aggressive as well. Life Rip just bailing anyone out long range.
I mean, Tree should definitely take the high ground, but it doesn't mean that he just lose.
Massive.
No, what is he doing? What was he trying to do there? Don't do that.
Has to back off. Maybe use it main.
Don't use it main. Just wait until they try to anchor points. When they take high ground and tank tries to go point, just window. Good pedal. Yeah, so that was a good use of window. Orisa tried to anchor point to just put a window in front of her.
Lethal under a heavy duress on the high ground though, as Vega ends up taking him down. Tree ends up getting taken out, or sorry, expiring.
You know, I'm very, you know, I'm not surprising to me, but I'm pretty spot on with my calls today in this entire tournament. I've been pretty good with the win conditions and the calls. Usually when I make calls, they do tend to happen.
Off the belt for GK, not too sure if that was really necessary from Cuppa. I feel like you really want these annihilations in big fights. But Vega is going to have this tempo beat coming through as well. Now he doesn't have to counter the annihilation.
You do want to give them the high ground, however, it doesn't mean that they win. This window was not good. What is that window? Nobody was on point.
Thankfully, Vega wasn't cast in the sound barrier there. Thankfully.
RuPaul, not good window, bro.
Again in these fights. If it's not Tree
they use Soj, you got a kill. Yeah, I get it. You want to trip, but there's nobody there.
Only a minute to go.
Speaking of which, Tree, a little bit quiet. We're not seeing these early kills come through. Give the advantage. These 5v4s working out so well for Team Liquid previously.
Can't beat yet.
Tempo big
Wait,
still has to be the flank. There's nothing to counter the GK side, so it's up to Vega to pull the trigger and get Liquid into the fight.
Let them use
pulse,
so maybe?
Right now. Trying to look for a pulse bomb, ends up throwing
Easier. Let's break it down after the lamp, I think. Unless they don't need.
But Tree ends up using the Dragon Strike. It destroys
need.
deployables now. That was an addition from a couple of patches ago.
Back on the high ground, bro. Pretty good push by Liquid. Pretty good push. I mean, they just had more ultimates to play around, but you know.
On to UV, Animal dies before Tree is available. And finally, the 5 versus 4. It does come from Tree, not through Random picks on towards the logs or the storm arrows, but it will be the ultimate instead. And then finally, the tempo beat 5-man catch, and Team Liquid happily walk onto point, get the cap on through GK. Yeah, they need to save Cup here if possible. Should be able to get him. He's nearly onto Annihilation as well, and Admiral's back with the pull.
Hold choke, put tree. Is Kaffa dead? No, he's still there. He's holding the choke. It doesn't matter if he stays on high ground. He gets denied by 2 abilities. They can't really push to the choke, because if they try to push to the choke with ultimates or cooldowns, what ends up happening, he puts a pedal under Orisa ult and then puts the tree. They can die.
Zera can see all these players as well.
Yeah, he puts a window, this guy just puts a tree. Wait, Lethal died. How did he die?
That's a heavy investment. And that tree, and even the Annihilation gets absolutely nothing there. As Tree takes down my
Surprised they lost the fight.
It's going to be an easy push now through this Street space.
I've seen so many times.
How did Lethal get picked? I wonder.
Damage to blow up the tree. Team Liquid are not going to be.
Will you do on ranked sometimes in the future? On ranked GM, probably not. On Overwatch, no, it takes too long.
Game is suddenly on, but time is
But I am making Overwatch guides.
Not a lot to get through B. Plenty of opportunity for GK to still hold this one. Now with the window advantage for UV. Do mind that the Dragon Strike can counter this as well. Put down the window, Dragon Strike instantly in your face.
Oh, imagine if it hit. 4 CDs, let them go in a bit. When he ultis, when Orisa tries to ulti, you can put down a window. Or you can just flank with a window, you know? That was nice, you know? I'll admit, that was a good flank window. That was really good. It kind of pitched the guy on the roof, and he died. And Ultraviolet couldn't have stayed there too long. He put a window, got the initial value, and just ran away. That was pretty good. You see, that's the one I'm talking about. You have to play with balls sometimes. You just flank with a fucking window. That's what you do. That's what we do. Holding corner, actually super good vortex.
Yeah, looks like it. Connects to the 4 as well. And Cuff's in the wrong angle. He's in the wrong spot to help the rest of his team.
Dude, where's Rupo putting his windows?
Ultraviolet for a fraction of a second, but Admiral and UV are going to get taken down. A 4v2, never a sight you want to see is your backline.
I'm surprised he tries to clutch this.
Damage. In fact, it does end up going down.
Wait, he doesn't know that he's there?
Hiding on this it's okay.
You live.
Like 3D around the corner. Should end up falling.
Nice try. If he managed to stay on the flank, it would have been really good.
The payload is going to get pushed.
Just no healing. Kuffer did a great job.
Why is no one playing Winston? Because they can just play Reaper and counter him.
For the touch, but they just don't have a tank. Kuffer needs to be there right now. I don't think they can stop B. Tree's being deployed, but barely they made it in for the touch.
Bye-bye.
For Zera as well. Nice little stick on the top of the petal platform as Abril ends up going down. Nice little double blink from Zera to helping you Infected destroy that land.
And ironically, Bull here is really good.
Now GK slowly bleeding out. This Wrecking Ball is going to be so hard to take down. No chance for a C9 either. They're not with the amount of players for Team Liquid alive on that point. And they live to tell the tale as well. Another 1 minute and 30 seconds in the time bank as both teams.
Have you ever played Winston against Reaper, Bull? Reaper is a tank buster. You can play Winston to Reaper. So because if they go Winston, they'll just go Reaper and it's over.
They put the tree in there. We saw the OC, we saw the Annihilation earlier. There is a world if they just allow B to be capped, play through an ult advantage for this now 130 time bank that Team Liquid have to play through. It's not a lot of time to actually cap. But it will be
let them commit a bit and then use your window. You then can't let them kite. You have to use window only after they commit or after they use cooldown to kite back. And then you can play aggressive with this. Option number 2 is way more ideal. Yeah, but it does it from the window, from the high ground. Which I don't hate, but again, all they have to do is just wait around the corner and then go back with their own window. That's the problem.
Dragon Strike, Sound Barrier, and now they make their move. They push into the backline, force Kike away from their own window as Infected tries to make as much space as humanly possible.
Final fight, Cover might be able to survive this one. Lethal, huge pick.
Nice.
On the high
oh no! Good pull.
A nice little grip onto Cover saves his
yeah, it's over.
16 seconds to go. It's over. They might have just done this. There's going to be a final desperation touch here from Team Liquid and a post bomb from Zera that gets nothing. Vega's going to come in.
If Vega
but he's going to get taken down before he even gets the touch. An overclock to sing in Lethal's hands as Geek.
Telling you guys, it was all planned. It was all planned.
They take us to a map 4.
There it is. When they play what they are known for, their signature composition, they start finding value even up against Tree, who is getting so much done on that Hanzo. But as a reminder, did slow down a little bit on that offensive side. A was nearly a full hold. I think that is ultimately where Team Liquid struggled the most. Couldn't find enough time to play through for the rest of the map. A couple of really spicy moments towards the end there.
They won with Life Fever? Yeah, guys. I think we should all lock Life Fever in our all comp games. Every time you go into comp, just pick Life Fever. And if somebody tells you to swap, just tell him, did you watch GK play Life Fever? Pro players play Life Fever. Don't tell me what to do. You don't know more than the pros.
You start to see that first pick come through. I believe it was from Lethal as well. And then not enough ultimates, despite having an advantage for Team Liquid to be able to push on.
Bro, when I use Reaper against Winston, they just play around their shield. How do you play against that? You just shoot him with your shotguns, bro.
Map 4, I knew it couldn't end with a 3-0 Abra. I just knew it. I knew it in my bones. I felt it. This was going to be at least 4 maps. And Geeky coming alive, and they kind of needed to. That Circuit Royale was not pretty. And another thing is worth pointing out. That third point...
Healing done 34k and still lose?
Like,
no, how is it possible?
Like Circuit first in the way that you can play those high grounds, save your ram if he's in trouble with the grip. It's very easy to play around the pedal platform as well. Nice stuff from Geeky to keep themselves in the series.
So it's Geeky or GK?
Team Liquid, but a very close game. Every
getting
point
scammed?
was basically Captain OT as well.
Yeah, I think for both teams on both sides, really scared that the series was going to go 3-0. Like you said, I think, you know, every time I'm on NA or EMEA, it just might be my curse. I just bring 3 zeros. I think Rose's curse of the C9s. We all know that my one might be the 3-0s, but today, not going to be the case. Really nicely played.
May I ask, what are the Junker Queen's strong points or at pro level?
Their composition. They were going to find some level of success.
I think the ultimate is fairly good. The problem with Junker Queen is that she doesn't have as much sustain. She has only Shout, which is a very long cooldown, and when you compare it to something like Ramatra that has Nemesis form, Shield, Ulti, Diva with Matrix and Flight, Hazard with his right click every second, and a jump, and a wall. It's like the Junker Queen just lacks sustain. And Junker Queen is good for fast brawls, but you can't really play super fast brawls with Junker Queen against good people who just click S when you click your shout. And then when Junker Queen has no shout, essentially useless character. Bro, I don't understand much of the game, but I still like your voice. Thank you. Does Mauga just do what Junker Queen does in pro play? You can say something like that. Something like that. The thing about Mauga, he has better sustaining fights because of his overcharge or whatever it's called, overheat. But I also don't think Mauga is a good pick. Is healing more important at the highest level? No. Healing is as important at the high level. I wouldn't say is low level. I think low level you can get away with healing a lot less. Higher level, yeah, it's important. It's more important, but it's not like it's a fucking there's anything exceptional. The reason being is because it's more difficult to get killed against people who are actually good. They move better, they use cover better, they use cooldowns better. The likelihood of you getting a pick on Ana against a guy that is champion just less likely. Therefore, when you can get the damage, you'll have to do more healing. What maps would you say for good and Zen or why? Anything that is long sightlines. Anything that is not close quarters. Why? Because you can just keep distance. Whoa! I got scared. I did rank up Academy for a few months to help me rank up with Drunken Queen and went from hard stuck flat to Diamond 2 now, but I've not been able to get past that in over 6 months though. I don't know what to do now.
Selecting upgrades to match new user.
There's only one logical conclusion,
I think a level up is in order.
which Gruff has mentioned. If rank up Academy help you get unstuck from flat, can help you get unstuck from Diamond.
How did you get in here? Don't touch that. Hey,
Would you consider making God on Junkrat in the future? What is that?
Dismissed. Overdrive activated.
I struggle with my Blink Punch and it keeps to get better. Don't worry about your Blink Punch, worry about anything else. Whoa. 360 no scope, what a transition.
You have unlocked the privilege to annihilate. Leaving so soon.
Salad Dragon.
Game over.
Yes, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate the raid.
Okay, map
Do I
number
get my
4.
money back if I don't
My
rank
face
up with
went
Rank Up Academy? No, that's like saying, do I get my money back at the gym if I don't get have a six pack? Show up, do what you're supposed to do, you rank up.
Pretty close though.
Or get a six pack.
Nail biting one. Avril, every single point.
How do you
goes to
recommend
OT.
training mechanics? You
Rune
just can't break them
Sapi
down
up
to
next,
master line. I
Mr.
feel like it's
Liquid
paralyzed by
with
bad aim.
Random
It has
PK
nothing to do with
and
your aim.
Lance.
It has everything to do with your decision making.
Random
Don't worry about
on
your
Rune
mechanics,
Sapi
worry
playing
about your
Orisa
decision making.
here, and
Because that's where you're
Cascar
lacking.
means they want to
And
make
that's something
sure
you can
that
fix
it's not going to be Cass's blow
pretty
for
fast.
Orisa's just by shooting heads over and over again. Going to take this one over to a Soj duel, maybe a Freya duel. I mean, more likely with Soj, definitely for lethal. Tree has played both. I think Tree might actually prefer Freya potentially, but there is the capability. I hate to invoke it, but Malga could be back here.
Sure.
Reasonable Malga
I
map.
was about
Hazard
to
has
say.
actually.
I may try again. Would be nice to get at least mid masters on tank. Shrub getting past. Ash Soj Comper carry. Well, if it help you, unbreak flats, it for sure will help you get past Diamond.
Going to come through. I was also going to mention like something that is good news from GK is, you know, at this point they can probably play BAP like we were pretty clean.
That service has worked for you before.
We just don't have the maps for it anymore. We have Urisapi, maybe New Junk City after this one. This is going to come down to really winning through the hazard, really winning through the Orisas, which Infected wants to do. And Cuffer, his special is the hazard.
It's just harder when I take an off angle, dismissal of my shots. That doesn't happen every time. And the more off angles you take, you're bound to hit more shots. Why is Zero so late?
You want to see my moan pop off here
Oh,
against
he
Sarah.
TP'd or what?
Even so
Yeah,
far,
they
you
did. That's
definitely
why they have
take
first
Sarah on the
position.
Tracer over my moan, but my moan's flexibility has been nothing short of marvelous.
By the way,
Tree,
because
tree,
there's no
tree.
cast, it's going to increase the importance of the Tracer in this matchup. We've also moved away from Brig now with how good Lucio is currently in this match. So there's nothing to really stop the Tracers. If Zera can find an opportunity to pop off here, it's going to be hard for GK to stop.
DK, I feel like they need these fights.
No lamp. I think Infected doesn't have cooldowns.
Locking down space
I think he should
and,
play
like, kind of
way
walking
more
with the payload.
aggressive.
Like, DK need picks.
DK need, yeah.
In there, out there.
They forced cooldowns, they had to go in. No lamp, no fortify, or he says low, just push. Which they did, and that's how they got treed.
2 HP. Managed to get recall off, but nah, it's all good.
Nice try with the backline trade. It was a nice try,
While
but
they were paying
can't win.
attention to the Tracer, the rest of
He
their
blocks
team
them with a... It's over.
Cleanup coming through from GK, clean stuff from
Pretty good.
Animal. First push coming on in. Good look from Cuffer on the hazard, who took down Tree, by the way, in the middle of all that. That actually might have been, I remember correctly, the first or potentially the second.
What should
kill,
Lucio's
giving
focus be on
GK
this
the
match?
opportunity to find
Wait until they
advantages.
use cooldowns, use your speed to capitalize off of the fact they have no cooldowns, and try to figure out what isolate targets you can pick up.
Gonna threaten Cap now.
Or help somebody get out if he messes up his cooldowns. So if Orisa uses Fortify too early, for example, she's low, spit her out.
No insta kill. Not from that distance.
But all you have to do is be patient until you can use your speed.
Very tough spot to be in now if you EK. Oh! There you go. Alright. Explosive damage is enough. Fight's over.
Very strange to see fights really taking place on that water wheel side. I think it's quite rare for teams to even look on that part of the map. GK finding themselves in a weird spot.
Tracer angle.
Yeah, right. I mean,
I need flanker.
What? How do you have your whole team there? It was a very strange look, but
What else do they have? Window.
Zero in play.
Not much you can do with window here, unfortunately. I don't think there's much you can get away with window.
Gets the last 10%.
Oh, this
Yeah.
window is aggro. Yeah, Infected just
It was the this window is aggro, but it's like really the only option.
Spiked wall ends up coming in from Carver to
The reason why window doesn't get any value here, they have OCDs, they have pulls, and there's like it's not a very convenient part of the map. They can capitalize off the window.
Only from April at this moment in time, but WMIMO doing a lot
They have too many abilities to run away from it.
RuPaul very tentative to move forward, knowing Cup is right around the corner, and yeah, there you go, Team Liquid, and they're getting wiped on the point.
But end up winning. What did they use to win? Nothing?
Just seems a little bit too
Wait, they used nothing to win.
alive, and
What did they do?
by the time
Admiral
the
just
window
took
came
4.
on through, realistically, just 2 alive. Window doesn't really see anything. He's going to swap over. Was the Kiriko? That's probably why he ended up using it. Lucio Kiriko. That seemed to be a bit of a staple across the regions, particularly in North America, though.
This ends now.
Overclock? Ooh, okay. Don't really want to shoot the
Late.
Sound barrier, though, is going to help
Lethal is making good play. He lost one. Did you notice what happened? Lethal noticed that he lost his VAP. Instead of playing back, what did he do? He played more aggressively. But when you lose one, and you know the fight is probably going to be over, especially when it's support down, you have to play fast because you have no support. So you can't take a long sustained fight.
You mentioned it, tempo looking strong. Late death now onto Infected as well, potentially. Gotta start getting him down because you've lost Lethal.
And that's how he managed to turn this fight around. Hello, Visa. That's how he managed to turn the fight around. How much better would you say this level is better than Grandmaster? Probably difference between Grandmaster and Bronze or something like that.
Checkpoint. The Trace is going to be here, but Zera is forced to recall super early, put the spike wall up, and there it is. Kike with the first gap.
Looking forward to seeing what Vega and Infected do with this one. Tempo beat. Availability is going to be there. Tracking the beat usage from Admiral. They know
How to deal with Tracer when you're in support shoot back.
Samurai coming in from Vega before. Unfortunately,
Lethal, you're dead. Why did he slide here? Why didn't he slide away? Good lamp, but I don't understand. Why did he double down and slide? Let's go back.
Brief second, looks like he potentially stepped out of it.
Should have slide back to the window into the team.
Sometimes when it's like
Whoa,
placed on
good
top
spear.
of an object. Good kill on my Mo, but still, GK, they're going to be happy with this push. Like, they've gotten checkpoint. They can reset in the mid with these forward spawns.
Yeah. Tree also swapping over towards the Soch here as well, just kind of feeling the pressure. Been killed a lot on that.
What else is he coming up with? I think he can start with Kiri here. Start with Kiri on the corner. You probably force a couple ults at least beat. If Admiral, if they're smart, they use Kiri, they kite it back. They overextend with more ultis like Pulse or Risa, and then they use the beat after you use the second ult. They can force 2 ultis for 1 if you kite back.
Junior Rush is going to be there.
Slowly but surely trying to reconvene in this like choke point.
When does this end? Soon, very soon. It's the last game.
Doesn't want to use recall too early, and here comes the beats. Oh, got a wall to deal with first.
Good.
Ends up going down.
Good.
Straight shooter is lethal.
They used 1 for 1, but it wasn't bad at that option because they already were committed in each other. There was no time to kite. They also were low HP.
At this stage in the game, you're kind of pissed at yourselves.
Gike is playing way better here. Super. I told you guys, Gike is gonna reverse sweep these. They trolled on purpose for the first 2 maps to have all the betting odds against them, and they placed on the they asked their mothers to put all the money that they've ever had in their savings to put the money on Gike. I'm telling you guys, it was all planned. Did you play any other games competitively on Overwatch? Yes, Counter-Strike.
The lead isn't far enough that this is not a loss just yet. Lethal.
This is a cheeky angle.
Oof, good angle from Lethal. Really good play. Solid play.
Pretty
good play.
They
They can actually reverse this. He has to. Oh no, he can't. There's a low. No support.
They force ult out of Team Liquid and also continue their lead 80+ meters.
Lethal has to come back from spawn though. That's the problem. It's a 5v4 right now. Liquid need to push the go button and prevent the regrouping of GK, and they can take control of the bot, prevent the loss. Also going to stop at 91. Short of 100 here, and Liquid, they farmed up ultimates. Important time now to be able to use these ultimates sparingly though. You can't burn the ball at the same time to finally get this cap.
Yes, you like to push one of these.
Good Suzu though from RuPaul coming in, saves Tree's life. Good shot on
I'm
Arrow.
really paying attention, sorry.
Stayed there for about 2 frames too long. Team Liquid win quite a convincing fight. They're going to need a couple more of them, though. They still need to take that checkpoint.
It's cheap as well, though. They only use OC for that. This is what I'm talking about. To be able to make this comeback happen now, about a 60-ish meter gap, 55, 56 meters. Have to be conservative with your ultimates. A single OC to win that one, traded for pulse bomb. Excellent ult economy, good. Now you can start looking to spend heavier. You're on the side of the map where you're actually gaining meterage. Spending ults to convert to meters is how you're going to make the comeback happen.
Gotta be scared though, because Ultraviol's got another window. Zera taking down my Moan, good start, but this winner's gonna be a
What
pain
map is the
to
next
deal
one,
with.
chat? Does anybody know what map is the next one?
If they choose to use them, they could even beat into the backline right now. A pulse bomb from Zera goes wide. Nice little jump there from UV and strafing, or air strafing with that perk, enabling him to get out of the way. And there is checkpoint for Team Liquid.
Oh, Vega's got to be careful. They won't get the kill from
the backline as well. Yeah, this is DK kind of losing control of this fight now, and Team Liquid, again, another cheap fight, but it's flipped this time around. This is only a pulse.
Liquid gets to pick. But what mode is it? What mode is it?
Here we go.
Flashpoint? Holy shit.
They win this one, they will get the flip double
Hate
support.
to do that. I would feel bad if it was Flashpoint if I was playing. And actually, there might not be a next map. Team Liquid is gonna reverse this. What do you have? Beat? Oh shit. You Kiri first? Yeah, you beat on the Kiri, you play, you get until low, you beat now. There's no ultis, you try to go for the pulse to clutch just because you don't want to lose that point. My money's gonna try to go for the pulse. That's a winnable. No, actually they wanted. No, he went for the pulse. But that one he go for it now. After he lost 3, he went for the pulse. Even if he kills 2 here, it's the fight. Doesn't matter. The pulse was super late. Should have tried after the first one. He should have tried to go for it somewhere.
They play perfectly. They have all 5 alive as well. That means
how do I stop myself from blaming a team instead of just blaming myself? You control your mind, bro. Instead of blaming your team, and just pause yourself. Say, what can I do better?
Burning every ult that they have. Downfall first. OC actually is going to be number 1.
Good kite from the overclock.
Liquid decided that's fine.
What can they do now? They have Soldier ulti. They go with Soldier now. They're gonna use Overclock now. Window probably gonna overextend, right? No window. Wow. Very aggressive Overclock. I'm surprised he did that.
Just splitting the fight up completely, but the real damage dealer right now on Team Liquid is RuPaul. He's taken down 2, maybe even a third.
It's over, I think.
The Kiriko. 25 seconds to go and Team Liquid still extending their lead.
He windows, they either kite the window around the corner or he goes double down aggressive and they do the Orisa pulse. Or they're about to have Kitsune as well. I think the smarter play is to play aggressive because they only have window, but I don't know if they know that. When they window, they have to Kitsune in with Orisa ulti. Yeah, Orisa ulti here. Pulse? Exactly as I called. Except that he didn't use pulse, but it was exactly as I called. They use Kitsune into the, and then they use beat and then they Orisa into the window. It's over.
They've got all the ults in the world, man. They got sound barrier. They've even got a pulse bomb. Right now, it's just Zera on the point trying to fight against Admiral and my Moan.
Wait.
The sound barrier only connects
Never mind,
to
it's not
his
over.
cover. Just barely hanging
Maybe?
on to life. Same with
No,
Admiral.
it's over.
Eventually chased down as Team
Wow.
Liquid.
Yeah.
And deliver them their first loss in stage
But I see, guys, like you see, there's no difference fundamentally. It's how you want to use your ultis in your ranked games and how you want to use your ultis in pro play. I mean, I can call out almost how they're gonna use their ulti to the T. It's because it's all fundamental gameplay. These players are very, very good. They understand how they want to use their gameplay. Their ulti, sorry.
Not only are they going to the major, but looking like potentially the strongest team as well. Perfect macro in the second half of that Runasapi. Bit of a struggle.
So guys, what do you think? Did you enjoy the watch party? This is my first watch party ever. This is the first time that I watch a pro Overwatch game in like 4 years. Should I do more of these? Either way, guys, it's getting late. It's over 2 a.m. So make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel as usual if you'd like to get coached. Join Rank Up Academy, rankupacademy.gg. We'll rank up. If you'd like to check the website for some testimonials. You guys have a lovely rest of the day, lovely rest of the night. Peace. Have a good one. It was nice to have you here. Thank you for watching this with me.